but not having a fallback plan is a little bit scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they weren't expecting the whole pack of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way if you're MIBR. If you're playing double C Mound with Zekin and Aspas on double duelist and the other team runs into you, you can't really complain, honestly. So GE are going to be quite happy about how that round went. Now into the anti-eco. Haven't fully committed to this buy. Autumn and Zavi with a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. You have the C's nade over on the A side of the map. Aspas getting active, activating that refract, and does at least take a chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really invest anything in this round for MIBR.
This is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. two scope weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting some pressure, using the Prowler to clear that door, and it's actually going to pull 3 of these players on MIBR into this site. They do have a chance to re-clear, but anything that they do right now might be just a little bit too late because GE, they're already all over on the side of C about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR is stacking up where the pressure is, but GE are giving them the runaround right now.
Kosh Maris is making the Ares look like a viable pickup. Drip, one more to find, but he's been caught. He's been seized, pulled back, Shock Dart close, but re-ends with an op in hand, even on his low HP. He just needs one shot. Team Heritage
kind of scary with this Phantom, gets paranoid and gets treated instantly. Verno gets the pick onto Autumn. Now all these players falling back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on, and they're trying to do this flood retake, but Batman shutting it down. Aspas with a trade back onto it now, just flooding it. Zekin and Mazzino getting picks. Man, they should not have pushed into spawn there. That was not a good idea against Pistols.
Oh, dear. Pistol just trying to pick up the pieces at the end of things, but that is a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately. Ecoed by naught but 4 classics and a singular Marshall in the hands of Aspas. That is not how you wanted your anti-eco to be going. And already MIBR a massive boon for them at the start of this Lotus game after conceding the pistol.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR just moving as a pack in that last round, and it really rewarded them. We were talking about how the timing might not be there, but it doesn't matter. And now we're looking at the side of GE. 2 pistols, Sheriff and a Bandit, but we have 3 rifles to kind of work with. But it's going to be a little bit harder going for this A lobby take. The Raze Boomba is actually going to go in. You're going to see that there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there. Aspas is pushed all the way up, using his refractor just in the nick of time because he was 1 second away from losing that fallback.
Door open by Udatan. Little bit of an investment in this round for GE as the Prowler confirms that GE are indeed inside of tree. Nade for Zekin will zone the attackers away for now. And that's a beautiful C's combo to take out Autumn. GE not happy with how that looks or feels, but Crystal is activating in the middle of the map. Aspas is dropped, and this gives some concern over to MIBR. Massino through the backside of that door, though, does at least give them the man advantage, and he's not done. Looking to push a little bit more here.
Getting a lot of information, pushing this A-line, but Tex getting the pick onto Crystal. Now that plan B has fallen apart. GE going to try to contact up here. They're not going to clear Rebel just yet. Mazzino gets spotted, but he gets the pick. 1v4, but now 1v3. Patman with a beautiful Sheriff shot onto Mazzino, and all 3 of these players from MIBR are already on the safe side.
Patman looking locked in. He is a big game player for GE, but this is a triple high-low on stairs side that he's about to walk into. Not even the best of players can be dealing with that. Horn dealt with by MIBR, confirming that there is someone on stairs side, and that is just not the angle Patman was looking for. Second round for MIBR here, and GE looking to go into their gun round after the upset on the eco.
I love to see the vibes from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game, making sure they're taking a lot of these peaks. I mean, Mazzino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game when they're able to just take those fights, kind of not really feeling the pressure of losing those 1v1s. Obviously, a little bit punished, but it's okay because now Aspas online with the operator, that operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yep. It is the Cypher as well as the Omen towards C Mound, though, and that is exactly where GE are starting to challenge. Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round. Nightfall picked up by Patman. I think they're just going to take that hold and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler go in. Still 2 players on the site here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn, and Texas hung around a little bit too far on Waterfall there.
Now post plant for GE, trying not to overextend because they have numbers, but look at how fast these players have gone over here from the side of MIBR, using that Nightfall on both sides. Not really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally gonna get planted. Seconds in, Patman and Udo getting those picks. Udo with a 3K to shut it down, and Bruno now left in a 1v4. The nade's coming in, and it's gonna make a 4K for Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online now. That's a big round to win for GE to restore a little bit of confidence, and they are starting to really hammer home the point that this C site is a problem for MIBR. Rolled over it both on the pistol and then in their opening gun round here. Despite who's playing there, Global Esports are not having too many problems cracking that.
Yeah, looks like MIBR, the flood retake just wasn't there. Zekin was all out onto site using both satchels and no one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really there either, but now a little change of pace here for MIBR, using a heavy stack towards the same main to get control.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick, dodging that paranoia. Crystal's got him back decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control of Rebel, they've lost 2 players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Bruno playing close with that bandit. Not going to be able to get one, but as I say that, he gets 2. Zabi getting a trade onto Verno. A spam kill from a Mizzino, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 here.
Very winnable for MIBR. Especially given the fact that we have 1 player down on a Sheriff this round. Prowler going forward for a little bit of information. The Fade on the other side of things looking to slow this one down. Both of MIBR creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle. Does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues challenging this off angle. Crystal has got the cross. Aspas into a very difficult 1-on-2. Able to punish Patman for the peek on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking a little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's going to peek out, but Aspas able to spray him through the wall. Pick up that massive 1-on-2 for MIBR. This is just such a tense game.
I questioned a little bit the Aspas waylay, but his movement there, the way that he uses util was really nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side when they lose a number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough, but for GE, this right here, Bruno getting these 2 was so important. Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP, but that's all he needs to get some of those rounds done. You can see just how much damage this has done to both teams' economy now. This is going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it all the way down. Prowler clears the middle of the map. Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards this C side here. MIBR have literally nothing on this site. 2 players rotating over towards spawn, make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C site here, and the Prowler comes out. The execute, that's going to be so much noise, but they're positioned really well here for MIBR to have a really fast flood.
There's big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative on getting the spike down. They don't want to kind of push the issue too much. They know that MIBR are ready for this flood. Here goes the showstopper and the convergent pass. The rocket not really converting on anything. And we're still in a 5-on-5. Aspas finally breaking through for the time being. Still tentative, waiting for that rocket to elapse on the side of GE, who are all playing inside of the side. Auto up close, able to convert on at least 2, but out of ammo. A couple of trades come through, and it's all down to Patman. In a 1-on-2, this is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time. Verno will put him down, and it's another successful C retake for MIBR.
That's crazy from MIBR. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his Cypher trips, but they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They instantly rotated over. Still a little bit scary. That was a little bit sloppy of a retake, getting picked off when they're running through the smokes like that, making sure they're not in trading positions, lining up a little bit. It was a little bit scary, but again, MIBR winning out with the power of their frags. And now, on this round, we're going to have a full thrifty here for GE. Sheriffs almost across the board, but knives on the side of Autumn.
It's a big round for MIBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refract walk through fast pass straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult shot to be converting on the blades.
That was scary. That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one. Trying to get that number advantage so they could pick where they want to go. Looking like they want to end towards this A here, but a little Prowler not going to get any info. Ospas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of information for them because Mizuno has Olive Tree and 3 players now on this A site ready to keep it, fight for it, make sure they don't get on.
Yeah, Verno on that C info line is fantastic. That's a cracker of an entry from Harvey though, but Aspas still getting in the mix with the Outlaw, able to dash out of the site now, but it's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked Tex yet. That's a spike drop. Emerald Theft is invested there, and Patman caught on the cross. Crystal was potentially a little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot on over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done, and Aspas will end it outright. 3 in a row now for MIBR.
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this Waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much cleaner than what it used to be on the Waylay. Felt a little bit clunky, felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan, but now this in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary. But then also when he's on that site, able to just get away from the fight after taking his pick, his timings on this has been really good. And of course, the rotations from MIBR, it's been so good all game so far. Feels like they're almost that step ahead. They're just there every single time when they know that GE is putting down the pressure. And now for GE, they're probably wondering, what do they need to do? So far, they've had that success on getting onto C. They've had success on getting the spike down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting quite messy and drawn out, unfortunately. Neither one of these teams really getting the clean execution that they're looking for, and MIBR always coming ahead in those situations. So this is not a particularly easy pause to take as GE because you're kind of trying to adjust on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But we'll see what the approach is going to be, whether it is going to be those micro adjustments or whether they're going to come in with a clear plan into round 8. We're trying to break this dry spell. The pistol got ecoed. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but outside of that, MIBR is really starting to pull ahead now.
Yep, another operator online for Aspas this time. Brought to him by Verno, and they're going to do another C's nade towards this Rebel, trying to punish any A main. The dash comes in. He might get caught by those nades, and Zakin gets that pick onto Autumn with those paint shells. Mizuno just pushing up. His aim is so crisp. Udo getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately get caught by the C's nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected. But that is a cracker of a shot from Crystal. GE might have a little bit of a chance in here. MIBR well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mizuno alone on this A site, but Tex to join him. The baby door being held to here by Zakin, and Crystal getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to end towards A. Tex with a beautiful flank, and Inferno getting that final pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's Tex's best position. He's just won like 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot. Perfect timing. Always just valuing his life and waiting in the wings, knowing that his Cypher utility is doing a lot of work on the map, and then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that did not start well. Credit to Crystal, since his transition over to this Sentinel role, his mechanics have really been something to marvel at after maybe having some weaker performances individually in the past. But that still wasn't quite enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation as they go back onto yet another kind of weaker buy.
Ospas setting up with the op towards that C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here. Trying to get any information. The Odin spam coming in through that door towards tree. Texas here just spamming full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet. Haven't tried breaking any of those Cypher trips on the side of GE. So Texas just having a field day, having those really good rotations as much as they can. And now information gathered from the Xeno, they're going to know that there's players towards the A site.
There goes Harvey. No more smokes on the attacking side. Those are usually important as far as I'm aware, Athena. We've lost Udatan as well. Autumn swinging through the smoke hand in hand with Patman. It's an immediate paranoia straight from Verno over on the B side, and that is giving GE pause for thought completely shut down. This has been a landslide of rounds capped off by a flawless from MIBR.
This is almost a landslide here for MIBR. They're getting away with so much. They're so good at getting these early fights, or at least forcing GE to take them. They're fighting at this point both sides of the map just because they can. Fighting that A, fighting that C, setting Ospas up with an op anywhere that he wants to go. And just being really annoying. It feels like they're not even forcing it that hard. They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights, and now switching it up, this setup towards B site. We said that they never really challenged it, and somehow MIBR knew, because 2 players here for the first time.
Crystal given a stern warning there, down to 4 HP, and Aspas might go back for a second helping here. Out by the Prowler there from Mazzino. Patman pushed away. Verno continually just has this C info line self-sufficiently for MIBR. Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps cycling the dark covers. And once again, GE given a rubble control, because MIBR, honestly, at this point, do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now, finally, Texas is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip, and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully, they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful, because there's 3 players here towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out, stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away because they're just a little bit scared.
Verno not overcooking that one, but at least GE have pushed him off the info line. Autumn very much hoping that someone will give him some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek. Tex, they've seen him in stairs so many times. Spamming away, they'll be well aware that he's in there. Inside of tree is Zekken. The trip gets hit, but no one really capitalizing off the back of that. Patman's dead inside of the door, and Zekken not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on the clock. This is falling apart for GE. 10 HP on Udatan, and that is an easy 3K for Zekken. How many rounds have they just walked up A into an absolute nightmare situation?
It's insane. Like, whether Tex is there alone on the side, he's able to hold. Whether the team is literally not on site, they're able to rotate in time. And every single time, they're just punishing GE using the C's nade combo at the best of times from MIBR. It feels like they've really got a definite good read on how GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead at this point, I feel like. And now we're going to be looking at this round. 2 players from MIBR here towards this C mound, but it's 2 different players. It's Verno and Tex this time, as opposed to Zekken and Ospas. Tex getting 2 picks. He's been a star player so far this game, but the trades are coming in. Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be turned into a spike plan. I see that, but Zekken's already into sight. He's flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's not enough. Ospas! Patman! What is going on? Ospas in the smoke with the shorty!
Oh man, I mean, again, GE, they do a pretty good job of cracking on into that C site, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with. Zekken diving in with the rocket, and Aspas just light speeding in with the shorty. Able to end that round before GE can really get the comfortable and put their feet up inside of the C site. 9-2. This is very rough going for GE. This Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent on the side of MIBR. They might even hit double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Okay, don't laugh
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
You don't like my villain laugh?
That's too much.
Just, you know, reminding you that America's is going to be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MIBR, they're set up towards A. Again, knowing that there's something going on here. Zekken using the nades with the Waylay combo. That was insane, and another punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this site. But Verno hears that TP. Oh, Javi sticking that trips are going to slow down the rest of the execute. Tex punishing Udo, but the trade with that rocket.
Still got it. Desperation stations here for GE as Verno's able to deal with Patman, and it's a 10-2 half for MIBR. Just absolute domination here on Lotus defense.
I feel like a player that we haven't talked about enough is Tex, and he's on the top of the scoreboard here for MIBR. He's been playing so well, and I feel like this player has consistently been a rock for this team, a stabilizer. He's always good for playing that Senti role. His lurks have been insane. He's constantly been really good with those rotates. As we can see on this map specifically, he's always in the right place on the right time. And now I'm kind of excited to see how he plays on this attack side, seeing how he's going to lurk, how he's going to take those ones, because you can tell none of these players on MIBR are scared to take their ones.
No, definitely not, and nor should they be. A lot of talent stacked up on this roster, and now they've finally gotten the chance to grace the international stage. They are definitely not going to be taking that for granted. This has been a little bit of a demolition, unfortunately at the expense of Global Esports, who have got to try to get something rolling in this second half. Even if they don't win this map of Lotus, they definitely need to at least play for a little bit of momentum coming into their own pick.
If you're GE, what are you talking about in this halftime? What are you trying to do? Other than
me as a coach, because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
If you said that to me and I was 10-2 down, I would be like, it's okay guys, let's just go next.
You could say let's just go next. I might try and just make people laugh.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, it's a rough game, guys.
That's valid. I mean, this is a struggle of a map.
Guys, we're not playing MIBR, we're playing X team that we always dominate in scrims. New half. Let's just pretend, okay? A little bit of role play, guys, please.
Yeah, and then Osfos is in your face, refracting back, getting space. Zekken's throwing nades at you consistently at the perfect time.
Okay, alright.
Yeah.
I understand. They're good. They're playing well. They're playing well.
But it is MIBR's pick. Just be like, hey guys, listen, it's MIBR's pick. Don't worry. They're going to win this one. We go on to ours. We're prepped. We know what we're doing in the next game. We got this on lock.
I mean, it's a big test because, as mentioned before, they do have a new head coach in the coaching booth, someone that has been very intimately involved with the roster in all of their runs recently, though. But Platoon has definitely got to step up as a little bit of a leader here for Global Esports, and I do imagine that Harvey and Patman will have many words to be saying to the boys. Try to keep them a little bit more focused. Smiles on the face of Autumn. Just one of those games that happens sometimes.
Yep.
But a pistol and a couple of rounds can really change a man's perception.
Starting into this pistol now. Kind of a must-win for GE if they want to give themselves some sort of rounds to work with and not allowing MIBR to run away with it. MIBR, though, starting towards 3. The mound taken by GE. That Prowler's going to push them all the way back, and that pressure's going to pull a rotate. Osboss already into the B site, refracting back. Zekken trying to get that pick onto Javi, but it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good at not giving them one. But late now, Zekken gets that pick. The door is tapped. Autumn punishing Osboss for standing out in the open. And now all of a sudden, they're pushing towards the spawn here, wrapping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual basis. Same can be said for GE, though. Just one player on this A side by himself. Crystal has got a lot of work to do when he's completely surrounded. Sheer wall at least keeping a main in check as he slips into tree. In the meantime, Autumn is clearing out all of attackers spawn, but with MIBR making their way onto the A site, boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left, and at least is able to take 2 with him.
Now all of a sudden a 2v3 here. The nades coming out, preventing that spike from being put down. Zekken trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one.
3v2.
And Verno just waiting. Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and 2 of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise from Verno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekken's taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekken getting the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary, Patman, he has no HP. Zekken, could this be an ace? Doing this round, the nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low. Oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt. Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for second, and that is just insult to injury for Global Esports. 11-2 here. They desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to be coming together. That is just perfection from yet another one of MIBR's stars.
Really good job for MIBR. Looked like they were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open and they were like, never mind, I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for GE, man, like that was winnable. It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They collapsed onto that front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do. And they're using it to start pushing towards that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. MIBR really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the hip, doing a little bit of damage here that Harvey will be at least able to follow up on for a moment, but Aspas with a quick reply. Unitarn on the off angle. The Stinger is not the gun for the job there. And MIBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in for Patman. Aspas being very sneaky, but I think Patman is well aware. Spike's gone down on the A side, and at least the waylay's been dealt with over on Rubble.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little bit hard. The door's gonna get tapped. That pressure's gonna be good. Tex is gonna fall off of that tree positioning, and now all these players from MIBR are playing backside. The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo peeks. Patman getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot, and Verno trading, instantly getting two, and now all of a sudden a 1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol, and he's gonna win this round as well. Really good try by GE here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR, they're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin denying Global Esports around on that A site. And yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs, even in the first half, but MIBR have come out on top of those time and time again. Another force being put together here for GE. See what they can come up with. It is a glass cannon outlaw, a handful of bulldogs. Patman at least has a vandal and some armor, and Harvey deals with that prowler over on the C side of the map. MIBR have taken some space over there.
Lots of C-mount pressure, but they're walking into Harvey. Autumn, sorry, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lyrics, and now so much information has gone, but they're gonna try to re-clear towards the C. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just so good from MIBR. Ospas getting that pick. Everyone's just following up with each other, and all of a sudden, 1v4 to win this map.
Yeah, Unitarn has got his work cut out for him here. Will have to announce his presence by opening up the door, and MIBR already set up nicely. Tex sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to overcook this one. Unitarn really going looking for someone, and somehow in the player cam, he's playing without one hand on the mouse. Of course, that's Harvey. He's dodged. Verno was playing his time in the door, and Tex will get it done. It was only really a matter of time, let's be honest. A fantastic opener here for MIBR at EWC.
Yeah, what a way to start out their games. And this is what I was talking about when it comes to firepower. So many of those rounds were won just by sheer peaks, just by taking their ones, making sure they're aggressively playing, taking that map control, because quite frankly, they feel like it. They feel like they're gonna win those fights, and they did. Really well played by MIBR. GE, they really tried to climb back into it, but I just was not convinced.
I mean, there was a couple of almost rounds. I think there was a lot of those rounds where things go kind of down into these messy XVX situations, but unfortunately when one team wins all of the clutches, all of the post plants, they're usually going to win the game. Pucker.
You nailed it. I asked who was going to be the first to 8 rounds.
Shot him in the smoke.
I don't know. It sounds like he's making you a fan.
A fan of him, yeah.
With the Ares.
A fan of him. I'm just a fan of Kajmaris.
But in this round in particular, with the Ares.
Well, in this round, you know, it's more about his movement. I would say the slide was what really caught me. I loved that so much. So that was, yeah, I think the Ares is a tertiary part of it. Double digits.
So it is a part of it.
China team.
We agree. You need to choose your words.
10-4, Tom. God damn it. Nice slide coming in from Kosh, but he'll be caught this time. Stun there for Benji, and he's made it around the corner. Out of dodge, at least for now. But even trades, right off rip. For Heretics, they have these weaker weapons to work with. It's not too bad. The other thing I'm surprised by is
Team
Kyu
Heretics
and
defending
Kira
champions.
have both gone for the light shields. That's a big advantage if Woot gets them in his sights. For now, you can see he's clearly not going to. He's on the other side of the map, but the late round, I wouldn't put it out of...
They have got the right read. They've decided, okay, we've got Raid Boss on one side in the form of Woot, and the rest of the players on the other. Benji already managed to clear one. Nice shots, though. Do they realize that Rians is still here? Yes, they do. Good paranoia. Make sure all the danger is gone.
I mean, it's Woot. You're in a 3 versus 1 against Woot, and you're low HP. Pop the ult. Go look for him.
He did still have the Blaze Wall. We could have healed himself up with that, too.
I think they know it's, or at least suspect after earlier, and the shots landed, that this should be an outlaw, so... The thing is, you're going back to 125 shields. I forgot he was the player on light shields, so even still, it would be a one and done. But GRQ finds 4 in this round, closes in the gap a little bit.
Yeah, he was a necessary hero, which is a worrying sign with that being quite a weak bonus round. It was a few guns to play with. I think there was an SMG in the mix as well, so it's not the worst for Heretics, but I think the main thing is that if GRQ is going to start popping off like this over on the Phoenix, that's something that almost feels like a necessity going into this attack side half. You're 5 rounds down, your Phoenix, this is where he should thrive. On the defense, Phoenix is really hard to use. Very situational, the retakes can work. And while operator in hand, Woot has been pretty disrespectful with the way he's been finding these openers so far, but this time they've avoided him.
Walking down again.
They haven't avoided him for long.
Yeah, that lasted about 5 seconds. Woot's picked up the first blood for this squad. All gamers now in trouble. Oh, they're in so much trouble! Kosh Maris! He's taken one, left another on half, and he has sent them scurrying away from the B site into the hands of the Paranoia and Benji Fishy. There's no safe haven for this squad as 11 on the board for Team Heretics.
And they felt like they were almost ushering them into exactly where they wanted to be. So you have the operator to push them out of one spot. Then they go towards middle. You're like, okay, they've fallen back. We get them with the Odin. It's like, okay, what happens if they now go into Garage? We've got not just one flash. We got a double flash setup. That was a Paranoia and then the pop of the Rose on the other side as well. So that there's no way anybody... You dodge one of those, you're still completely blinded. And then they double swing it together. That's a gorgeous round from Heretics. And from All Gamers, you basically fell for every step of their plan.
I'm going to be honest, in the first 4 rounds, I was so worried for Heretics. They're making simple mistakes, and All Gamers look like the better squad, but that has changed in this second half. The defense, 2 away from closing it.
That's not caught him.
Pressure onto All Gamers. Economy quite low. A headhunter. All that Fangir has to work with, and he's about to have a challenge. Face coming out on long. Drone clears all this space.
He's going for the players, not the drone.
This is exactly what happens. You get your drone cancelled, the spam through the wall and the door. Done a lot of damage. And I think the worst part is Woot is still sitting in that corner. He's gotten out a little bit wider, and they suspect that it's clear. It's been too long without him peeking, so they shift walk it and he misses.
Oh, you know, there's a first for everything. A little bit of pressure now being put on, but this is a ruse. This is a fake. Now, they are going to have to trip the wall in order to give this up. Benji's also gone pressuring into middle, and they've sent the rotation back for Kosh Maris. They've actually realized that maybe not so far. Okay, even with the wall tripped, he still went sliding in like a madman. That's going to be an advantage now. Never mind. Who's already managed to trade it back into their favor once again. GRQ needs another big round, and he's got nothing. They are losing every single fight. But Fangir's behind them. Sneaking up back around. He needs to get, well, basically needs to get 2 at least from this scenario. The first one might just be free, but then they turn around and he's going to come out with 3. Leaves it down to 1v1. Shrimp has picked up the big gun, the Odin, to try and clutch this one out. Benji's just sticking it though. halfway, already gathered up, almost has to try and swing this one, needs the instant shot, and he will get it. A 4K for Benji. Bangir's heroic wasn't quite enough, and unfortunately, they are now facing map point.
12 on the board. Again, the first 5 rounds, it looked like we were going to get a completely different game here, but Heretics have activated. And that's the scary prospect. Woot being on fire like this right out the gates.
But look at this round.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
Like Benji pushed mid, went back, cleared a guy in garage, then pushes back around, kills the guy in spawn, and then kills the guy all the way back towards long. Like he's basically fought every single possible angle that he could have in this round. And well, I'll be honest, this timeout feels a little bit late. Like, I know you're not just going to give up at this stage, but when you're 12-5 down, what would you say in this moment, Mitch? You were an ex-analyst, or assistant coach, was it, of a team? So, like, if you were given the opportunity by the head coach to talk, what would you say in this moment?
Yeah, if given that opportunity, I think the first thing I tell the boys is, listen, we lost this map about 5-6 rounds ago, so we've always got...
And then I go, as head coach, come on, be quiet now. Anyway, guys, we need to try and motivate. We need to try and, what?
Nothing. I was feeling inspired.
Oh, okay. What would Minnie say? That's what we really need to think about. Because he might be the only person that can help them come back from this scenario. 12-5 down. It's a rough one.
This is a mini comeback.
Hi, Mr. Akila.
Yeah, it is. He's a big fan of everything here.
Everything we're seeing, he would probably
swallow you just saying it's
a reach, but other than that, loves it.
Oh my, yeah.
There's a little bit too much bitten off there. My boy, can't you? It's clean for bye. And now they're going to keep going. The A side looking too tempting, but the rotate's already in from Team Heretics. Woot is here, and they've seen Boo up top. They should decide to go back, and it looks like they've made the call.
Benji's gone pushing again, though. Think about the last round of how much he was able to get with his pressure into middle. There is a trap on the other side, but already being spotted out. Good awareness from Vangir, and they're going to try and pressure him now. No survival. I like this. More of a death ball. Moving together, using that Hunter's Fury to get them in. And while this time, that C site will be firmly under their control. The remaining players don't really have the credits to gamble anything for this one. And yeah, I almost wonder if it'd be worth Woot just doing the same. If he gets the orb, it can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it in time.
This is making me a bit sad that we didn't get this pause earlier, because All Gamers just came in with a very clear game plan.
Yeah.
Stuck to it. Mid-round calls were good. Avoided the dangers. Dealt with mid as well. That flash coming out was perfect. They covered their bases, and I haven't seen them do that in this half so far. So yeah, I fully agree. Pause probably should have come in a little bit earlier, but hey, it might not be too late. 6 in a row. We've seen stranger things.
I haven't seen it.
Disappointing last season, but good opportunity for All Gamers to at least build up some momentum going into that next map. Again, I do think that if they're running a comp like this, or even just an identity like this, Ascent is going to be tough up against Heretics. You don't have nearly as much space to play with. You're not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there, and Heretics will almost always have a response to any aggression you're putting out. So I think that for All Gamers, I at least want to see them look confident going into the next map.
Well, yeah, funnily enough, the last time they played Ascent in the qualifiers, they did run this comp. So, yeah, it seems like this is their game plan across a few different maps. So, I agree. I think especially getting warmed up into that attack side. Of course, the next map was chosen by the Heretics, so they will get their choice of start, whether that be the defense or the attack. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, there's going to be a few pieces missing in this round. Now, bear in mind, Woot gets a single kill. That's tour de force. He can drop the operator. Maybe gives them a little bit more of a stance in this round, but I think it is going to be relatively difficult. But hey, if Shrim's going to go jumping wide, even a disappearing app from Woot, and as said, if he wants now, he can give his teammate a gun. If he wants.
I don't know if you could hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for All Gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with. The danger can be avoided. And the rifle on Boo, look, they haven't even got the spike in their hands for the first minute because they know that there are dangers to be avoided. Now they come back in with direction, and again, the call looks to be good, at least for now. Exploring B, hearing the trap, seeing no contact. If they get in there for the post plant, should be most of the danger already avoided.
Sandwich.
I'm going to use the run it back just to make sure.
It's worth being cautious.
Spike
Back in with
just about going to be planted before he fades away, and then winning back-to-back fights. Pressure once again seems to be on Woot to try and find something in this round. Of course, with not handing over the gun to a teammate, he can have the tour de force for the next round, and well, they might not even be looking to play the next round at this point. 2 players spotted and slowly being surrounded. Everybody coming in from behind is a bit of a problem up until GRQ again. Another high impact round from him. The distance down to 5, but still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, great work. GRQ's definitely been waking up. I know coming into this half, you were saying, look, that first half can be tough, but this is where he's got to be putting up the numbers, finding that impact, and I think he very much has. The flashes out on A long. Think about the late rotate that they went for, avoiding the A stack and hitting into mid. His flashes have been finding them picks, or at least pushing players back every single time, and then he's there in the late round to put up those big numbers. Keeping this team alive. 5 in a row needed. And keep up this momentum. Certainly no reason to doubt, but the rifles back out for Heretics, a convincing buy, and as you said, Woot with a tour de force online.
Oh, it's not the start they were looking for, though. Maris being dropped. Further aggression needed to almost just try and turn the tide. Look at the position that's being held by Kira as well up top, but it's Benji. To win the fight. Woot goes for the swing, and as said, he wasn't expecting anybody to be there, down to just 3 health. But that doesn't mean he's not going to go back for more, not shying away from the fight with the tour de force, but 3 players have already crossed. The 4th player is going to go out with a knife in hand, and that's all too easy. But does he have any idea that they've already crossed past? He does now. Sliding past, and it's a headshot as well. Bye-bye. Leaving just 3v3 and a post-plant for the attacking side.
Now, Boo's in position. Paranoia primed and ready. But it looks like that close right corner is the main danger. GRQ has shown up the last couple rounds when they're put under pressure in these moments. The number's even for now. Great shots from Bai. GRQ there as well. And Kira to close, puts them up to 8. All gamers not letting this one slip.
Yeah, that climb back starting to look more and more likely. And I wonder when the moment that we see a pause on the other side. Obviously, we know the head coach for Heretics is currently not here, but Weber is a man of many words, so I don't think they'll have to worry too much about having conversations with a coach, because both of those have been sort of working together for quite some time, but clearly not feeling that pressure just yet. 3.
Pushed all the way down C long here, though.
So much information. Second coming up with that Waylay. Gonna put some pressure down, but the actual end plan is towards this A side. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno ending up being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman, he's on this A site, on this A link. Autumn flanking really quickly might be the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Aspas trying to hold a crossfire, gets the pick onto Patman, and all of a sudden Autumn in this 1v3, but I think they know something's up because they have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed, unfortunately, for GE. One way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Mazzino, and LIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long, but this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react, but it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days of Valorant, I would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away, because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. But MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice little easy 2K for Verno as they kick off this anti-eco into the C site. Dart dealt with. Sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay ball, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for through the cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR serious pause for thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet. Drone going forward, looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the Marshall, cleaning out all of this C site, and now MIBR are looking a little bit more comfortable.
2v3 here, coming out through garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him, and instantly refracting back. Little bit scary for them, but I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the third round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. The fast floods are there, but it's going to be interesting how they play out this round. Gun round for the side of GE.
Harvey having a look to see what his Sova Dart can fashion for him. He does get scanned by MIBR, so rotation comes back across from GE. It was spread out that Sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. A bit of a Sentinel duel over on garage side. Drone goes looking for some information, but it's immediate paranoia dive into the site there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will hit the deck, and MIBR very much slowing this one down. Tex caught, pulling the pin out from Crystal's grab net there. Drone confirming where Udatan is standing. This is so tentative for MIBR, not knowing when to make their move, but that's where Aspas and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the side. Crystal, a little late to the party, has a big 1v3 to attempt.
Those are the types of things that I worry about for GE. The 4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time, it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight, when they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Aspas, when you're playing against Zekin, you just have to be so much quicker and so much more understanding with these things, because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that Senti utility, taking their time to crack on into the sites. You can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk down middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities. MIBR now pivoting back towards A, and that's where Harvey had the info line for a moment, but punished now by Aspas.
Not looking too good. 3-0. MIBR winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick, and a punish onto Javi. 3 of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble, but it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here, because the flank is also on the way. Udo getting that first pick onto Aspas. The paranoia coming in, but in a weird spot, making Udo get 2. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Crystal dealt with by Verno. The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch. Uncovered on the side, but a little bit too late there from Autumn. The model as Verno gets off of that spike plant cannot be calibrated on. Always a little bit annoying with some of the animations. Can't quite get the headshot where it's needed, and that's completely punished there by MIBR, despite some heroics on the Sheriffs from Global.
We talked about star players on MIBR, and it feels like every single player has their standout moments so far in this series, constantly going for 3. And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but an op on Ospa.
I mean, 100% it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on Lotus?
True.
Really struggled to win any of them. Quicker C execute, Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Yutatan. The Sova dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
And it's a complete decimation of the C side. MIBR changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting for mistakes. This time it's pedal to the metal straight into C, and it works a treat.
No pop execute. Instead, they just full execute with that way layout. It was really beautiful. Not a single spot on site was left uncovered. And again, the sheer force of the movement coming in from Zekin and Ospas to get into that site so quick. The util usage, the paranoia, the dart, everything just lined up beautifully. And they did not stand a chance. Look at those X's. 4 on that C site. 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing though, there is no way you're getting into tower here. Double sensors. Surely that doesn't work out for MIBR. Dealing with both of them in just an instant. That is just perfection. Even both of the sensors were both checked perfectly by MIBR with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since the series kicked off.
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give me a little bit of cope. Can I at least save a Vandal in tower for the next round? Anything.
Anything indeed. Well, they do have 2 ults online. The Deadlock ult, they have the Neon ult. They could go for something fast.
Can we at least kill Verno? Like 10-0
is insane.
That's kind of too
That's
much.
my ideal right there.
Yeah, okay. GE back on the Sheriffs. Funnily enough, were one of the rounds where they were a little bit more competitive compared to the gun rounds, but with the Outlaw on Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site, out comes the overdrive from Yutatan, and hand in hand with Patman, giving MLBR some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazzino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay bolt. Hunter's Fury connects on nothing. Global Esports now 2-on-4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. Decent trade back from Harvey and almost a shot through the wall onto Verno there, but with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossfire, it's not even needed. Verno's just out in the open to get it done for MIBR. I mean, you can't blame the man for his confidence right now. I still don't think he's even died yet.
I'm really questioning the choices from GE here on this round, using 2 ults to try to turn it around, the Sova and the Neon ult, but it's just not working out. After that, Neon has dropped, getting scanned for so long by the dart. Mazzino full stun, still manages to get the pick on Neon. It's just not looking too hot. Javi, knowing that and still using his ult, it's a little bit scary because now you're kind of losing some sort of trap play potential that you have here. But the double Senti comp on defense, they really need to win some of these rounds because it's so much harder on that attack side with this kind of comp. And now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted from Tex. That operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR, and a warning shot there onto Aspas. Flips the leg. Yutatan finding some early success here with this operator, and that's enough bravado to kind of push MIBR away to other avenues.
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR. They're aware of the op. The drone still online for Verno though. Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weakest site. Trying to go for a C split here. Mazzino just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now, just chilling outside of B with that spike.
A shot from Yutatan. Little lapse of focus for just a moment. MIBR waiting for a mistake, which they're not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash on in for Aspas, who is traded out by Patman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mazzino. Out comes the annihilation. Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Patman is able to come in towards that B site. Down into a 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C-Long. Finally finds his man, Zekin, last alive inside of that site. Crystal does a good job clearing him out. Finally around here for GE on this defensive side. See how many more they can start to put together here, because this has not been the start that they were looking for.
Back on the board, and the main reason is it's on the back of that operator. Trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punish them for playing that slow style that they've been playing for a majority of the game. The walk up, the pop executes, just going off of info. I think this was all really nice from MIBR, trying to punish that operator, and Mizzino TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there. The frags are finally there. And all of a sudden, back on the board. They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone. But the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Hobby actually gets a spam kill onto Ospas through the neon wall. Zekin trade onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, Mizzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Second, up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that site, unfortunately. Another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here. Autumn now tasked with yet another retake. Playing over towards that C site time and time again. At least has the neural theft to work with, but I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside of A long and heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor. An immediate reply here for MIBR is going to put significant pressure on GE's economy now.
MIBR just making so much pressure on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight that A main, that A long, and just being annoying. And the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle in the corner. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these small, insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A long, fighting the A lobby, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall to back off. They heard the Mizzino up, they held heaven. It just, everything just didn't, it just fell apart at the end.
That's every round in this series for GE.
Yeah, it like, keeps happening.
There's plenty of 3v3s, there's plenty of, you know, XVXs that are winnable for GE, but there's just nothing's landing in the mid-rounds, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's
the facts.
That's the firepower, though, for me.
Yeah, to some degree. 100% MIBR looking like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
Mizzino having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site, usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off, able to use the paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it, trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. But now GE going for this mid fight, and MIBR has read right into it. They're holding this mid, knowing that they're on this thrifty, only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast beat.
Yeah, double dash straight into the site, and that's about as easy as it gets there. Mizzino is all over those players, whether he can see them or not. Player going down in the safe position for MIBR here, and Verno 15-1, spotting out the barrel of the gun for Autumn. Not the player you'd want to be peeking here. Crystal on the other side of things, a lot less to work with. And looking like MIBR going to walk away with yet another attacking side round. Autumn peeking out to see if he can find anything. And honestly, if Mizzino didn't get it done, Verno was ready to peek. That's kind of unnecessary. Come on, guys. Can't do the guy from back home like that. Unfortunate.
Dude, the reaction timing on these guys right now is insane too. Feels like they're so ready for every single fight. The crosshair placement's absolutely there. The mechanics are just so good. Granted, it was a little bit of a weird buy round, a low buy, just trying to get something to support around that rifle that they saved that last round, but it's just not looking good.
Yeah.
Gun round here.
I mean, this will be a bit of a cathartic one. I remember sitting in a cafe in Seoul and watching MIBR play NRG at the end of kickoff on this map. This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then. So this might be a little bit of trauma redemption, I guess you could say, for MIBR. Quick split into C. Autumn gonna get tested, not something that has been happening too much so far this game. Refract back, and actually, the flood in is starting to go the way of GE. Mazzino dealt with trying to dive through the cage as well. Verno from downtown though, and Tex on the back lines is starting to turn this one around. Out comes the neural theft. Udatan under pressure, playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved here.
2v2. Spike is down on the site. Trying to get that from Platt. Scary fight for Tex to take because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where he's positioned, and the Spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable.
Okay.
And Udo getting that final pick onto Verno. Now that was a really good round from GE. The super fast flood into the Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for so long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are coming out of that spawn smoke. Just punishing that fast dash in.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it. The problem is I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense. At a minimum, need 4 rounds out of this half, so
especially with their comp.
Back to back, yeah, it gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure. So we'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic. Autumn once again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site. Has a little bit of help from the rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things. Let's go at least 1-for-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was, too. 4 players just grouping up here towards that A long. I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mazzino. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this B site. Autumn is rotating in, is caught out. Doesn't get a pick, gets so much damage down that Sobal not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting 1, but not before he gets dropped by Zekin and Javi in this 1v2. But both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Javi clutch if ever you needed one. GE desperately need rounds on this defensive side. Nice open plant for Verno. Meets up with Zekin over towards the bottom side of C long there. With the shocks coming out, the MIBR lads will be very well aware of where Javi is coming from over here on spawn side. Hasn't tapped the spike yet. Drone to work with, but not really the kind of clear path for that to be used at this point. Out comes the shock. Clears out the close corner, but neither of MIBR are playing there. Drone in response for Verno to confirm that unfortunately Javi is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half. Trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done, and Zekin is the one to close it for MIBR. A really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here. 9-2. 1 more round left in this map. This is so scary for GE. I mean, the double Senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold on to these sites. They're getting picked off so easily by MIBR. They're finding these really good timings, the really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially with the momentum from that last game. And now looking like a fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Udatan up over the top. He's Aspas, well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazzino's made it into the site, and they are very tentative, trying to clear out this Bucky. That's great patience for MIBR. Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the Annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas. And it's just Javi inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly. Glass Cannon Guardian is not the tool for the job, and Mazzino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another 10-2, double digits in the opening half. And look, honestly, it's just continuing to get sadder here for the Pacific fans, myself included.
19-3 for Verno. He's only died 3 times.
When you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round tally so far in this series. It's close to that. It's close,
It feels like it.
That's what I thought you were saying. It's so painful. It's actually so painful.
Oh man, this is you guys didn't believe me earlier when I said MIBR could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think yes, GE, they're struggling a little bit, but it's so many of these close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there, everyone is able to get their own. And the calls too have been really good. I'm really surprised by their strat book, by the playbook, how deep it is. And the way that MIBR is still avoiding and calling. Clearly they have a lot more things that they want to call, but they're avoiding using it, because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
I mean, especially into double senti, the Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just good pathing in on the entry, using the refract where it's needed. Saw actually a similar kind of outcome when we saw KRX take on this GE squad earlier on in Pacific. They were able to use Jet really well to just avoid all of the double senti util, and I think you see MIBR do the exact same thing here to GE, unfortunately.
This is wild. I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this, okay? And all the Americas fans.
Listen, this is the time for you to convert a little bit, you know?
Okay.
Like, jump on the MIBR train with me.
Need a green card.
Oh, this is rough. I think for GE, like, let's just say there's a little bit of cope here. A tiny bit of cope. They win out pistol.
Yeah.
They don't throw the anti-eco. Yeah. Right? Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could do it.
Then we're 6 rounds behind.
Listen, MIBR likes to push a lot. And maybe with the double senti, they can prevent that. But they're going for this fast C-split here. Ospas is going to be on the site with Zekin. Tex hears all this information. Zekin going for his with that Sheriff, not connecting. Ospas manages to get one. Zekin gets another, but 2 trades coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekin gets a second kill onto Udo, and 3v2. His team is coming in. They're trying to flood out onto site together. That shock might do enough damage. They're so lit, picking off onto Autumn and Javi in this one. V2 is not gonna win it out. Mazzino with that final kill. And Verno, man, these shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know. It's been an excellent game for Verno.
So he's like, what, 20-3 now?
20-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty good on the Sova. Not gonna lie. Rest of MIBR giving him a lot of help as well. I think both the Jet and the Waylay getting a lot of value fighting from backside with the Sheriffs here. I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get halted up in Garage for a moment. They are very kind of, I wouldn't say afraid, but just taking a little bit of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. And that's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun, picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre. Takes a lot of damage off the hero TP up the top. Should get checked here by Unitard, but he's got just not enough HP, unfortunately. And that is a double once again from the Omen. Mazzino just continues to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who was kind of waiting in the back of the site, all he could do was trade out the Omen before Vono cleans him up. 12-2 for MIBR. I think this might be back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazzino's just allowed to TP back into site, get those picks, no trade on board.
They tried to trade him, but Unitard had like 10 HP because they took about 300 damage getting into B. Unfortunately. So that's how it be. That's how it be here.
That's how it be. This was kind of nasty. We were talking about Mazzino just being so good, especially with his impact frags. But this round, you can tell he's just kind of styling on them. And now, 12-2. Like you said, we might see that same scoreline.
Fract active for second. Creeping up on the line. Easy opener onto Udatan. And the going continues to get rougher for GE. Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still just kind of sitting in a 2-1-2 here, because you can definitely trust Zekin and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves, or very nearabouts.
GG's.
A-long. Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's going to come in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian Beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards this short. He is going to get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4. They've gained that numbers advantage. Getting that spike down as well. Holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here because these are the kinds of rounds that MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against double Senti. Like the double pick. Great spacing and entries in from GE. I give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in. The barrier as well as the sonic sensor. You've got the follow-up grab net, even if they are able to make it a little bit deeper into the site. Hits all three players for MIBR. And Autumn capitalizing, Crystal to follow up, and Aspas finally pulls the grab net out, but I think he's better off just saving this Vandal at this point.
Really well played here by GE. They saw the opportunity and they took it. Verno being left alone, knowing he couldn't do anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going, overextending, playing too needy. Like, they need to get those picks, still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they can get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a little bit tough one. IBR is actually going to face them for an A-lobby fight.
Vuitton having a little bit of a think about taking that, but the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex, fantastic on the opening map on the Cypher. Quite happy to play retake in from spawn side. There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with by Harvey Shock Dart.
These players taking site with a vengeance. That wall is going to go down. Really annoying to deal with, like you mentioned earlier. And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have the trip on the flank. They don't need to worry about it unless there's an omen. And now MIBR in this 5v5 retake. It's really hard, especially when these players have so much site control. But Autumn playing towards that back site. The TP comes in. Catman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and Ospas are so good at clearing. Crystal left in a 1v3. And no win for him. Mazzino with the final pick of the game and a 12-3 scoreline here for MIBR.
That is just back-to-back stomps here. MIBR coming into EWC 2026 with a vengeance. You can see exactly why they were able to run over the Americas qualifier. Doing very well for themselves, and unfortunately, another flat performance from a team coming out of Pacific here into EWC. I think that last round is kind of the cherry on top. That is exactly what GE's comp is meant to be good at. Yep. They get into a 5-on-5 post plant, all of the Sentinel utility down, and MIBR just retake with 4 players alive.
Insane, actually insane in MIBR, just proving themselves. They're more than just a super team. Every single player knows how to play together really well, which is the one thing that I feel like MIBR was missing for a long time. Verno, really good IGLing here, making sure his team is staying consistent, and they're still active in the server.
Is Verno always this greedy, calling strategies so he can go 21-4?
No, he just does that naturally.
He just does it on the Sova on a regular basis. Yep. It looked easy for MIBR. Is this simply a skill difference? Is it a coaching difference, a team difference? Pilsky, there's a lot.
Desperately low. Now, GRQ does have a run it back of his own, but I'm looking at his teammate, and I have a feeling they're not going for this.
Yeah, I think that's a fair impression to get from this situation. Heretics a lot better than the previous round. The fact that they came in and lost so much so early on, it made me worried, but this was a much more direct play towards short. Kosh Maris, obviously, that's going to be the big factor, is if you're allowing him to have a lot of orbs, if he is finding success. Like, the Neon ult is good, but his impact, if he has even 3/4 the game that he normally does on the Neon, it's going to be way higher when it comes to those round-to-round ultimates. You already see it, round 4, and it's being used to basically secure the round.
Yeah, the only caveat I'll give is Fangir has got off to a slow start, in the sense that he's just been diffed 2 rounds in a row. I don't know if that's going to continue all the way through. And if you remove Luke's entries from the last 2 rounds, I wonder if they win those 2 rounds. Because he has just basically double entried this round and got an entry in the last as well. So I don't know how recreatable it is. It almost reminds me a little bit of like old school Ascent attack side where it's like, did our Jet get a kill? Oh, they didn't. Oh, what happens now? Obviously, in this case, they do have the Phoenix as well, but that felt like the defining parts of the last couple of rounds. So I'm definitely going to see what happens. If Woot goes down early, are they still going to be as impactful?
ലോകത്തിലെ രണ്ട് ബെസ്റ്റ് ഡ്യൂവലിസ്റ്റ് ഉള്ള ടീം അവർ എങ്ങനെ ഡിഫെൻഡ് ചെയ്യും അവർക്കാണ് ആദ്യം അറ്റാക്കിംഗ് കിട്ടി 10-2
They're not going to challenge him another time. Looking for that. As Kira's close by to help him out.
സെക്കൻഡ് ആസ്പെക്ട് ഫോമിലായ ഒരു ടീമിനെ പിടിച്ചു നിർത്താൻ പറ്റില്ല. വെർണോ നല്ല ഫോമിലായി.
For the most part, they are just saving those credits through.
വെർണോക്ക് എന്തോ കളിയാണ് എന്റെ ബോൾ 26
have an easier time here. We've seen this before. They're going to at least put the pressure on, find the orb, like expect a lot more these slower rounds when those ultis aren't online, trading utility for orbs.
ഡിഫെൻഡ് ചെയ്യാനേ പറ്റിയില്ല. രണ്ട് ഡ്യൂവലിസ്റ്റ് ഉള്ളതാണ് രണ്ട് സെന്റിൽ എടുത്തത്. പക്ഷെ അവര് നൈസ് ആയിട്ട് കയറിയതല്ല. ബി സൈഡില് രണ്ടുപേര് ഒരു സൈഡില് ജെറ്റ് ഒരു സൈഡില്
sort of mixed bag buy. So the lower the time gets, I feel like the better it is for all gamers, especially with them not giving up anything in terms of those opening picks. They're also walking into Kira, who's been very good so far. Paranoid looking to delay, but caught as the door is broken. Now Fanga needs to step up, and again, it's a little bit late, but does manage one now. You're going to see that running back through, and again, GRQ precision seems to be the aim of his game. Benji's done well at least to trade it back. Might just give them the plan, but they need to clear by from underneath, and they've done that with ease, but again, a second life given. And now it needs to be the kill. The time already ticked too far gone, and because of that, Shrimp is able to just sit and wait for re-ends.
It's well played.
ജിയുടെ കളി തന്നെ തളർന്നു പോയല്ലേ ഗയ്സ്.
He was in a whole lot of trouble, but he gets out of dodge right away. Paranoia for Kira, just a small bit too late. But this is when we talk about on the Heritage side, the Phoenix and the impact that it can have. Well, you see it very much on the other side as well. It's going to be something that I think both teams are going to want to compete for those orbs. So far, it has definitely been Heretics finding a lot more in those early rounds. But that'll obviously change when we swap sides.
Yeah, at least from some of the stuff I saw in the qualifiers, I'm pretty sure it was Kira and GRQ playing the opposite roles, but I could definitely understand why they've made the switch if that is the case. Woot through, and already both players towards short getting their openers, an aggressive push up all the way through B as well, so the defense have so much information and so much of a player advantage. You might look at this and go, oh, well, is this an eco for Heretics with how clean this has been? Nope. No, this was a 4x. This was everything invested, and yeah, all gamers have made it look like an eco.
Oh, they decimated them. Plain and simple, it is going to be a flawless round for all gamers to put them 4-2. And you see a lot of risks being taken there by Heretics, like Benji walking up on mid, popping the cage on the trap. The rotates hadn't come through. There was no panic on the defensive side. They won their fights with ease. And so they're still very much close by to hear that trap activated. Cage activated. And then I think it did look like an eco round from that perspective. The player walking up short as well, blindsided on that left. It feels a little disorganized.
I like the change-up as well. Like I said, Fanga's been struggling with that early A-site fight, so they just swap him to B. They put the double duelist over on short, so that when there's the aggressive burst, there's 2 players waiting on the other side to try and stop Woot and Koshmaras in their tracks, and that's exactly what they do. A nice change, but then go back to the default once again. But of course, for the attack side, no weaponry, no ults to play with, a dive over the top, but it is a little bit messy this time. Shrimp has been having a fantastic game so far, but he will be dealt with. He had a teammate, however, still a 3v3. Koshmaras has also managed to find a gun. And Boo's managed another kill.
It was risky, playing that close to spawn with the spike. Could have caused issues, especially with the blaze wall already gone, but now a 3v2. A chance to move together. The timing here little bit off from Bai. They're both going to wrap up quite quickly. It's being watched, but the shot's not landing, and Fangir now with a chance, but he is on 10 HP. One shot from Boo will be enough. He needs to land the Eddie! And it's clean. All gamers continuing to put up rounds on this defense.
I sort of mentioned it. The reason it was uncharacteristic that Fangir had lost those 2 early fights was how good he had been in that previous map, especially with their comeback. And why in this round, I think you can see why. Sure, it was a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed, and there was a clutch that was found on just 10 HP. Big resurgence already. I think just waking up in the last map, you're seeing the level of what some of these individual players can hit over on the side of All Gamers. And with already, I believe that's their 5th round on the defensive side. They are looking good in this half.
A timeout called by Heretics, and I absolutely cannot blame them. I do think second half is going to be a different story, but it won't be exactly short on difficulties.
No, if anything, this comp looks almost built for the attack. Like, because if you had maybe the chamber or something like that, I might be more inclined to agree. But you've gone for a double duelist that allows you a more aggressive dive. Do I think that Phoenix is going to be good on the defense? Not really, unless you're able to do what your opposing side Phoenix is doing and just have insane retake potential.
Well, that's exactly it. I do think that in terms of retaking, refighting control, like there's so much that you can do when it comes to that defensive side, as we can see from All Gamers. And I think it's what Heretics are going to be attempting as well. But it just depends how many rounds they have when they go there. Like right now, this is a much more dominant start than we expected.
Yeah.
For All Gamers. No signs of slowing down. They are up against a full buy again. Tour de Force used up, and, well, he's going to bail out right away. Control given up by Fangir. Although the Hunter's Fury thrown in to try to get a few bits of damage, a few points of health off, but I don't think it's found anything.
No, absolutely nothing. Aggressive positioning. And, okay, just a pre-fire. An aggressive position, but okay. Woot's been able to trade, or get traded, I should say. Still, these aggressive positions are definitely going to be a surprise, but maybe not for GRQ. This guy is just hitting everything put in front of him. Ultimate back online for him once again. Koshmaras was trying to challenge, but now shying away from that fight, still manages to win it out. He'll get sent back towards the spawn. And that time has been ticking for a while. Boo still in a passive position, someone they desperately need to clear. And the chances of victory seem to be all but gone at this stage.
Yeah, it most certainly is, but making it costly is the name of the game, and that is mission success. Although Shrimp's going to go down, that exit through main's never kind. It is what it is. A win is a win, and they have got one under their belt for Heretics, but a costly one. A lot of players lost there. I think the most impressive part about it was Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
Oh. Shrimp continues to be an issue. As you said, a very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
On cold, look at him.
Yeah.
Very shallow breaths. Well, 5-3. Big round for Heretics to get on the board, and chipping away at the attack side is really what we're looking for from this. Okay, hello, Woot. He's back on the server. He's had a bit of success in the opening fight, but look who's fighting right back into things. Woot's going to have to keep stepping it up. That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaras. The plant still... Oh, that shock dart, it's perfect. He's got to run, and he runs right into the sightlines of Shrimp. Great work. Fangir up top. Woot will finally fall, and Boo now has to make the clutch work.
Doesn't even know where it's safe to stand. He's going to try and reopen the door, maybe thinking that both players are up there. Instead, he's opened the door for an opponent, and well, it's Fangir from the backline is going to be there to close out the round. In terms of credits, this is the worst possible scenario for the side of Heretics. 0 players surviving, and now everybody going down in the next round. But more importantly, you've got to talk about the performance we're seeing from the likes of Shrimp. I think there was a point he's 7-1, but he has been continuing this reign of terror. And you mentioned it, perfectly placed shock dart, ready for the player to try and swing. But also, it felt like after Heretics got the initial fights, their expectation was that, okay, they're not going to be here so soon. They're not going to be right in our face immediately. They never even got to plant.
Yeah, that was the thing, a 3 versus 2. And the pressure was put on from the get-go. Boo never had a moment to take the spike out. Now Woot will not be getting away with that. It's ambitious to say the least. And the short play is also going to be cut in 2. Great damage from GRQ. He's got a freebie in that corner.
He's got no bullets in any gun.
So he's going down no matter what, but one player lost and plenty of orbs found. A run it back online for the next, and 7-3. This is a fantastic turnaround from all gamers. And Heretics, even if they want to make this close at the halftime, they're now up against the odds.
No, this is squeaky clean. Like, whether they're playing aggressively in the early stages of the round or playing into the retake, like, just look at it. You got Fangin now building up that confidence. We spoke about him. I think it was 0-2 in the early fights. He's definitely turned that around. Shrimp is having a way better game as well than the last. And even, like, look down the board a bit. Like, Akira's had hella impact throughout this game so far. 7-3. Again, 7-5, and we're talking about this as enough rounds to potentially go into that defensive half, but Heretics haven't looked particularly close to winning a round in a while.
Oh, Paranoia didn't catch, not onto the deep player of Kosh Maris. Run it back online and available for both sides.
There.
For now, at least, though, you take a look at Heretics. I think they're trying to bait out some of those ultimates with that early pressure. Some of those, I say, in particular, the one that they have. They go immediately up mid, force those players back, pump the brakes, and the key thing is, the whole round, the spike is sat outside A. They just have Boo holding for the push-up, waiting for aggression. They were very much expecting to see all gamers come in with some flair. But the most they've gone for is a little bit of B main control, and now the ult has to be used by Kosh Maris. They're just trying to avoid it, and it looks like fleeing for the hills has worked. A very dangerous ult dealt with
This
right
ruse
off
hasn't
rip,
worked.
and now there's a snake in the grass that they have no idea about. The unrelenting buy finds 2. And all gamers still haven't used that big old ulti, and I don't think they're going to.
Oh, they don't need to do anything at this stage. This is all too easy. Heretics threw in that run it back as a fake. That was the goal. We're going to drag people in. Look, Kashmaris is running at you. There were 3 players on B. They didn't even move. They even faked away their run back in towards the site so that then they could leave this extra player just ready. You could see Boo had no intention of ever checking that angle. And then the split in from behind, well, they end up getting flanked by their own push.
It's the second time they've had huge success from playing those rotational sounds. Like we saw it as well in mid on the defense where they went from A short. You had the Neon of Bai run all the way up to mid into their spawn and back around to A. And of course, Heretics in main and in mid hear that and think, okay, they're reinforcing B where we just faked out. This is great. And in fact, no.
Oh dear.
They were selling the ruse. The Odin up top will be caught right off rip. Nice shot by Woot. As Kira falls, so too does Bai. It looks like Woot might have found his rhythm, found his groove again. Out of knives, but oh, that reveal was dangerous. No punish for it on the other side. In fact, no, he wasn't out of knives. He still had a few left to play with, but the rest of the squad's cleaning it up, leaving Shrimp alone. He's got no shortage of Odins, no shortage of ammunition. And 2 targets to take down. This spam could come through onto that left side, Jenny. It's always a danger when you bait the plant out like that, but he's going to send drone first.
Oh, while the drone's going up, the plant will come through. Gives them an opportunity. Needs to try and find the spams, and waiting on the other side will be 2 players. Heretics at least able to find a semblance of balance towards the end, but it is safe to say that was a very dominant half from the side of all gamers.
Yeah, and we came in highlighting Kosh Maris. We came in talking about that Phoenix and how much impact it can have. And in actual fact, GRQ is lighting up the server. Woot was on fire on map number 1, and the whole squad of Heretics has slowed down. But GRQ continues carries forward that momentum.
I'll stand by the fact that I feel like the openers for Woot were the defining factor. And
Well,
only ended up
Gamers
with
see around
7
each
kills, so
third map
think
like
about
one
it. It was
chance.
the Blade Storm round that they just won. He got the
Double
opener. Then he had the double opener in one of the early rounds, and then the one just before that. It was a singular opener.
5 openers.
Yeah, so it's kind
rounds.
of like without him finding a pick, it just looked like they were completely flat. And then the retakes that were coming through as well were fantastic by the defensive side. Like you look at GRQ in this map and you go, Phoenix defensive side must be fairly easy. It's not. It's very difficult to get as much value as he's finding, even when you do have to run it back, because sometimes you're going to throw that on a retake, it gets absolutely nothing, and you're sent right back to where you were. But he seemed to have impact on it every single time. That's an impressive performance from GRQ. And now, when you think about it, which side of the map's easier to get the orbs on? It's the attack. So he might be able to do even more in this second half.
And meanwhile, that swap over from Heretics doesn't really seem to be paying dividends, but maybe the second half has something special in store for us. Remember, this is where all gamers wanted to start. They wanted to begin on the defense, and here in Ascent, it's not strange to see the defensive side walk out with a victory. With this composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking, but when we get into this second half, the pistol for all gamers could set them well and truly on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even comment on comebacks anymore, because it's already been the case in the last map, a massive streak of rounds. But yeah, I definitely agree. We could see now both teams win both pistols on the opposing side or the opposing map. And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defenders' way. And they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map, or are we set for Lotus already?
Lotus.
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches in the back rooms. Spotted right away in that corner is Woot. Heretics have a plan, though. There's a flash ready to be fired in by Koshmaras for Woot to continue forward, but they see nothing. Trap on the floor that's soon to be broken, and otherwise not a sight or a sound to be found as all gamers group up on short. 5-man clumping towards the A site. In fact, towards Garden. They wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo would be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well, but that position. Oh, the position spotted run.
Gets out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one. Opportunities for kills. But the main thing for all gamers is they've got themselves the plant. Kira, a 1-for-1 trade. They've at least managed to clear that position quickly on the Heretic side, but the rest might not be so easy. GRQ up close. Riens does well, but again, this man turns up. Another double, another push towards his ultimate and make that 3. Only one man in Koshmara standing, and he cannot hold the line. It is all gamers with the second pistol, and now 9-4 in the lead.
GRQ has completely taken over this map. A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that defensive side and being able to put up that strong of a play. It meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward here, that it could even get better from there on out. But that many kills in a pistol, that's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence, but as an agent, Phoenix now 3 out of 6 orbs going into an eco as well, with all those orbs to be fought for. But the attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them. Heretics' first full buy might not be very easy.
Yeah. Similarly, you are hoping for this to be a 2-0. You almost kind of feel like Heretics might need to do a bit of damage in this round.
Take flight.
But if this map has been anything to go on, all gamers are not going to give them the time of day, and it almost feels like one of the real goals in this round might just be not to die to GRQ. Because the guy's been insane, but also he's 3 off having his ultimate available to him. Koshmaras up against the disappearing. I like the totem pole, though. It is 4 different variable heights. GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and face into this one. Paranoia, flash. Well, it seems like they might have been aware of the potential of something this dangerous, and already it's starting to look a bit worrying. Nice damage though. A couple of players dropped, and well, eventually, yeah, it is GRQ. He's now one away from having that run it back online.
Yeah, that won't be too hard to find at the start of a round. If you decide to play pretty direct coming into this one, Heretics again could have to batten down the hatches right off rip. You're expecting all gamers to fight for control, take an orb, and send GRQ through. And honestly, I don't think they need to do anything else. At this rate, he's going to win the round himself, especially with that second lease of life. Heretics from map 1. We saw it, though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back in, and it looks like that one round to close out Haven didn't solve any problems. We're still in this same simulation where all gamers have complete control. Right away, Guys ran it down onto Woot. A statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short for the backstab. The trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they've got this one locked out. They didn't see the Omen. They didn't spot the Omen on sight. That drone didn't see. Boo! He's able to get 2! A chance still for Heretics. One small mistake. A glance to the right. And this could be secured. A massive lead for all gamers, but instead Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge with the very tips of their fingernails.
Oh, through the smoke they go, and both players winning their fights at once. Heretics cling to life, and as you mentioned, it was just Boob going unnoticed on the site that made all the difference. The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic, the individual excellence, but it is a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break-back round, that was up against a weak buy. It was Fangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now they come in with what will be a solid purchase, but I guess at least that running back was used last round.
That's the main thing. Like, I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be happy to have that round, to have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers, and we saw a lot of success from them with that wrap-up on short late by Chamber. Some gaps for Team Heretics as they were distracted. This time, a full default spread by the defense. And Woot, well, he's a man that can hit headshots with anything. And with this weapon, he won't need to. There's no way he bypassed the drone, right? They must have seen him.
Instead, they're going to go the other way. Flash dodged, but it doesn't matter. GRQ just cleaner with it. He was down to 7 HP, but get a little bit of health back. Ooh, is playing on the edge of this smoke. Maybe a little bit risky. Dart through. It's only going to be the one. Again, GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rians is aware of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
The hard work is still to be done. All gamers will secure a plant. Outlaw will be one shot onto either of these players, and a headshot from Kira secures a kill. Secures the advantage as Rien's now up against the odds. A spam is about as good as it could get, but Kira, they're going to secure a big lead for all gamers. 11-5 on the board right now, and considering this is Team Heretics map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure. I think that they knew coming in that this would be the sort of more favored of the two maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics, that might have even been the map that they picked if they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent. It's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 22-9. Well, I think Shrimp would be there with him. He's 15-6. He's just not been dying very much throughout this game. Heretics are... It's not even a last-ditch effort. They've gone for an eco in this round, and then they're going to try and fight back. Was it the same? The 7 rounds in a row? It would be identical.
12-5, yeah. 12-5 before.
Unless they can find an upset here. And the only thing they have to pad the gap is a couple of ults. Like a Hunter's Fury can work nicely. A run it back, if you can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'd be doing it without weaponry, which is far more of a risk. And also means that, well, look at the ults that could be online next round for the opposing side. You don't want to give them an even further advantage.
A lot of space taken here by Bai. It's a risky play when you're up against pistols. And, well, at least one is going to be found for Team Heretics to put us even. It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry. It's going to have to be some big performances towards this B site. Spike's on its way. 3 players ready to break through. Kick down the doors, and Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at least 3 here, and Boo's got the rifle.
They're going to go back.
Ult online for Koshmaris. But yeah, all gamers know what's just happened. And then they're leaving. They're bailing with Wood on the other side, only having a bandit. It's a good position, but 1, they'll expect it. At least suspect it. And 2,
maybe they looked
really
at the
weapon
time
for it
and thought, okay, that's a little bit too much of a risk, but he needs to get the kill here. If he could somehow deny that plant, that was the only way they were winning the round, and now it almost feels like an impossibility once again. Boo's rifle is the furthest back.
Hala. Welcome
And
to
sure,
the stream.
Wu has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're re-aggressing. This team is not shying away from a fight. Boo will trade things back. They need to get a move on. It is going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to now make this a conversion. Boo with his 3rd already, but he's going to have to basically do everything for the squad. And that time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting, though, because Maris is trying to stick it over the line all the way through, and instead is stripped to close. 12-5, sure, both attackers go down, but they're not going to care.
No, I think the economy's in a pretty decent position. And also, you know, they're 12-5 in the lead. So they can
And
lose.
the running back's gone now.
Yeah, they can lose a few rounds. They can send by with an Odin to just run at their opponents at the start of the round and see what happens. Why not? Heretics did it. But GRQ has really been impressive. I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much to this round, though. Like, as soon as the run it back was popped, it felt like it was a mistake, because it is an all-in play. It either works now, or you're not equipped for a very important round coming up. We need to see the solution from Heretics right here and now, because it looks like we're going to map 3.
Map 3.
Oh, what a brilliant time to take a tactical pause.
Yes, you've always said it as well. 12-5. Exactly when you want to see them take a breather.
That's why I said in the last map, I was like, if there was any time to take a tactical pause, it would be now.
Yeah.
There's someone in chat right now probably so angry that like clearly he's a bias. No. I think they're equally as screwed as All Gamers were in the last map. I think All Gamers had a very impressive comeback. I don't believe that Heretics will be able to do that.
The thing was, in the last one, it was like, Woot's finding all these openings. What do you do when he doesn't? And also here as well.
He hasn't killed his half.
3 out of 5 of their rounds. Whereas for All Gamers, I don't think it's that, oh, what happens if GRQ stops? Well, Shrimp is 17-6. Bangier's 12-7. Like, there's no shortage of individuals online right now for All Gamers. So it's not a case like it was last time of, what if this one guy goes away? There's 2 more. Rien's, nice opening. It's Bai down and out, and GRQ's ult dealt with. Boo's also covering this space on short perfectly. And a Hunter's Fury, maybe he didn't want to put through.
What a great time to take a tactical pause. As said, this is where the comeback begins. I always believed. Shrimp being a 1v5. Now, of course, economy-wise, they're not going to be in the best spot for the next round, but they do have a lot of opportunities. And Heretics kind of just have to go at this point. It's an all-or-nothing position. Like, still take risks, still take gambles. I feel like what happened to All Gamers might also happen to them, though. It's like, even if you start this streak of rounds, there's no pressure until you get close. Because you're like, okay, we've already lost. I think most people would sit here in this position and go, there is no way back into this map. And then when you do start climbing back, I think it's the second you start to believe that then the pressure hits you. Of course, for Heretics, this is quite a different pressure. Because although we've always talked about them as a second place cursed team, that was broken, well, multiple times. Once EWC, when they managed to hoist the trophy, get their name engraved forever But the fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses go out the window. And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance at a title defense, I wanted to see them come out hot in the groups. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up-and-coming team who almost did it so many times. And, yeah, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there. But now you come in defending that title. That's something these guys haven't had to do before. And you know that everyone coming to this event, they have got you've got a target on your back, and they're more than happy to hit it. 6 rounds in a row for Heretics. I do think on this map it's harder. It's going to be so much harder, but at least, see, especially with the comp you're against, the amount of impact Phoenix can have on those run-throughs is crazy, and that ult won't take that long to come back online.
Oh. Bangir gone, but the weapon has been retrieved. Woot's aggressive positioning this time does pay dividends, but I don't know if he's going to want to stick around there for too long with an operator versus a low buy. This round feels like more of a gimme with the weaknesses that were there for all gamers, but it is also just a confidence booster for Heretics. Like, have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean, because even the ones they were winning in the last half, it felt like they could have gone back the other way. Buy as well now. Desperately low, and even the reveal is pretty much perfect. Benji still has to be a little bit careful, but in the end, it's now just one man standing, every single piece of utility being thrown at him, and even the hot hands will get a kill in the end.
As it should be a relatively clean one on the side of Heretics. The comeback continues, but certainly isn't here just yet. Not on this side of the caster desk. We're going to have to see them continue on this form, but good signs. Early picks were going their way, dealing with Fangir. A little ahead of the pack in the main swing.
I'll believe when I hear of Vamos. That's all I'm going to say.
I like the sending out a main aggression, and this time it's going to be changed up. Instead of having Woot there with the operator, he's going to be going looking for them on short, and yeah, that smoke immediately blooming is pretty much taking him out of the round for now. A whole lot he can do, and he wants to be showing presence. He wants to be seen. Whether it be by a drone that's not coming his way, it's over in main, or by a player, he wants someone to notice him so he can get out and then pull them into a fight with Koshmaris, who's just been waiting in the corner. A gorgeous setup. Very well executed. TRQ finds himself in that same boat.
Nice bait and switch. You can see why they wanted to have this operator in play. It just adds another dynamic. Even still, though, 2 players about to come up. Another pick coming through for Woot. Him waking up definitely makes this a little bit more interesting. And it seems like all gamers have sort of ground to a halt. It's almost like these guys had a pact that the second a pause is taken at 12, just you're going to slow everything down. You're going to really go for more tentative plays. Whereas what we were seeing in some of the earlier rounds were them just blasting through angles. Instead, I think we're getting a 30-second save.
It does make sense seeing this team play direct and play aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even here, like the smoke goes up on short, and it's like the 2 players that go to push it, it's quite staggered going through those battles. It gives the opportunity for Woot to find one. He even manages to cloud burst his way out, run back to short, and then Kosh can fire from the side. Shouldn't have been that comfortable of a fight, even with the setup, after he dashed to the left instead of the right.
Ooh, do they get to keep the guns? This is going to be important for them to have something going into the next round, and
we'll never know. I guess we'll never know.
Who knows? Well, maybe we'll be able to tell by what weapons they have going into the next one, but I'm going to say they did hold on to their guns.
Okay.
Based on absolutely nothing at all, which is always a good way to come in with information, but you know.
I'll believe you then. So, a strong economy.
I don't even think it would be strong even with the same guns. I think they had maybe 1 or 2 players that could rebuy, so there might still be a piece missing anyway. But at least gives them something to play with.
I see something in the middle of their screen, and I believe it was a red bar ticking down. Another timeout called here. All gamers have still 1. I'll see it in a moment when the graphic comes up, but yeah, still 1 left after this. 4-round gap, definitely the time to pull this into play. Let another 2 go by and see where you stand, but I do think that it's only a matter of time before we see them take this super direct approach again, and Heretics are going to be put to the test. If the setup is wrong, if the shots don't land, the reactions aren't there, like we've seen before, this composition from All Gamers can just run it down so fast.
Does look like they were able to hold on to the weaponry. And they're going to kind of like half buy around those couple of guns. It's like, okay, you still have the Tour de Force to play with. You can make this one at least a little bit more competitive. I also think the Tour de Force here could hold huge value. It's going to be playing on a lurk on the other side of the map, and then the rest of the players looking to try and challenge versus Boo. A lot of pressure put onto him, but without that initial contact going their way, they're now going to run back to the other side of the map, trying to get the ultimate online for GRQ, who is now 1 away.
Well, for Team Heretics, it's only one man to watch this side. At least it's a Sentinel, but he hasn't got any of his utility. Backup will certainly be needed. They're taking this immensely slow. They're clearly expecting some aggression out of Heretics. They're taking a long time to reclaim it, assuming someone's in a ratty little corner, and you can't blame them after what they saw in short a few rounds ago.
Would it be Woot? They're expecting Woot to go swinging. Okay. By with another. Player caught as well. And somehow he's managed to take 2 kills, but this is all the ruse. This is the bait. They're trying to go back in the other direction. In fact, he's now kind of facing even in towards their spawn. Riens has been revealed. 25 seconds left, and there's still 2 players within the back of this B site. They have done well in the early stages of this round, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it over the line. 15 seconds now. They need to get a move on in towards this site. Benji sitting, the wraparound coming in, but he gets dealt with quickly, and Shrimp again might just be there to close. The jump up might be able to deny. That's at least 1 for Woot. But there's still 2 more players that he needs to deal with. Operator in hand, watching to see if Shrimp makes a mistake. A slight step forward. That could be the loss, but instead Shrimp is very patient with it. Even looks for the contact, and it's the contact of Fangir that will be there to close out the map a little bit quicker.
A victory.
All gamers.
Oh, and I have to say, coming into this map, I was counting them out. Heretics, they've had a decent start. The composition I didn't think was going to work. I didn't think they'd be able to find the aggressive plays with success without Heretics punishing them. I thought, Woot, how can you dethrone the performance that you just had on the previous map? But the answer, GRQ, that guy was insane. Absolutely incredible on this map.
All
a well-earned final map, a third to decide. I believe it's Lotus that we're going to go the distance to. And for All Gamers now, they can enter that with their head held high. This was a statement turnaround after the previous map, and indeed after the first half of the previous map. Well, before we get into the final map of this series, we have to get into the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch. As AGAL battle back, lead this one dominantly here. Team Heretics started to try and claw their way back on in. Weren't quite able to. It puts us to 1.5%. Both teams here taking the map of their opponents. Let's welcome back our analysts.
RRQ, PRX, G.
And the young kid just started playing professionally recently out of Ascension from VCT China. GRQ is lighting it up here against the reigning title defenders.
I mean, I'm loving his Phoenix. It's looking really solid so far. I was so impressed by All Gamers all the way across this map. I feel like they understood it very well, even with a slightly different view of composition, running that chamber as well. We see it a little bit, but not always. I just thought it was really rock solid. If you would have told me that's their map pick, I wouldn't be surprised with how it looked across the board. Heretics, on the other hand, is a little bit of a different story. I was quite a bit more disappointed with them. I didn't feel like they got the ball rolling anywhere near enough. You see them get some rounds, start that comeback that AG did in map 1, but it's not enough. I feel like individually, they couldn't hang in this map 2.
in my opinion, everything that we ask for all gamers is to carry that momentum that they had at the end of map 1 into the second one. And to me, that momentum was also translated in the decision making that they had. All of this super fast execute at the beginning of the round, putting so much pressure into Heretics that already had to sweat a lot to close that first map, turned out into a defense that went extremely their way. And we know that Heretics is a very momentum-based team. Yeah. So I think that completely destroyed them. I don't think that they could go toe-in-toe. We were here in the celebrations, we were hearing how good that they were feeling in our games, and you can definitely see it every single time that we look at the screen.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest differences we saw on the very last death there was Woot did not light it up the way that he did in the first map, was kind of colder on the jet. We swapped around the composition, did Team Heretics, and didn't look great here.
I think the question still is around Koshmaras, right? They have decided, right, for now at least, to go part ways in this map, put in the Phoenix, and it definitely didn't work. And when you instantly have a team in front of you that has been so absolutely good within, so prolificent, it's just difficult to now bounce back mentally.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is he's such a great Neon, and his playstyle is so built around it, about that, you know, the pace of the rotate. He's getting the Odin in these tricky positions. You just can't do that with the Phoenix, and he doesn't look anywhere near as comfortable. I would love to see him stick with that Neon on the next map, or I start to worry even more. It's not even about the quality of the player of Koshmaras, because he is very good, and I'm sure he can play much more than that Neon, you know, in scrims and things like that. But I worry for the mental of the feeling of just, I've had to play Phoenix this map too, and we got blown out.
Something tells you that if Koshmaras was playing for the other team and with the composition that they were running, he would be much more happier. Yeah. You know, he will feel in his element and whatnot. But we have to celebrate that this is the all gamers that we're getting. After map 1, anything could have happened. Yeah. So the fact that we are going now to the map number 3, as we're saying, in their opening match and against the title defenders here in EWC says a lot about the Chinese region. And of course, of all gamers, and the fact that what happened at the beginning of the year was not a fluke.
Yeah, coming into it, we're thinking this is Fangir's show. He's going to be the one leading the line, doing everything for him. No, it's been the young kid GRQ. And also in the last map, Shrimp 20-7. Very efficient on this one as well, big time.
Yeah, I mean, he's rock solid as a support player. That's what you want from your Sova on this map of Ascent. You know, it's the playground, really. We see it so many times for this Sova. Rian's on the other side, toe-to-toe on that Sova. Didn't have a bad game at all, but it wasn't enough. I mean, I feel like over in EMEA, we've seen Rian's absolutely take over, dominate games, but he was good today, but not dominating so far. Moving to map 3, he's one person that I kind of feel like has room to grow, has room to step up a little bit more and play the right game.
So here's the thing, in EMEA, we tend to do things a little bit slower, and everything here just happened incredibly fast. And there were so many occasions where you would see that the players were like,
trying to adapt, it's a fast pace.
Happens, I guess.
It really reminded me on attack. It just really seemed similar to map 1 during the comeback by AGAL on Haven, where it was, we're going to hit a site, we're going to rotate somewhere else, and Team Heretics were kind of lost trying to figure it out. They're going to take this time out to try and regroup for that map number 3 of their first game of this Group D matchup. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
EWC 2026. What changes വന്നു ടീം ഹെർട്ടിക്സിൽ ഓൾഗേമസ് കൊള്ളാം കേട്ടോ. ഓ ക്യാമറ അവരുടെ പരസ്യത്തിലൊന്നും ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We're all tied up in this Group D matchup, their first matches of EWC 2026. Team Heretics and AGAL will go to the third map to decide who gets the first victory here. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time as we hear the team chants just roll out and the player is about to get on stage to get into our third and final map, Lotus.
Yeah, and now you have to think about where the mental is for both of the teams. If you are Team Heretics, as you're saying with the defending title winners, I have to think of, let's forget about Ascent. You know, let's focus on the Lotus. They have such a good Lotus. They've proved time and time again. Think about the players that need to step up. Benji had a very weak Ascent, and I think that he was one of the key pieces in actually having and ended up having the stage that they did. For all gamers, just keep doing what you're doing. We're enjoying it so much, and it's working so well. And the question also goes into the agents then that we might see in Lotus.
Yeah, for sure. We don't know which way All Gamers are going to take this. I want to see GRQ stick with that Phoenix, man. He's been absolutely cooking on both of those maps, so I don't want to see changes there. And then, of course, the Heretics stick with that comp that we've seen from them so much over in EMEA. For me, for the rest of this series now, for this map 3, the story really is All Gamers have that momentum. They had that comeback map 1. They win map 2 in dominant fashion. They're feeling great internally coming into map 3, but equally, it's just a fantastic map for Heretics. They love that this is a map 3 for them, given their history on it, their record on it, especially domestically, their most played map there. So I think both these teams will be feeling pretty okay. It's just all about who can execute now.
Yeah, and when we think about EWC as a whole, this group stage, right, you got to win 2, don't lose 2, lose 2 and you're out. On the opposite side over in the B stream, MIBR wiped Global Esports. Wiped them. I think Global Esports got, 5 rounds in total? So MIBR is coming in form. So you know you've got a tough test here, even if you win. If you lose, you know how good GE can be. But obviously they've gone through some of their things over there big time.
Maybe we just the group of death too early. Who knows at this point? Because it's looking scary. So, I mean, this is absolutely right, though. You don't want to fall down to that lower bracket because you lose that chance and then your back is really against the wall. And especially if you're the reigning champions here of Valorant at EWC, the winners of Valorant, it's looking a little bit ropey if you might not even make it out of that group.
I'm all here for the hope. I know that I am a Team Heretics defender, and do not get me wrong, EMEA on top. But if All Gamers are going to give us this throughout the entire tournament, I am so for it. I do think that the pace that they are playing is that aggression. It is something that we do not see in EMEA, and it's something that Texas teams, Gentlemates was on the receiving end back in Santiago. Now it looks like it's Team Heretics' turn. But there is still the possibility of bouncing back and advancing. For the side of the competitions, I think that Heretics is in one and has been using one that works incredibly well for them, so I don't expect changes there.
Yeah, very much so. We can see Koshmaras sticking with that Neon. I love that he's gone back to it from that map 1. Phoenix didn't feel comfortable benching on that Vice. We know how good he can be there as well. Looking across onto the side of All Gamers, GRQ isn't looking like he's going to be on that Phoenix now. This is a pretty big departure from the compositional setup that we saw in those previous 2 maps, which makes me feel a little bit worried here.
I still think that with Omen, there's so many cheeky things that you can do, and it still enables you to play incredibly aggressive if he wants to follow on Fangir and Kira. And Fangir has been absolutely amazing with the chamber, so excited to see him with something else.
All right, here we go. It is Lotus as the deciding map for our EWC 2025 inaugural title defenders of Valorant, Team Heretics up against AG All Gamers, known as AG and Anyone's Legend, coming together. This is an organization in EWC Club Championship. It means a lot to them. They have a lot of different orgs across multiple different games. A win here, any points here, would be huge for them, on top of the fact that this young squad, this young guy in GRQ has been great and will only go up from here for our decisive map for the final time. Let's send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
And thank you very much, Digon. One last time, let's kick off this map. It's Lotus. Between these 2 teams, I don't know who comes in as the favorite anymore. I feel like we've thrown the rule book out the window. Some crazy plays from Heretics in the first map. Woot was on fire, but GRQ stole the show on the last. Now, the final of the night. And who walks in here with momentum? I don't know. We had Heretics start to mount a comeback, but they didn't quite reach the heights that All Gamers did.
But that's sort of been the interesting thing of this match so far, is you've had Kira playing the smokes and GRQ playing the duelist. In a lot of cases, they were the other way around. Clearly, it's more based on
final,
so like GRQ
final
playing
map
the Phoenix
form
works a little bit better, and
Kira
playing the Raze maybe. But also, then you have Bai switching from Neon to Vice, which, by the way, you cannot pick pretty much two more opposite roles for the team. One of them is hyper-aggressive, sliding into angles, getting in the face of opponents. The other, you're basically a time buyer, especially when it comes to that C side of the map. So massive changes in terms of what they've run so far today, but that's something they do regularly.
Yeah, we were mentioning it you were mentioning it at the start of the series. For all gamers, a start towards the A side, but you can see Heretics not looking to fight. It's so normal to see a team scrap for that control early on, especially when you have a fade and a raise. You throw in that C's, you throw in the nade, and you get towards Rubble. But instead, all gamers find the space completely open. Get closer and see that wall from Vice. Then you start to think the setup could be there. The flash could be waiting. Instead, they'll bait the wall, and I think they're going to look to go back to B after a little bit of a fake here, just so they can avoid that Vice utility. Or are they committing? Is this an A play with Bai down? It has to be.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe he was going to be able to lurk his way through this one, but it's checked by Riens. A site completely under the control of all gamers, though. For the defenders, pretty long rotate all the way back. Now, bear in mind, there is nobody left behind. That's why you're seeing the Prowler put through. There's normally expectations that there'll be somebody around this position. Instead, Benji's waiting for the aggression, the jump across from GRQ, but he's the one to land the kill anyway. Now they have positioning over the spawn, a good position as well from Shrimp to trade things back into their favor. In fact, ever since they lost their luck, every kill has gone their way. Kira on the duelist is going to close it out with 3. And a pistol round from a 4v5 that Mitch looked very easy in the end.
Yeah, no, it absolutely did. That cleanup after the first fell was impressive. And for all gamers, coming in with a little bit of momentum, evidently the swap-ups and rolls not harming them whatsoever. I think we looked at a pretty comfortable Kira in a lot of fights on the previous map. There's a couple rounds where there was 2 or 3 found in crucial moments. And now 3 to kick off Lotus. It leaves Heretics onto an eco, obviously. And the majority of these ecos, you're going to try to put all your eggs or most of your eggs into one basket. See if you can make it all the way home. For all gamers, they got to avoid the stack, or else it's going to be a very uncomfortable round. For now, that seems to be mission success.
Yeah, luckily on this map you have slightly better odds than dodging the stack, because there's more sites, you know? But the stack can move, so I guess that probably changes how odds work. Luckily I'm not a mathematician, but Mitch is here, who tried to be a mathematician.
Yeah, I gave up. For good reason. That was a bit too. This is a lot easier, let me tell you. For Team Heretics, got Boo leaving the seaside. He'll regroup with the team. Again, with Classics, the most that you can really hope for here is a little bit of damage, taking down a couple of weapons. And when you look at what all gamers have to work with, they're playing with a Bandit, they're playing with a Marshal, so they already have quite a lot of room for error. They can lose a couple of players, and it's still not really going to mean that much. And depending on who they lose, it could even be worthwhile just to have those orbs farmed up. Like, I expect to see someone like Kira a little bit more eager to take fights. And indeed, Bai in that same position. Ultimate carries a lot of weight. He'll find one before going down, and the cleanup I expect to come through right after. And, well, all gamers tying this one up in a nice, neat bow. A few extra orbs for Kira as well.
Yeah, Kira's been getting closer and closer to having that showstopper already in the first few rounds. Still 3 needed, but it does mean even the potential bonus might be enough to get it online, even if they don't manage to take that one over the line. And for Heretics, I think it is important to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit earlier than normal, because that last map especially felt a little bit brutal. Okay, they had a little bit of a comeback towards the end, a few rounds in a row to maybe get the fire started, but also almost letting map 1 slip. Like, we were genuinely in a scenario where they were 12-5 up, and this could have ended a 2-0.
Well, it looks like all gamers are going to fight for A main, expecting Heretics to do the same. The nade goes out immediately. Doors already open. This is quite a pacey start from this attack side, and it's not slowing down. The Thorns will finally force the hand, and Kira's found another! Koshmaris, perhaps the savior of this round, but his back is turned, and GRQ easily able to convert. The spam of the smokes for Boo as players get closer. He's got to give up that control. Look how far away Woot is. Rian's just alongside him. Oh, wow.
All right.
Look how far away Woot is. He's going to save.
I think even if he was close, he should probably save in this scenario. 1 versus 4. And I'll be honest with you, this feels like maybe, you know, when you put players into like a scrim to decide if they're going to join the team, it's like each player is trying to argue why they should be primary duelist over on this, or not even primary, secondary duelist, because Fanga has been duelist in it, or sort of quasi-duelist, while playing the chamber. It's madness how good Kira looks now switching over to Raze after playing Omen for the entirety of the series so far. And you sort of sit there off the last map and go, oh, you're really going to take GRQ, the guy like basically brought you through the last map, you can take him off duelist? I kind of see why you did now. You got so much depth of talent over on this All Gamers roster, and it's something we talk about with Heretics at times as well. Like, they've got players that have the individual skill. Like, if at some point someone said to me, I'm going to put Rians on duelist, I'd be like, yeah, some of the best first bullet accuracy in the world. I wouldn't even be that mad.
Defending champions ആദ്യമേ പുറത്താവും ഈ പ്രാവശ്യം.
You don't do that.
കാരണം ഇതിന് തോറ്റ GE ആയിട്ടാണ് കളിക്കുന്നത്.
GC, you had Vanya, who was a great smokes player, and you go, okay, well, I'm going to put her on duelist for a bit because it didn't actually benefit them too much. But in this case, all gamers seem to have found the perfect balance where it's like, you're a really sick Phoenix, you're going to play Phoenix, you're a really good Raze, you're going to play Raze. And we're just not going to have the ego about having to play duelist every single map.
That was a nice shot from Rian's.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Now, Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net, and got picked off right away. Nothing done in return, bar a tickle onto Rian's. Well, this is about as good a start as you could hope for. 3-0 down. It's pretty much a guaranteed fourth for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under so much pressure. The Thorns stop anybody from trading. A rifle now recovered. And Team Heretics 4 versus 2. It has to be Bai and Shrimp with a big clutch.
Chance to springboard into this.
There.
Guns have now been retrieved, so the disadvantages of the round have somewhat faded away. And it's looking like an easy clean-up. Shrimp has managed to survive for a moment, but it's Rians to close out the round. Well, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
Nightfall online as well, thanks to a big 3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win. They come in with Sheriffs after being squashed when it came to the other buy rounds. And this works out perfectly for them, especially the fight on the site. The fact that there is some Thorns there to stop any trading, any re-aggression from the rest of the team, so everybody on All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. Oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. The nade's going to take down Koshmaris, and damage is being done. They're stuck in the open. It's a massacre in A main. All Gamers, they've pretty much won the round right as it started.
Yeah, you have to look at the remaining 2 players on Heretics and go, did they even bother? Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy, they didn't have to purchase the majority of the guns. So there is an argument to go, okay, let's throw caution to the wind and try and get something done here. But it does feel more like, do our opponents give us anything? And look at the way the attackers are currently setting up. There are 3 players towards tree. There's 1 player sat alone in the corner. Fanga almost just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean it up with no problems at all. All Gamers take a 4-1 lead on the 3rd and final map of this series.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on. And look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights. And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting coming into today. I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether. Because he's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point? Or 15-6 maybe? It's been delivering. But again, I think that all gamers in general, they've really impressed me here today. Up against Heretics again on map 1, we see Woot on fire, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a pretty tough game. Because if Heretics come in on medium form, yeah, I could see anybody doing some damage, but at their peak, they're one of the best. And I thought that was the Heretics we were getting here today, but they still need to show us that face.
Well, yeah, for like the first 17 rounds of map 1, that was the team.
Yeah.
12-5.
Yeah, 12-5, okay.
That was, and then the comeback.
Yeah.
From then onwards, all gamers have been the better side.
Yeah, like, actually wild. From because it's not just the round wins. Like, when it was 7-2, that could have been a more even half. But then when we pushed up to 12, it was like, no, the Heretics have now got the win in their sails. They're now looking dominant.
Yeah. Woot was like by far the best player in the server
like
at that point.
3 kills every round or something.
Yeah, and now it has been anything but that. All gamers have stepped up. And it's not just been one. Like, I think GRQ has been a big highlight, but Shrimp was barely dying in the last map. Fangir has been deadly. We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way. So much in terms of information already. A double opener. The reveal from Rians was sublime. That showstopper still hasn't got to be used. Kira hasn't either had a chance to use it or a reason to. And after saving in the last round, well, sorry, having enough credits to buy into this one, I should say. This was an important one for Heretics to take, and they're looking like they're in a good spot.
Oh, GRQ, Shrimp, and Bai left in a 3v5. No space anywhere on the map. Heretics have full control of Rubble, but it's towards the B site where they look to put pressure on this attack side. Woot holding from the sideline, waiting for the walkthrough. He's gone for the jump peek instead, but here we go. The wall goes up. Woot wants to fight, but he's lost it. A big pick by Shrimp. Showstopper no longer online for all gamers, so they have to become the missile themselves. Shredding the first few fights, and Bai! That double has sealed the round. This was Heretics all over. An instant double, and yet this 3-man squad is able to clutch it back. Heretics have got to be devastated. We almost need a pause soon.
Well, I'm not sure if my eyes deceive me. I think they wallbang Shrimp to 1 HP with an operator in the middle of all of that. So, like, his final kill is him on his last legs because it was a great wallbang, and then it was completely irrelevant in the end. Because by exactly what I'm talking about. There just seems to be so much depth of talent that even in a 3v5 scenario, everything can still go wrong for the side of Heretics. Nice shot from Cosmaris to start. They've dealt the kill they would have loved to have in the last round. By the way, that showstopper is still online.
Yeah, Kira's had it for a while. Hadn't had the chance to use it. Man advantage with Bai down. Pistols stacked up on this C site. But all gamers seem to have sensed the danger. Problem is, that's not the only danger. You saw Koshmaris trying to go for a pick through that door, but it's not to be. All gamers slow it down. Chance to freeze. Moving back in the other direction. Risky, as we've said, like they have no control at the moment. Players could have pushed up with Bai dead. They could have pushed up B, for all they know, until they've cleared the space just now. A Rubble's been taken from them before. It has been again. But what worked last time was just contacting up to B and bursting through that wall. And I think we're going to see the same again. The difference is this time, it's not going to be Woot. It's Koshmaris instead, but he hasn't really got the gun for this. Good tag. Oh,
okay.
You're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be one for free. Showstopper gone once again. TP in towards the site. An opportunity again with the lower buy to potentially make this one work. Instead, though, they've got a few seconds before their weaponry dissipates. I think that may have even missed the remaining couple. That means they can still fight with the guns, but the time is ticking away. The moonwalk coming in from behind, and Rians once again adding another to the pile of bodies. It's the low buy rounds that are working out for Heretics. Give them guns and they'll do nothing. Give them pistols, they'll take the round.
I don't really know what to say about that. For Heretics, they probably shouldn't be doing that. But If it works, it works, I suppose. I mean, this was really nice from Koshmaras. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ult in his back pocket, knowing that he's already tagged that player up heavy. It's good to get the advantage, but on the side itself, they shouldn't have lost those fights.
Yeah, he took out Bai at the beginning of the round, so it really was
crucial.
Just a huge round for Koshmaras. It's whether they can build off of this, though. Having the wins with the low buys, and we just go straight back. There we go. Showstopper immediately used. Now they have a trap of their own, but Bai is waiting, denies, and it's just straight back to regular programming for all gamers. Blink and you miss it. You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change anything about their game. Well, you'd be wrong.
Well, there's always a 1v5 ninja defuse.
No, that would never happen.
If Benji wants to go for it.
Unfortunately, he's not trapped between the remaining attackers.
He's not
right on the
completely surrounded.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, he is actually on the other side of the map, which in this case is a negative.
It's strange to see the fact that Heretics every time, because when they sit back with the rifles and all gamers are able to execute into them, it's understandable, right? All gamers are flooding in and taking a lot of favorable duels, but when it comes to this round,
he's dead.
I like the idea. Heretics swinging open the door to immediately put pressure on the back of that C hit, but they get punished for it. And again, it seems like the second that those rifles come into their hands, the disadvantages come along with it. And I don't know at what stage we will see a pause out of that side, but it definitely feels like all gamers have full control.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Like, if you're winning every single full buy round, every ult that you're utilizing seems to have high impact, and that was so desperately clean. And on the other side of things, you're getting those rounds where you're like, okay, we never should have won that. Let's do something off it. Let's go for a contact play into middle, take some control. Let's try and pincer them while they're executing onto C, catch them through the door. And each time you get absolutely nothing for it. It's got to be brutal for the side of Heretics to almost try and just come back from that and go, okay, let's pick ourselves up again. Now that our economy is again going to be in a questionable state. I think for this round once more they'll be okay because again they picked up a load of rifles, but if you don't build anything off this, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, that's exactly it. Especially when your opponents are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up, your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was, it looks like a mismatch on the server, which coming into today, I thought maybe we would see, just not in this direction. And not with this severity either. The barrier's up again. Timeout over, and for Team Heretics, it is time to start connecting rounds. They have a showstopper to work with and a full buy, but these are the rounds that they've been losing convincingly. Nice start from Koshmaras.
He's done well once again. In fact, he's been one of the players really stepping up. Riens is the other. Showstopper, not going to be fired, but they've already got the advantages once more. Put themselves in a good position. Mara's back on the Neon definitely seems to be much more comfortable, though it was the spams that did the work. And now this double up, the Turkish duo is going to be disjointed. Nice work at least. Clearing the second might be difficult, and while Riens really has been on a tear. Another triple kill to add to his collection. I think that's either 11 or 12 kills, and considering the current scoreline, that's a lot.
Yeah, considering they're trailing by that much, it's been a big step up from him. When you take a look at Koshmaras, though, the impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep B players as well as the spam straight through main. He's had a couple of very impactful openings for he's only 6-6 at the moment, but
he's won them 2 rounds.
He has literally put,
and they have 3.
Yeah, 66% of the rounds up for these boys.
There's that maths.
0.6 recurring.
Nice.
Well, they'll need more. And the showstopper used up in the previous. You look over at All Gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and with Fangir having the ult, there's not exactly a lack of flexibility in how they approach this round. A minute 15 on the clock. Heretics seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand, and you can see on the other side, Woot's waiting to crunch, but all gamers going the other way.
It's funny because I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B last round because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however, has been a very different story. They've been able to either force the player out or just get openings almost immediately. This time, the response from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji. They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly onto Kira. Nightfall to cover the right side as well. Benji Fishy picking up one on the other side of the map. Caught walking through the wall. Woot's here just in time. And there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on all sides and leaving Shrimp with no choice but to run away with that spike. RQ's going to do the same, tuck in on Rubble and save these weapons. Team Heretics are back on the board, and 6-4. Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those first few rounds.
No, a decent resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C. I am a little bit surprised, though, that we haven't seen all gamers just go for a more direct hit. I felt like that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated in some of these more disjointed fights are giving opportunities for 1v1s, which I think that's going to help out Heretics a little bit more. I think also just Kira having a massively hot start, falling a little bit further down that board. But again, they're going to stick it out with a default. I think it's also a bit different in this round where they come in with a couple of ultimates. So you have that Nightfall available. You also have the Operator. And this is just being utilized to try and kill Koshmaris.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt they felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op. The shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker for it. And towards the A site, they take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of Rubble.
I'm liking the re-aggression. The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like Woot has called for it, though. Seems like he has the right read. As he's asked Woot to come in to support. Of course, no nade available anymore, but they're looking to try and pressure onto him instead, though both players have been destroyed. Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate, and now that A site is firmly under the control of all gamers again, although Koshmaris was hoping to try and catch someone crossing. Instead, they're already there, and Riens has found a kill back.
Nightfall's going to catch two, both down below in the pit. Luckily, no nade left on Kira, and he's got to be so careful to not swing out here.
Oh, timing.
Awful as Riens checks up top, finds Shrimp looking the other way. Kira's fallen. And with an op still lurking around, there's no easy connection for Bai anymore. Second Thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle, tries to beat the shot, but can't quite get there. And Riens rounds the corner for his 4th kill of the round.
Riens
dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
Nah, he's genuinely been unbelievable in the last few rounds. Like you were talking about a double opener in towards the site where it seemed like they would never have an opportunity of any control. He catches the aggressive Operator player, and then on the way back into the site, hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost exactly the same time. Like, these are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5 where basically Riens has, well, he's brought it back more than level just on his own. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very clear why they're still in this map.
One round between them, despite Riens being 15-6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times, they've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. And you see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time Benji puts them a little further back so the door won't break them on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on until they start moving. Prowler's going to be cancelled out essentially, but the showstopper. A bold play by Kira. The spam is awful for Koshmaris. And instead of fighting for neck and neck at the half, it looks like Team Heretics will be conceding 7-5. A big pickup needed. And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira.
Yeah.
It's still possible in the 3v5.
But that was Kushmaris. He thought he finished the first. Woo, he's not even going to check the angle, and I think it was just a second later the reveal came through, just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Rien's, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but it would have to be another Rien's round if they were ever going to have a chance. And the second he's eliminated, that's a problem. Even still, though, I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose Pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even. But if you watch those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each other. You think about the start for All Gamers playing super aggressive. They got a lot of control stolen out of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early aggro. But I think Heretics start to adapt. They start to get control over the early rounds. They start to play these rotations in where the setup from Benji is on C, then it's on A, it's holding in towards the tree. And Kosh Maris as well, delivering a couple of shots. But really, the difference maker was Rien's. This man decided that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them to have a chance. After all, this squad came in to EWC to defend a title that they were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt, but they are being challenged in the opening round of the groups.
That's the thing, they will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With All Gamers in with the lead, a chance to be one win away from making it to the playoff stage. And well, I would say maybe if Heretics had seen the result against GE, they might be feeling a little bit more confident that they'd be able to win that lower bracket match. But also, it makes you think that either they're going to get a rematch versus All Gamers if it does end up in a decider, or they're going to have to face an MIBR who have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident in that matchup, but they have got a wealth of talent. And I'm sure they'd maybe like the chance to play them a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game, which I'll be honest, if they play like they did, I don't think they're going to be in.
No. Oh, not at all.
Heretics
gap as we come into half number 2. A recovery needed, perhaps. Now that they can put the pressure on, the tables will turn, but only time will tell. Benji Fishy, nice start onto Kira. Nice shot onto Shrimp. It looks like he wants a little bit more. But when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow-up to level up this map after being desperately far behind. Well, Fang is the only one anywhere near the action. A chance onto Benji, but Benji's also just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Rien's. He is low on HP, but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far. Fang now in a 1v5. And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it. Rien's isn't even going to give him anything. It's just smart play from the initiator, sitting back. And even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has less than 20 seconds to try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Oh. At least a little bit of damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for Heretics, a much-needed win in the pistol. You falter there, and All Gamers continue that steamroll. 7-5 can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially with how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Rien's, but that's the thing. You have to imagine it, because we're not seeing it just yet.
Yeah. You never know how this game goes, though, because as we sort of said, like, you have the beginning of the match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ, he's got a bit quiet. Hello. That's a lot of players have been spotted, but they continue to try and aggress versus it. A little bit risky, considering they now could just leave. They could just fall back to push through the smoke. Looking to try and follow them, but if they run even for a second, the steps will be heard. And the rifle on Kira, unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A site.
Yeah, so one rifle recovered. But what can be done with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving. Not at this stage of the game. You've got money for the next. Fight for Benji. One shot, all he needs. Head or body will do. And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map.
7-7.
For Heretics.
Very important round.
Coming to this event to defend the title. It's not off to a great start.
No. But if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were going to have a chance to win the EWC trophy for a second time?
Retrieving thorn trap.
Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to even be a 2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have, and will look to come into that lower bracket match competitive.
All gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, Boo's going to be swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site. Vice wall in play. We're going to see the Thorns put out to block that north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself 2 as a showstopper comes online for Woot. A 3rd in this round, and the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure, that time ticking. He has to find them. And they can play ring-a-ring-a-rosy or just take him down. 8-7 now. Team Heretics in the lead.
Yeah, a huge bonus round victory, and more importantly, Woot getting those additional kills, allowing him to get the showstopper. Puts him in a position where they were able to convert a bonus round and continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing. Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest, you had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get seized in the corner. I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see, the confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping from Heretics' fingers. They now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind. They need to step up on this defensive side because, well, basically what I'm trying to say is that could have been a very winnable round for them. I think their utility was well placed. It was just the shots that didn't land.
There's always going to be a bump in the road here and there. Heretics only 1 round in the lead. The timeout just coming to a close. Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. Forwards A. But I do think in this round, like, for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look like a pretty easy round. Okay, with Kira down, that was the main danger. The Guardian gone. Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, and especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack-up of players, they managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, I feel like Woot was like 3-9 or something like that. Like, he was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, Koshmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Riens, I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rien's pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped, no matter how they're performing on that side. He's also a player I don't feel like I've ever seen mentally boomed.
I like that. I like the replay angle there. Only just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill onto Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoias. I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
Glass cannon up as well.
This is probably the round that you do want to send it in. And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious early on. You make noise, you group up. They get a whiff of it, there's going to be a rocket coming your way.
This is something Heretics do quite regularly. They go wall hunting. They like to just remove that piece of utility, and it forces rotations. I just look already, like GRQ has had to go all the way back to the C site just to try and help out. They don't have any intentions of going in that direction. Now, it does force them in towards the operator, but we're also seeing attack side pings on the exact position that Fangir is holding. It's just whether or not he can get one and get out. Now, bear in mind, as said, he doesn't have any shields to play with. And he's already been smoked off the angle. This leaves the A site completely open. Now, of course, if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
I certainly hope they don't think it's completely open, because it's not anymore.
They do.
The op's going to be forced back. As you said, the patience here paying off. The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rienz. I don't want to see him go any further than that, but he gets up close to the showstopper, gets popped. Now he can't see a damn thing, and Woot rips Kira out of the round. Great response from Heretics.
Yeah, good counter utility. I think there was a haunt in there as well that revealed him while flying through the air, so while being blinded, just gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed, and wow, it's a whiff or two, and Bai does a lot of damage, gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all on Taboo. They put their Nightfall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot. And it might have been a quiet game from Boo, but if he's winning you rounds, who gives a damn?
A masterful play. The second that you saw the Nightfall go out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now. For Boo, he was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5. But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance. It's a shame because the paranoia was good, but it didn't seem to matter too much. Woot has gone from being executed to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and is cutting off the head of all gamers. And well, now there's only one gamer left.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy. And Woot goes into the next with a showstopper. Because he's built up all gamers. Now we've got a problem. And more than one problem, that's for sure. Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. And a few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers, that this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise. Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient, and Woot has been hitting all the way through this attack side half.
There.
You can see it. No walls spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there. So maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though, because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your vice.
Fungear's very lucky, didn't swing deeper into that angle. They were ready and waiting. 3 players staring at him in the jump. That was a huge mistake. That's what he didn't notice on the first swing. Good job from Kira. Kosh Maris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after burning up the paranoia from the other side. Flank around by GRQ. It's being watched, and Brienne's pixel perfect on the shot. Showstopper can't even land in time, and Shrimp is gone. This was the full buy for AGAL, and it is all gone downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out a very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but none quite like this just yet.
They need the money.
They need whatever they can get at this stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on. Arians is actually going to box Kira into position. There really is nowhere left to go. Can he hold on to the gun? That's a nice shot, but doesn't know where the other players are currently coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to go back towards the spawn. The safest place is B, and it's definitely not walking into Woot. The disparity between his first half and second half is going to be an absolute landslide. The fact that he's currently not just positive, but I think either 1 or 2 kills away from being the top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, considering where we started. This whole series has been like that, though. I feel like no performance can keep up from half
strong
to
start,
half.
Strong finish.
Yeah. But this
Woot
is the
bookend.
Yeah, no, he's the walls closing in on AG. And at this point, it is starting to feel like an inevitability, but you know,
It'd be a great time for a pause right now, this would be a really good time for all gamers to take a pause.
I feel like the scoreline's too close. At this point, you have to just let it run the distance, you know?
I want to know what inspiring words are coming through from the coaching staff, because whatever it was on map 1, it did work.
Yeah.
Match friendly, match
back from 12-5 to, unfortunately, 12-11 and then tasting defeat. But they did manage to just sort of pick up the pace. And this has felt somewhat similar. Like it's felt like in the second half there has been no chance of them winning a round. Like obviously the Boo 1v2 was their best, but the fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row for this attack side, 0 opportunities or mistakes left for the defense. But hey, 12-5. They managed to win 6 in a row. Well, they only need 5 to get to OT.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the attack side, though, where they came in with a much more clear direction.
Don't worry about the details.
It was quite pacey attacks. But hey, look, the details here, they're doing the same thing. They might not be on the red side, but they are attacking, pushing down on C main. 4 players there at the start of the round. This is an all-in strat. You're coming into this round knowing we lose this, it's over. We make 1 mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B side. They could have walked through that utility. They could have taken A with ease, and instead they stood and waited. Rienz again, dealing death and dishing it out at plenty. All gamers.
Oh my God. He has
the
a
question
move.
is, can he get the ace to close it out?
To try and take the top of the board. Unfortunately, Rienz has made sure that there is absolutely no chance, unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Rienz dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the map with the craziest of the lot, just sitting in a corner, waiting for enemies. The Nightfall has given them the clearance of the site, and now by is all that remains. Rienz has finally died. He's been able to steal at least a couple of weapons, but you've already heard the Neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry, and he does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift, but he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough. Step through the thorns would have been the end, and there it is. Boo with the wall bang to close us. 13-7. And our title defenders Off to a good start. It was a little bit shaky, but the series is under their belt.
It's been a very weird game. Map number 1 looked like they were going to win dominantly. Map number 2, they got dominated. And then map number 3, it looked like they were going to lose. And then they kind of win dominantly because of that 8-0 second half. It has been a peculiar day, but ultimately for Heretics, they got the victory. And that's all they're going to care about. They go into a matchup, I believe, versus MIBR, which on paper sounds like an absolute banger.
Well, for Team Heretics, I had questions about them coming in, how they'd perform on this stage after London, and now I have more questions. What I saw here today made me confused, but oddly hopeful for what Heretics can do. Here to defend a title and starting it off with success. One away from playoffs. It's a good run for Heretics, but hey, listen, I think they might have given Weber a little bit of stress there.
Yeah, for sure. I think all gamers as well, a good opportunity for them in the lower bracket, but that's enough from us, Mitch. I think we've talked too much already, and a man who, he's waving at me because I'm not allowing him to, okay, take it, Degon, take it.
Thank you very much. You know, it's like, hey, come on, man. You casted. The second series is already over on the B stream. We already know who won. Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. As yes, it is Team Heretics getting it together after a slow first half on that map 3, after losing their own map pick on Ascent in map 2. They get themselves together and look like the title defenders that they are. Get the job done against AGAL 2-1 in the Group D opener. Degon here alongside Kakuka and Big Time to break that last one down. And it took a little while. It wasn't looking good at the beginning of Lotus, but they locked down and showed the grit that's necessary.
I gotta say, I was worried for them in this first half. It was 7-5 to AG, and it should have been more. The amount of times that Heretics came back from these deficits, I feel like they were getting cooked in A main. I thought, wow, this is not a strong map for them from a macro perspective. Then the half flips, and that's when it really begins for Team Heretics. You just see them heat up on that attacker side. It's so smooth from them, and I think they showed why they were able to lift that trophy last year. Being able to bounce back and show that resilience is truly the mark of winners.
You say they turn up. I think Wood decided to turn the monitor on and decided, no, this is not going to go your way. Both of the opponents in their group are going to be very, very hard. As Tom was saying, against MIBR is going to be absolutely crazy. Of course, we will have to put MIBR as the favorites after the performance that they just had against Global Esports. But for Team Heretics, there's many more things that you will learn from losses than you learn from victories. And at the end of the day, my man showed up. My man showed up. When it mattered most, Rian showed up. That's what matters.
Bald Rien's, again, showing up huge here. No hair needed, whatever. He did fantastic, especially down that stretch, closing out that final round, hunting for the ace, but ended up...
he was visibly pissed when he was...
Yeah, he was annoying. you heard it.
He was perfect.
Guys.
But I think that's good, given the fact that around halftime, they looked a little dejected. They looked like, we can't find any way to get any sort of traction going here.
Yeah, I'm very much so. I really do. I think it shows their class that they're able to have such a dominant second half after what we saw at the start. And like I say, being able to win these tough games shows that experience. It really shows how far they can go in this tournament. Not every win has to look beautiful, guys. Sometimes it can look a little bit ugly. That's okay. It's that opener here at the EWC. We can only see them grow from here.
We always have...
They have so much passive information, they don't even need to worry about this site at all, knowing that right now, the only person that can get past it is potentially Jet. So that's why Starzo is sitting there listening, but they have the Nightfall for that retake, not afraid to play it onto that site, and they're letting Sheila finally get onto site and get the spike down.
Yep, playing super passively here. It'll be a 5v4 retake. Mates playing for the full retake scenario, and now those ultimates will need to start coming on through Martin as well. By the way, one away from that showstopper, but should be Nightfall first after the Prowler has been spent. Here we go, rip it through. See how much XLG end up dodging out or respecting it. Well, Raga falls super early. Minik wasting no time onto Happy Way as well. This is falling apart quick for XLG. Leo, the only one who was super off-site, now has to do it all. And it's already been covered. Starso leaves nothing on the table. He licks that one clean.
Whatever Starso ate in this short break between maps, I gotta know, because I need that. in my life because he's absolutely fragging out. He's going crazy. And the best part for me is he's just confident in going for a lot of those peaks. He's just taking his ones a lot of the time, or he's just positioned himself so well that he's able to get a lot of those frags. It's really nice to see him, and following up as well with his duelist majority of the time, not necessarily having to do the heavy lifting, but instead having to get that trade in is really nice to see. Now Gentlemates again going towards this A main, fighting for this rubble, not allowing XLG to get as much space as they can. On the other side, Bippo here just spotting that C. Gonna spot it out with that Cypher cam.
Well, it's going to be a stinger round coming through from an XLG with Raga and Happy Wave saving a little bit more money. Dog coming in on towards C as Bippo might have to give this one away. He does want to operate, but he just doesn't find the shot. Has to cage for safety. Doesn't even get that down either. There's no man. Nice upgrade. Finally, I mean, this is the second time really that XLG have even seen a site and gotten a plant. Okay, Mini. There is a crossfire here, though. Do they know that Leo is around the corner? Well, they do now. Good flash, but no option to get the kill. Finally, it will come through, but Martin trades on that showstopper. 3 versus 3. Already still there for Light, so that's the biggest gun that XLG have. Otherwise, they're still kind of broke here with No Man being the one to be able to still turn things around. That's your rifle gone. Pull the rocket, maybe. Pull through the ultimate. No Man has capability. Gets the kill, but doesn't have that rocket available now. Raga versus Martin, and Martin says, all me, baby.
That was crazy messy for both sides. XLG almost having a really good round. It really sucks for Bippo there, throwing his Cypher cage, but it bounced so far back while he was blind, he didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming F on the floor and nothing was happening. But that was rough. Again, weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah,
he just didn't know where it went, and sucks for him. The Sky Flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really quick follow-up. Martin following up with his rocket as well. I think for No Man, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake, because now they're in this position where they could have won it out. They could have done some serious damage. And 2 ults online for XLG.
What was bro thinking? Because I'm thinking the same as you. No showstopper, no win for XLG, and they are in the hole. At least by this time, Umbree's mates had gotten a couple rounds in. XLG still looking for one. Here we go now. This time around, showstopper will be played. It doesn't do anything, but does clear the site, so minimum value is still there. Retake now from Gentlemates.
Full retake, but No Man, he's not scared. He's pushing through that smoke, trying to hold as much as he can. Using the satchel, but he's caught off guard. Bippo getting that pick, and the retake starts here for mates.
Overdrive in. Full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Stars are finally full. Second death so far in this entire half. Through the wall, though. A little bit of damage from Lysol. Not too sure that he even realizes that's been happening. But poor Brox, low HP, but lower HP is Leo and Lysol falling apart now. Only Happy Way, and he's got way too much to do on the other side of the smokers. All 4 from Gentlemates. The Happy Way only gets 1.
Again, the rotations.
7-0.
They're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure when it happens. They're so ready, holding that smoke, not overextending, not trying to fight into that cover. And it just worked out for them. Again, another round here for Gentlemates, and it's starting to run away here. Not a single round for Sheila. This is looking really rough. They had a chance to win this here. That neon stun coming out, denying anyone from falling back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, they're positioning, taking those ones instead of playing close together, playing some sort of crossfire, being in tradable positions. But the good thing is, the operator online here.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still 7 rounds found by Gentlemates. Martin, Starzo, and Bippo still went positive on that map despite everything else. But right now, you have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety of XLG put together, which is a crazy stat line that XLG are not happy about. Playing with the door here. Raga blades out. Backing away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flood in for XLG very shortly.
Really quick retake here about to happen. They're waiting for that spike to go down, waiting for the rest of their team to get online. Mini just deciding here, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down. Starzo getting the first pick onto No Man. That Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play into it and making sure they don't get picked off or spammed.
Okay, here we go. Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Viper's Pit that really adds the value for XLG, and they need some kills, or the pit alone isn't going to do enough. Pit falls now, and Lysol can't even capitalize. 4 alive for Gentlemates, and they didn't even need to use ultimates here.
This is insanity. I've never felt more like a fraud than I do right now, saying this map veto has gone the way of Shilai. I really thought this Lotus was going to look different. I thought it was going to be a lot closer of a game.
I bet Shilai feel like more of a fraud right now.
Okay, too far. 0 rounds.
I'm starting to think maybe they should have played the triple Senthy. I wanted them to do something a bit more normal, but if this is what normal looks like, maybe they got to get abnormal, because they spent so long playing triple sending on this map, they've kind of forgotten how to play double duelists here.
Yeah, it feels rough. Feels like they're just not able to get on the same page at all, but we're starting this round 8-0. 4 of these players here for the side of XLG walking up towards B. They're looking to go fast, but there's 2 ults on the side of Gentlemates again. Good for retakes or fast bloods.
Martin off the rip. It will get the kill onto Leo. It's a little bit of a mixed exchange here until Starzo and Prox start coming in. Raga, we waited for him to come online, and he's got the double up. 2 versus 2. Interesting snare. Doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet, though, as mates will be patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the site, but sees nothing. There's going to be a double entry for the retake for Gentlemates. 23 HP for Prox. And Raga in the corner. Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't know if Mini's just there yet. And that is a shot we're looking for. Lysol! Off angle, doesn't get spotted.
Nice round.
And late into the day, we are finally going to get the first round on board for XLG.
We're back on the board, and XLG just knowing that
we
just had to group up and execute. And it was kind of crazy because mates actually used 2 ults. There it is, the Nightfall and the Rocket, to try to deny that spike going down. They tried to fast flood, but it just didn't work out here. Raga with that pick was so nice, getting that 3K. That's the main reason why they won that round. And now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4-5 rifles on lock, and they're just fighting.
Lots of flashes, lots of Util coming on through, and it's No Man Lysol that find their kills first. Prox and Starzo respond though, 3 versus 3 still, and it's not going to be feeling too bad after this one numbers-wise, but can they get Happy Weight down? Still 1 for 1. That's going to reveal Raga, who doesn't get a kill here, as Leo will get a plant in a 1v2.
Spike planted.
Spike planted.
They're gonna know where he is because of that neural theft, knowing where he planted, and they hear that door, they know exactly where he is.
Okay, he's got a swing, but doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had 1. I mean, you had Prox teleporting an isolated 1v1. If Bippo goes down, there is an opportunity there. Leo, unfortunately, doesn't capitalize. So what small amount of victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
Gentlemates not letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that Shilai, they're struggling to figure out how to kind of play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main, because that's literally the only round that they've found success in, or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side, that they can go back. I say that, but they're starting towards this A once again. They just need to slow it down just a tiny bit. It's so obvious where Gentlemates are fighting every single time. And Martin's gonna get that first pick onto Raga. Prox with a pick onto Lysor, and now this is a bloodbath. Mini Martin getting picks to drop Leo. Martin with a 3K to end that round.
They just want to run it back again. XLG constantly 2 rounds in a row. Major aggression put over towards Rubble side. I think they're just assuming that surely there wouldn't be this level of response defensively 2 times in a row. But not a single player from XLG able to really get into a good position. Leo and Hathaway, as mentioned, managed to find a kill, but they just didn't get off the mark here.
It's just crazy to me that that Sheila just haven't figured out now. The weak side strat, they haven't figured out that most of the time if they're fighting towards that A main, they have so many players there, and now 3 players actually from Gentlemates. This is what I was talking about in terms of chaining their setup.
Okay, well that's going to be the trip gun at least. Traded for the paint shells. Note the lack of equipment on the side of XLG. It's happy with it actually has the only rifle on board. XLG just going to commit to this one. No Man would like to find a lock here, but he's taking damage from the boombot as Leo already falls. Still don't have a kill coming through just yet from that showstopper, but Starso is just making it hurt for XLG currently. 3 versus 4 Spike on the floor. Hathaway trying to dance with Starso across the doorway, but the doors have been such a problem so far. It's all done. No Man, no teammates, no chance. And no round to be found here with just a stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with M8 looking at 11. XLG basically only going to walk away with a single round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
It is insane. I did not think this map was going to be this one-sided. I don't think Sheila did either. Looks like they came into it with a game plan, but they're just not able to execute because every single time, Gentlemates, they have the right read. Now, No Man not able to do anything against this up-down stack here. The high-low from Martine, and it's just kind of insane now. You're in this halftime. You have to consider what's going wrong. When you look at the scoreboard, it's 20-5 for Starzo. 20-3, I think it was, for Martine. I just missed it there. But that's still insane that these 2 players are just having such a good game. And most of the time, when you are watching Starzo and Martine, they're going out together. Martine is in front, up and in charge, and Starzo's there to get the trades, using the C's to get the nades down as well, using that haunt at such a good timing to pull the crosshairs up and away. The util usage from Starzo has been insane. Not only that, but obviously he's been fragging out.
The only round that XLG found was on that B site, and in the case as well, I want to have to say they get quite fortunate that they didn't walk into any trips. There was a pretty heavy Cypher presence in terms of all the util that no one ended up walking into from XLG's POV, and Raga, without that 3K, things would have been pretty rough. In that round that they won, still came down to a 2v2, mind you, so it could have still gone the opposite way, could have still been the 12-0. Most of these rounds, you didn't even see the site for XLG. They couldn't even make their way onto the site for a plant, and the few times they managed to get a plant not on B, very, very well fought retake. Ultimates or not, but ultimates being played into. Nightfall, clear everything, play through with Mini on the Neon, and it's all too easy.
It's just the fact that every single time Gentlemates, they're able to fight and gamble the strong side, able to get the deep line every single time, getting the fights, forcing Sheila to go into those scrappy fights. It's crazy how much they're forcing them to play at their pace. If I was Sheila, I would have just slowed down and tried to understand what was going on, making sure we understood and took all the pointers that were kind of given to us by the Gentlemates. The pressure, the util, the nades, everything that's coming out, let them use it, let them expend it, and be able to come back and re-clear. But they just didn't have the patience for that. They just weren't able to. And it felt like every time they moved, they were thinking, well, they're going to fight A again. Let's go towards C. Gentlemates was there. It was really good gambles by Gentlemates, really good setups as well. But it's a new half for Sheila. They literally have to win this pistol to get a shot at this game. And they're trying to fight towards this C long, in order to do it.
Okay, we're going to start things quickly here. Straight away, No Man just jumps into his death. At least Hathaway's going to be able to respond. Mound is where it will take place for all of these kills for the time being. The smoke will slow things down just a little bit here. Slow is not a word I would use to describe XLG, though typically, particularly on the stacking side, they go for a site, they commit to this one. On the defense, though, things have slowed down quite a bit.
Slow and steady, still walking up, trying to contact back into the C, re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure that they're getting the timing down. Starzo, beautiful kill onto Way, and again, this man is just on fire.
We talked about the 2 players we wanted to see. You mentioned Martine, and I had Starzo, both showing up big time. Only 2 players left here for XLG. You talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't look like it's happening. 12 about to be found for Gentlemates, and it just might be a 13-1 finished on this Lotus. Going to map 3 in just a while here. Not too long now. There's only one more round is required. And if you are the side of Shilai Gaming, there's not enough timeouts in the world to save you from this.
Yeah, this is looking dire. I don't know about this one. It's just so rough. You're going to have to force. You're not going to have the best weapons. Maybe sheriffs, maybe some sort of stinger at best. Luckily, they got that spike down, but it's still just not going to be enough because here they are fighting towards this A, but every single time they've chosen the right side, they've lost the fight.
No man, okay, he's trying to get a forward angle here, but just instantly gets chewed up by Prox, who walks away with 5 HP. Another player to come through into the next star, so Trey's onto Leo. At least XLG get a single play here, but they're not going to get too much more. This is where it all ends, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 players left alive with nothing to play for. 1 round is all that XLG are going to get because Gentlemates come back with force.
That's insane. Gentlemates 13-1. I think that's the best scoreline we've seen so far in this whole tournament. And it's just been on the fact that Gentlemates, they played so well together. Their defensive side calling was phenomenal, able to rotate, able to get into those places and force the fights onto Shilai. That's the kind of confidence that I like to see from Gentlemates. It's what I was looking for on Breeze, but they finally brought it back into that Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff coming on through Puckett. I think the 2 players that we both wanted to see step up with Gentlemates, those are the exact 2 plays that actually did it.
Yeah, it's the frosted tips. No, they really don't like you. It's okay, we didn't need to hear your opinion. Because guess what? That was crazy. And I think the next map, it's going to be Haven, right?
Yep.
Both these teams, they've played it. I think this is kind of a 50-50, but based on the momentum here, I'm looking more towards that Gentlemates.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're live, baby. Okay, let's talk a little bit about my guy Starzo starting off super hot. And then, of course, you've been saying Martine. I understand why. How do you go 10.0 KD at half? He was 20-2, I believe, if not 22-2.
Oh, my God.
I don't think I've ever played a Raze game with 2 deaths.
He's just been insane. And you know what? Starzo was following him the whole time, and the fact of the matter was he was also second on the fragging board with him, if not first. So it's insane that both of these players had so much potential, so much impact in the server, both getting over 20 kills. It's just insane. I don't know.
It's looking like a different team here, and you can also see just how the economy is going to impact the game. When you're broke, you have to go for some gambles. When those gambles don't work, you're even deeper in the hole. Simply could not climb out if you're XLG. And what I was most concerned about looking at the players was just kind of the faces and how they got more and more silent after starting and cheering after round wins. There was no noise on the right side of the stage, Avril.
Yeah, I think they were pretty defeated there mentally and also in the game as well. But just sloppy gameplay, we saw in the highlights there. One of the key highlights, pushing into tree, players just literally walking through smoke, no support, going before the flash as well. And multiple times, we talked about that on the A side with the rubble, heavily wanting to commit and just running into the defense. So clean from the side of Gentlemates, where multiple rounds didn't even allow Shilai to get on the site. I think it took like 5 rounds before Shilai even looked at what a site was. I could even get a plant, but even then, still not successful.
Yeah, and I feel like for Gentlemates, they just had such a good grip on this defensive side. One of the main reasons, obviously, was all that passive information from the Cypher util. It never was broken in any of these rounds on the B side. They weren't too scared because Shilai had only gone there once. And then for the rest of it, the reads were really good. The fights were good. It was scrappy, but it was just the way that Gentlemates liked it. They used their util really well. They understood all of their winning conditions, and they did it together with a vengeance.
Is it going to come down to who wins the pistol in this final map? We're going to Haven. It is one of the original beta maps that we had in Valorant, so it's the OG of OGs. Yeah. What are the expectations now, knowing we're going the distance? In both of these fights, we're pretty one-sided, at least for the first 20 rounds.
Well, I actually think Gentlemates have played the overall bit of Valorant over the course of the 2 maps. Yes, they didn't lose the Breeze, but they were still competitive, especially towards the end to try and get those rounds in. But even score-wise, despite losing that map, you had 3 players going positive on the side of Gentlemates. So the mechanics were sharp regardless. We have no doubt about that. That loss onto Lotus was way more damning against XLG compared to what was happening on Breeze against Gentlemates.
We've got one more map to go. Athena, final thoughts on this one before we head to break?
I think Gentlemates is warmed up, and now I'm really scared for Sheila going into Haven, even though I think it still could be a 50-50. The momentum and the mentality, it's going to be so hard to reset for them.
Green Room is calling Gentlemates. Let us know if you agree or if you see it. It's XLG. We'll be right back with Game 3 after this. It's Rhyme Time.
When is the legend born?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
this is
exactly
the
right.
team
I think when people talk about
Jog
this team,
them all,
they ask the
leave
question, when will they lift the trophy?
Valiant,
Not if. It's a predetermined certainty
baby.
that eventually they'll manage to do it, right? Surely the team this good on paper should lift the trophy, but it doesn't seem to be, appearing. It doesn't matter how much they manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given the fact that their opponent across from them promotes up, wins their region, then wins
And
Masters
they did
like
it before
so much
They did it
faster.
before them!
That
But not
is
personal, man.
a
It's
huge,
personal.
huge storyline there.
Yeah.
Because
It's personal.
I think when you have the pressure of constantly being the best in your region, making changes to continue to achieve that, still do it and don't achieve it, all of a sudden that pressure becomes haunting. It becomes that extra battle that you have in your mind, the monkey off your back that you got to get rid of, that G2 are also fighting. And to do that against Nongshim, who've promoted up, they played free. Once they got a little tight, they went back down and then played free again, promote back up, win, and then win again. I just feel like these are G2 could be looking in the mirror like, oh, this could be us.
Yeah. I mean, it very much could
Coulda,
be.
woulda, shoulda.
But that's the problem for me with this G2 roster. It's the story of almost time and time again. Cast your mind back to Shanghai. Bangkok is what I'm thinking of. Against T1.
What year was that? You need to talk to me in years.
2025.
I've been everywhere.
First Masters 2025.
Yes,
They're
I
in
remember
the
now. Yes.
finals against T1, and they should have won it. They should have won it, but they don't. And
But
that's
Pacific on top, man.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm hinting at, really. But to me, that's the idea, is that it feels like they're so good. They're a team that's good enough to win the trophy, but are they composed enough to win the trophy? That's the big question we ask of them, bringing themselves here to EWC.
When we talk about star power across both these rosters, who jumps out at you, Kukuka?
I mean, I'm here to see if Dambi is actually back on the Neon. I think everybody should be incredibly excited. Yes, there's been the nerves and whatnot, but if other players are making it work, there is no way that Dambi doesn't, right? And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against Jogemo. I feel like Jogemo has been a little bit of inconsistent, and I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't have the best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, and EWC is the perfect ground to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. At Leaf, one singular Leaf is all it takes.
One singular Leaf.
So this guy, he's rated as one of the top players in the world.
Yeah.
Consistently, he's in that discussion. He's in everybody's top 10, but he doesn't have that trophy yet. He's been known to put this team on his back when they really need him the most. So I think I want to see big and consistent performances from him if G2 are going to be able to go the distance.
And what about Nongshim?
Now, I'm taking away Danby. You can't say Danby.
Okay.
Yeah.
So other
No,
than Danby,
that's fine.
who
For
else
me,
you got?
it's X-Ross. X-Ross, when they lifted that trophy, he was on that initiator role. He's supporting, but since they've swapped back, moved down beyond to that Neon, it's X-Ross who's playing that secondary duelist. It's him that's on that Phoenix. Now, his career before Nongshim, he was a duelist player. He adapted for them before. If he's able to fill that second man in role beautifully behind Damby, that's when this team gets incredibly scary.
All right, the vetoes are ready as we get ourselves underway here for our final opening match of EWC 2026. And G2, Nongshim going head-to-head. G2 taking Breeze. So Breeze going to be in there. Ascent out. We've seen so much Ascent so far in the tournament.
Guaranteed
Sunset getting locked on in here as a second map
Chai
for Nongshim.
kudichu.
Leaving up a couple more splits still in there.
അത് HOK stream
I
ചെയ്യുന്നു.
mean, I
Do
love
you
it.
know
still
about
in
the
there.
previous history of Nongshim on Sunset? Because I honestly don't.
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean,
Split
you can
Haven.
play Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for Nongshim, for me, will be a very, very interesting map because...
Yeah. Ooh, no, this is super interesting.
And a split. Okay.
That's
this is
what we've
completely
been
different.
getting. Yeah. No,
I
Haven,
like
thank
it.
you so much. For every team that doesn't choose Haven, I love you. Seriously, thank you. I was going to say, for Breeze, what are we looking for? Harbor v Harbor, and then like Viper or Astra, I believe that is like on the mix there. It's going to be complicated, but that makes it even more interesting.
Man, Nongshim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon and Phoenix so consistently with that Harbor, and they keep winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched a game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it. They won. That's the thing. It baffles me. So
if the other team has a massive hollow nade, pues you will have to go away, no?
So it always makes me curious. They love to go back to this map time and time again. I'm curious if G2 might have that read. I think G2, one of the strongest Harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do get this Harbor versus Harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best set up for that. So we do have the Aiden select coming in now, and it's a swap for the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a Harbor there.
Okay.
It's an Astra.
It is an Astra.
Dambi Neon.
Is going
What
to
is
be doing here as we have to
Dambi
wait for
Neon
things to settle down. Extras, how much do you rate it, especially considering the ones that we've been seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing?
I like Exros on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. It does look like Dambi's going to be sticking with that Neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trent is going to be staying in that Sova. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign. Love a Leaf on Viper. And if you don't know anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogemo is not on the Neon. No. It's Baby Bay, and now they play without the Sentinel because Baby Bay was playing Vice. I think that he's doing it for us, guys. He knows that we're watching.
It's Baby Bay going head-to-head with Dambi on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2026. It is G2 and Nongshim Red Force on Breeze for the first time here at EWC. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, as it turns out. The desk is just highlighting it. We're going to have a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
No, I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card, to be completely honest, when it comes to what G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching Valorant on the Harbor on this map, but switching over to the Astra, you know, with the KO, it feels a little more post-plant heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, it feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression that they're so well known for. You know, these really well-rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plants in particular, because you've got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova, you've got a lot of ability here, and the Viper, you've got almost every molly that you could ask for to try to just deny Nongshim from getting those retakes to really solidify and get those sticks on those defuses. But we'll be seeing if that is the case. Nongshim spreading out in a 3-2 formation early. Want to send their strong side over towards A. I think seeing this Neon in that comp, you know, they're well known to be A-side abusers on this map, so probably assuming that that very well could be. Dambi is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis, only seeing Valen, that's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
This is a sprint forward, quick little glance over. Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on Nongshim. A little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB. And we'll be able to get the jump on one. Shogamo's going to be taken down. Relay Bolt into the corner, has him stunned up. Meanwhile, the slide in, and Baby Bay's going to be able to find one, but Ivy comes away with a third. As Baby Bay's just not going to be fast enough to strike him down. The swing out, Francis already has him dispatched. And that's going to be the opening pistol going the way of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim. If the success that they had in the qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here. It's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Dambi, what he can do on the Neon, things like that. Very impressive, the way he creates space. But it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those back lines, along with Francis, doing a really nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but Right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for Nongshim.
I mean, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think that going back to Santiago, Ivy was the one that I had voted to be the MVP of that tournament after they, with their lift of the trophy. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be a full-out fight here in mid. And G2 very much the ones limping away from this. Xross will get taken down. Francis, a quick turn to the side, able to put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of a timing as Valen through shot. As Leaf will be able to hold his own for one. Bandit chance to get some more damage through if he can click some heads, but it will be Ivy with a backstab to go ahead and bring this round to its conclusion.
Nice round.
Surviving key weaponry going to be carried over, and a 2-0 start for Nongshim.
Specifically, 3 team though.
Yeah, I mean,
team
a couple little nice moments from G2 in this one. A little set up there to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out, and getting that early kill onto Xross, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage, obviously. You know, there's a lot of really good players on Nongshim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2, one that made them bleed for the first time at that tournament. Forced them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that upper semi-final. Meanwhile, drone is going to be sent forward. Francis spotting out Baby Bay.
Gotten an idea that maybe this is a mid crunch because of that push up. You know, a lot of times if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fake pretty well here for the team, and will find themselves a fairly open A site, so Plant can come in, but Nongshim are going to be very quickly rewrapping around the back of this through that main as Ivy continues to explore a little bit further towards the attacker's spawn. But now fully planted out. 4 players to try to hold the line. Spot on the one. Downbeat setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards double doors. Wall's going to be set up. Trent watching the rear, but now starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical missed timing. He does look back at the moment, still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but Nongshim continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be falling, and immediately G2 able to find a plethora of kills. It's just going to be Ivy now, with an opportunity to get some damage here, but no. Whiffy on the spray. Trent surviving, still very healthy, as that will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean in this post plant for G2. Just doing a ton of spam damage early when the harbor wall comes up. Even though, okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again, when a Neon is normally doing that kind of play, it's meant to create a crunch at top mid to go into B-Link, and it completely fools Nongshim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post plant on lock. The positioning's there, immaculate. Fire very good. A little bit of spam here, back and forth, as Nongshim is going to use a molly of their own to try to contest this orb, as Xross has been newly kind of anointed as the secondary duelist for Nongshim. You know, behind Domby, who has been back on permanent Neon duty. Francis back onto initiators for this team. So a decision that kind of, I think, makes sense overall. Francis very flexible, very good, no matter what you throw him on. But Xross, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key reasons why they're able to make it to this tournament is Phoenix. Very powerful here within the qualifier, but Edvay's going to be able to strike a little bit faster. Francis trains it back, but then gets traded out as Valen will come away with that second kill. So player advantage now in the hands of Nongshim. That operator going to be left on the floor as Downbeat collects a Vandal. Try to utilize that for this retake.
Late lurk by Leaf.
Low scale across, looking for that stun. Giacomo does get caught by the relay bolt, going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown. As Ivy needing to find a little bit more there. Hunter's Fury will get baited out. They know RB now going to be contained into the corner. 8 HP to try to see if he can find maybe a additional little lick of damage, but ultimately it's going to be coming up shy of the mark, you would suspect. Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time as the cone will fall, and so too shall RB. G2 tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really solid macro ideas from G2 on this map. They've got some really neat, you know, kind of setups that they're running. We're seeing the late lurk from Leaf, as you would expect from this team. Well rehearsed, well drilled. Domby's been playing a lot of operator during his free time. I've been seeing him posting a lot of clips on his social media, but right there, can't connect with the shot, and that's pretty crucial. Could have made that retake a lot safer. Could have maybe avoided that danger of Leaf at the very end, but that extra layer for G2 because he couldn't claim some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it. So just some spam shots out, no connections found.
But G2's been playing the beginning of the round the same way. Being patient, looking for those aggressive push-outs from Nongshim.
Speaking of which, 2 players down on this shop side. Footsteps being made. Valorant still able to get the weapon out, and Trent is there for some covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted out as RB does manage to get a decent amount of damage across it. Collat on a Valorant and Trent. Downbeat with 1. Now with a second. And 2 steps finishes off Leaf. Sprints back into the A site, but it's Ivy here. Early damage suffered. Just chuck the Guardian over to the side. Collects a Phantom. As they look forward into mid, this allows for Dambi to continue to keep his eyes trained forward on A main.
Not going to be able to scoop up a gun for Dambi, but get a 1-tap here, make it the 2v2. Definitely a real shot.
Going for it. Jogger's down to 5. A hell of a hit to be coming through, but Ivy now going to be taken down, and Dambi has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first, but Baby Bay very quick on the adjust. As the shutdown does not allow him to get anything more, and G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's really just good game planning so far from G2. They've clearly kind of identified and read some of what Nongshim is going to be wanting to do on this map, and yeah, it shouldn't surprise anyone. They're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to take control of those orbs if possible to try to funnel them into XROS a little bit, as well as establish some presence on the map to set up and play their style of game. So it's kind of 2 things at once that G2's been able to deny from Nongshim so far once we've gotten to these rifle rounds, and they're on the move again. They're going to use the no command to thwart RB from throwing any more util into their face, but 3 big ultimates available for Nongshim. RB 1 away.
Deep scale forward. It's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own. Damage not even actually going to be registering there. XROS gets away free, but RB still going to be flushed out of this A site. So now a full take here by G2 and Valen. Playing forward in front of the wall. Downbeat going to still go sliding across, but trying to just use that wall against him, but ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. The player advantage going to be reestablished for Nongshim as the run it back gets popped. Curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that. Time starting to bleed down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted a backstab there from Ivy. The late lurk back through Nest, catches him on the bridge. Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent just going to be suffering some damage. The face forward now all down to Jogamo. Swings the corner, and Ivy has him outdone. 3 players alive.
Nice retake, nice
Closer to the economy. Nongshim Red Force will tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, so Nongshim finally able to conjure up a response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department as well, which they're able to do by taking down Leaf. And then, even though the Cosmic Divide utilized here, maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep swinging in towards Valen, leaving him all on his lonesome. G2 tries to fan out, tries to put players into individual positions to succeed, and this time around Nongshim able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their ults. Just had XROS as used in that previous one. So you've got everything in the kitchen sink as Nongshim try to set G2's economy into the gutter. Jogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
Rough go of it after that previous round loss. Leaf with a very clean shot. Baby Bay is able to find one, and XROS going to be taken down as well. Stinger be damned. Don't even need it to get involved. The rest of the players with their rifles looking clean as all hell. Now, given that your other player is a world away, RB is calling for this save, so we'll just be backpedaling silently out of this site. G2 once again going to be establishing a lead for themselves, and they don't have to commit much of anything to this.
No, not at all. And probably just talking a little bit here is Nongshim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from Dambi, okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1 on the slide. And, you know, he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage. But then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover the attempted re-aggression towards what Dombi started, and then it was just shut right down because G2, again, playing very cautious, very safe most of the time in the beginning of these rounds. And again, an immediate change up from G2 from what they saw in the previous round. They're a little bit more thoughtful early here, and then they get a big push out in towards mid quickly.
Still enough to get the buy going.
Yeah.
4 ultimates to try to utilize to tie this up once again. Obviously, G2 able to get into a post plan. That pit from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits. For now, just some mid presence, but Dambi, okay. I think just spams through the wall, maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a B hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
How's pulled off this angle, though? Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, it's going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way back. Doesn't want to try to fight at the point of attack. Knowing as the Sova, he could be, you know, ripe to the picking from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
Spot out anything that he can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and they will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. So in the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. Nexross trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner, swings in, does so gorgeously as Leaf will fall. Full flash connecting there on a Valen, going deep enough. Now the overdrive is going to be popped as Baby Bay frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Valen just able to find the one before getting taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. A 1v4. And as that wall falls, so too shall he. Francis will find it, and Nongshim will tie it up again.
Now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early. And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to find the open space on the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay, to set up for this retake. Xross, great job checking that corner. And then when Nongshim is kind of running and gunning together like that, hard to slow down their roll for sure. We're going to go contestant towards B, Ivy.
The lane might just be a fast hit, but the pit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim, but also a big overcommitment. Ivy, he could have just backpedaled out of that one, held down the main, but instead pushes forward and screws himself up on a silver platter. So now the pit gone. Plant will come through. RB very quickly slots his way forward here into the site. Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side. Jump up over the top, and Baby Bay's going to be taken down as RB is able to find 2. Valen as well, joining him in the grave. Ball bang shots in. Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Is Dambi tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Curveball ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Dambi has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Dambi stopping him from getting any additional charges in, and somehow survives. Just taking 14 additional damage. Keeps himself in the fight and gets Nongshim back into the lead.
And this is one of these rounds that just makes you so impressed with Dambi as a player, because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim. It's the brain here too, where he recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B site, so he throws up the wall, gets RB up on top there. He gets 2 kills, then he's going to scale around, cover the site itself, then he's going to rip his ult and make sure that when Trent has that Hunter's Fury, he can't do anything with it. He's very aware immediately of where that Sova is and what he's trying to accomplish, and is right there to shut it down. That is a really, really good round from your Neon.
I'll wait for confirmation, but this feels like a timeout. At least a pause of some kind. About what I was about to get into is this does feel like, yes, a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're only down by 1, but you don't want Nongshim to start running away with this, and you want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can. This is your side selection. You still have this critical ult in the pit available. You're 2 charges away from having both that Cosmic Divide as well as the null command online. So pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or whether Nongshim will just run away with the rest.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense that you need to be calling these timeouts even when it's close on this side of the map, because attacker side very, very important, because you know that Nongshim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
Gambit gives over a ping off that recon. Playing forward, the slide in, and that curveball hits everyone! Extros able to find the 2, and suddenly it is just Leap left alive. Taps the door, does get stunned up. Back around the corner fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open, the curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim. Completely shutting down G2 inside of A main.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for. And this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Dambi gave over. He was playing on the side of Pyramid. Gets revealed there, and then slowly, but still very quickly scales forward. So it
might have been intentional.
When you see Dambi that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward against you. So I felt like that was an elaborate bait.
I think you're right. Does feel like that. You get a couple spots there with that knife, though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A site. Going to use that Cosmic Divide just in case, but Nongshim, again, going to go for that long spawn flank to try to get this retake to go. Worked the treat a few rounds ago. See if they can get this one available, but with that pit in play.
This is everything.
Yeah.
Just chucking everything that they've got. Now set up to try to delay. Null command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for Nongshim. Zexros would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot. Joke's over. Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through. Dambi going to be caught in the end as Valorant is able to find himself a second. Swaps over to the Classic. Gets a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit, and he will quickly fall. And now it's just Xros having to backpedal away, try to hold onto his weapon. Maybe they try to play this one in. Will lose his life. Pass the kill to Jogamo. Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely
This is just a great mental battle between RB and Valen right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from Nongshim in a very similar retake. They've got the run it back. They're going 4-man through spawn. And they know kind of what they're going to do. So it's a stall. Yes, you have the null command there as well, the Viper's Pit to make it a lot easier. But a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies, with the grav well, to make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well. Interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways. And in the end, it's just really Francis eating a bit of damage. No one scathed on the side of G2.
But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf, Viper v Viper, but nothing going to be coming out of that other than revealing each other's position. Now Nongshim re-clearing mid, trying to make an aggressive push. And it's going to be Leaf again called upon, potentially to try to square up against Dambi. They're just going to, they're going to slow.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position, it feels like. Yes, he absolutely has. The second kill found Dambi, the only one surviving. Only one nearby this A site. Desperately needs some reinforcements as we'll get the spot on the Jogamo. Swings in, takes the fight against Baby Bay, ends up winning that, wins the follow-up. 3 kills now for Dambi. Tagged down to 6, but he's somehow gotten them into an advantageous position. The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that reckoning set towards backside, but Trent plays out in front of that one, dodging it. Not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB trying to get the stun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valorant and Trent just playing this one together. As RB is able to find the first Ivy, finds the second, and somehow, some way, Nongshim, they managed to close out the round and lock up a 2-round lead at the half.
Yeah, the individual skill this time for Nongshim, going to be getting him over the line. Talked about kind of the brain of Dombi. He's been doing it with the aim. He's the complete package at times, but at the end of this too, RB and Ivy played this really disciplined, really nicely, to not give anything up over to G2. A lot of players in that 2v2, when you've got two players on your left-hand side of those pyramids, are gonna swing and just try to go, because you got that 1v1 initially. If you get that one quick, then you can just transfer over, get the other guy, right? No, RB backs up and waits for Ivy to reposition to isolate those fights a little bit better. Really, really well played.
It's still damn close between these teams. A lot of these rounds just kind of teetering on the edge, but Nongshim still very solid. This has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC. Will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes, and it's still looking quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over onto the attacker's side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2. We'll see what Valent's defensive calling is going to be looking like and how much value he's going to be able to get from this Astra to slow down these approaches. It's always a big gamble when you try to go for a comp swap like this.
And there were some definitely decent moments from the Astra, but I think personally, I was so, I guess maybe just enamored with Valen's Harbor that I'd rather see that. I think he's so excellent on that agent that, to me, it's like almost his signature agent now, because he's so creative, he's so smart with it. The way that he makes your life so miserable at the choke points on your way into B or A. He's really, really good with the timings and the decisions, and so, maybe the Astra's still a little bit of, kind of working out some of the ideas and the kinks a little bit. Still some really nice rounds, some really good adaptations from him and the team, but a tough map to go up against this Nongshim squad, who has, especially when Dombi's playing like that.
Yeah. Should be able to see maybe a bit more value as well from the KO, which we haven't really touched on too much here for Jogamo. It's still struggling to register that one in my mind, that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment. But the defensive setups for KO likely going to be a bit stronger. 0-point denial on those drones in particular, something that is great for a defender on Breeze. But if you can get the catch when Dombi's getting ready to go in for the sprint, stop him from setting up that relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim. You identify, oh, there's both duelists up at, up at elbow. Oh, that means we've got a free A site, easy money. And the ult did come in really, really valuable during that one round where they had the pit up as well. So some value being found. I think this defender side is really where you should be getting a lot more out of it.
Spot out here from Baby Bay. Unable to get those shots to connect. Khan as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Jogamo just continuing to peek off this corner. But he can spot. Swing. Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone, but now it's just going to be Dombi swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side comes away with that elimination, and Valen is just going to be completely overwhelmed. Francis's life for the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week, and now Baby Bay 2 shall fall. Nongshim, another pistol collected, now up 8-5.
Yeah, you just buy a bunch of sheriffs and put them in the hands of these guys, and they just go in there fearlessly, click people's heads. That's just beautiful stuff in terms of, again, individual skill on display from Nongshim. This first one, I was so nervous here for Jog on those wide swings. I was like, oh man, if the timing here is wrong, and it was. Then Valen just, Dombi's like, yeah, later, bro. I know they've got you dead to rights behind me.
Yep.
See ya.
Just playing the rest of them. 17-7-5 at the moment on that Neon. Ivy once again left on an island. It's just a bit of a repeat here from Nongshim, giving me deja vu. Obviously, have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push into mid from G2. Instead, it's actually coming through A main. Jogamo again gonna get tagged down as well. Both of them down to 45. The Marshal now arriving. France is going to be stunned up, but they're right into the sightlines of XROS, who will dispatch them with ease. Turn to the side, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back over to the B. He cleans up Trent and Leaf, and Nongshim end up having an incredibly clean anti-eco round.
Yeah, that's really successful. They were just patient enough. And just as they're starting to get an idea, Francis there makes contact, does some damage, doesn't take too much himself. It was only like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you to give you the backup with the Marshal. Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that Nongshim's going to be bringing to bear.
Yeah, it's a ton of firepower here. Just that Marshal, but hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands as well. He is an excellent sniper, as we all know, from Santiago. Almost said Madrid. I was like, no, don't do that one.
Orb just going to be grabbed here, XROS. 1 past the halfway mark. That first run it back from this attacker's side.
Well, G2 is very unsure about what's going on the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything. Wall able to get raised fast enough, and Ivy quickly is filling in this space behind them. Meanwhile, Damby just drawing all the attention over to the far side of the site, and Ivy then strikes. 2 kills found. And what are you meant to do other than save? But they're still working their way forward towards the site. And the 2v4 is just now a 1v4. Even for a player of Leaf's caliber, feels impossible with the way that Nongshim are playing right now. Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call, but he is being matched. Ivy on the side already. Push forward past this wall. Finds him at Nest. Gets himself a 4K as Nongshim get up to double digits. Bonus is converted. It's looking like this map is over.
It's a gorgeous round from Nongshim. Again, Dambi creates space. You almost feel like a broken record talking about this team, but he finds a little bit of an angle. He gets that opening kill. Look how he's trying to scoot through there. Sure, he gets hit, but that is exactly what Ivy needs to get in there and get those 2 kills. Because Dambi's going to identify where both of them are. And Ivy cleaning up with the aim. 2 kills now behind Dambi. 16 in that department. Things starting to look really dire for G2. 1 stinger for Leaf. Otherwise, it's just Sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. XROS will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy went away as well from a pit. So this is concerning for G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here, you're going to be running into a couple big ultimates in this next round, most likely, unless you can get this Thrifty to go.
And they've got to run it back off that orb grab, so XROS can just pop that Storm forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like they're starting to read that this might be a heavy A-side stack. Meanwhile, Ivy going to be spotted out, ducks back over towards cannons. XROS ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Baby, however, is just going to be seeing bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up. Again, these eco attempts here from G2. It's not really holding any water.
Yeah, it's rough, to say the least. Let's see if Trent has some magic.
Well, it's got to be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
Well, you know who's on the other side. Okay, we'll be able to sit him down. It's a nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Dambi. Tap at the plant. We'll just get past this one over to Francis. Wanted to try to get his ult online. RB says, I'm a world away, so you get that plant, you take that fight, I'll take the kill. Nongshim will take an 11th round win.
Well, some nice little early ideas. Ivy, even though he gets revealed by the ping, gonna use that snake bite, give himself a little bit of time. Again, Nongshim's been really good on this map about when they do find themselves in tricky situations, about buying that extra time for the rest of the team to get there to bail them out. And again, that's that coordination, that speed that this team can play with. That is so good. It's good enough to win you a Masters.
Meanwhile, built up in the previous round, but never committed that. Run it back, still there. So we'll just take a pause in the action. We're grabbed here by Francis. Valen scaling forward. Will get slotted up into A lobby.
And Jogamo, even though he takes a bunch of damage, his knife there might have saved G2 a little bit, potentially. As it did hit Xros, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the ult. And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A site in this round and they're able to get that pit into play, it feels like you're going to be on map point as G2. So a little bit to the cause there and forcing plan B out of Nongshim, I think kind of a win here. Nongshim, though, waiting out that Sova util, not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf ready with the snake bite.
It sends it onto the corner instead of on the main, then that still means the floodgates are opened up here for Nongshim. Dambi going to eat quite a bit of damage on that entryway, but Xros into the back of side is still going to be able to find one before he gets snapped back by Trent, who does manage to find Dambi as well. 9 bullets remaining, but Ivy around the back does not check towards Pillar. Trent comes away with another one. Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB finding Baby Bay. Jogamo going to be cleaning up the enemy harbor. Takes it into a 2v2. The health advantage still going to be there. However, for Nongshim as Xros comes away with a 3K, and that is them now up to map point.
Oh, Trent, so close to being able to do something really special here for G2. He's one more kill away. He's able to slip the net, trick Nongshim enough that they're not exactly sure. When he repositions here, he doesn't get identified. So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But Xros, phenomenal. Such a stellar young player. Think that he is a Royal Roader, comes in and immediately in his first year in Tier 1, goes up, wins a Masters. That right there, folks, is why he is sharp as all hell.
Well, now the final timeout call to come through from G2. I have to suspect that a lot of this is just going to be trying to get prepared for that next map. Shake this one off, boys. Breeze is theirs. Coming back from here, I mean, seen it from G2 in the past. I know the caliber of play that they are capable of, but at the moment, it's not really shining through.
No, I had a lot of hope after that first half that they were going to hang a little bit more here in the second half. I saw some good ideas, some good thoughts, some good counters, a little bit of anti-stratting in there.
And G2's kind of just playing the second half like AG played theirs.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to find a damn thing.
On that Lotus, yeah. Now it is all the money invested, of course, as G2 is some Guardians, a Bulldog. Not what you want to see.
Well, Dambi able to get that fast lane out fast enough as well as the relay. Bolt size around. How is he still getting kills? Jogamo going to be taken out now. It's only able to find the one. Xros will get the trade up, and now it's a player advantage to the sites. Grab a Baby Bay. Okay, some spray and pray. The heavens listening. They reward him with a kill. Plan will come in. Hunter's Fury now to be sent. Trying to sound down Francis, but he's still able to backpedal away. This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset. Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a target. Tucks over to the side, slides in, and Ivy will sit him down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The shock dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner, takes the fight, takes Trent's life. It all comes down to a 1v1. Ooh. Damage going to be found. Leaf able to dodge it. The challenge in. Francis has the timing. 13-5. Nongshim take us back to Breeze, and they take G2 to school. This was a one-sided affair.
This is incredible stuff from Nongshim, and you know, you're seeing the dividends from them going back to Dambi on the Neon. Obviously getting here through the qualifiers, and today going up against G2, a team that gave them fits in Santiago. They are able to dispatch easily on their map pick a Breeze.
This needs to be a very, very big rebound here. G2, they're electing to take us over to Sunset as their map pick. That needs to be the staging ground. Take this all the way to a third and final map if they want to get some revenge over Nongshim Red Force from that loss at Santiago, from being sent down to that lower bracket. But for now, let's go ahead and send it back over to Degon on the desk to break down all the action from Breeze.
Thank you very much, guys. A little bit faster than what we thought in the setup of this head-to-head between G2 and Nongshim Red Force, but in the end, Nongshim come firing out, especially in that second half, rifle off 8 round wins in a row to call it with only 5 there. Thank goodness Global Esports played earlier, otherwise this would be the biggest one-sided loss of the tournament so far for G2. But they still have yet another map. It was Nongshim's pick, but they've got questions, and we've got answers. Joining us back on the desk, Kakuka and Big Time. Not so good there for Dre and the rest of G2, but fantastic here for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, who said Pacific was washed?
Wow.
Who said we were going to go 0-4 in the openers?
You.
No one said that.
Maybe it was me, but I've changed my mind now. That's what's important, so that I will always be correct. This was a great map from Nongshim. This was Nongshim's pick after all. This is what they decided to go for. And, you know, I mocked them in the past. They've always gone A, but that seems to be G2's mantra. We saw Nongshim, they did manage to end on B a couple of times.
One,
so.
two?
I think it was 2.
Maybe it was 2.
So, you know, we'll take that. This is why we love Breeze, everybody. But they are good on the map. It's so nice to see Danby back on the Neon. This is what he does. This is when the team is truly at their best. So, a really dominant map 1. There we're feeling great now.
Yeah, it really felt like we were living in a loop with all those A hits, but we have to say, and even Seth was losing his mind, being like, how can he still be getting all of these kills? Yeah. We need to ask them how much they regret putting Danby off. Like, we could be having a way different story for the side of Nongshim. It is good to see that they can bounce back the way that they did. Xros as well, playing absolutely amazing. Ivy as well. I think that for all of them, seriously, they played very, very well, especially in the rounds that had the tiniest margins. There were not that many. I thought that they were very, very comfortable. Yes, we had a couple of these rounds that didn't make a lot of sense or ended up in very crazy clutches, but you see a non-shit that just bounces back every single time. Like, they were in control for the entirety of it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first half for sure was competitive. G2 weren't out the game by any means, but they weren't always able to win this post plant. I think these guys, they know the harbor so well, but you're not winning those post plants. That would, you know, that set piece that we just saw, X-Ross taking up the mantle of this Phoenix. He's great with it.
Look at this. I think that Jogamo was having a difficult time with the KO, and this was one of the talking points going into this match. Into this map specifically, sorry. Jogamo not playing on the duel, it's him playing on the KO, and it's actually Baby Bay playing the Neon. It did not fare well.
No,
that is all that we're gonna say.
Yeah, we have to ask questions about the comps and roles here on G2. I get that they've not managed to lift trophies, so things have to change. You have to innovate. You have to keep pushing those boundaries. But is this the way we want to see it go? I can't say I was convinced by this.
Listen, Morgan, just because things have to change, it doesn't mean that you need to eat your soup with your fork. You understand? There's a difference, no?
Yes,
that's true.
There is a difference. Don't eat the soup with the fork, and G2 need to learn that one very, very quickly. This was Baby Bay's first time in a while playing a duelist, as he's been playing the Vice a lot, had a little bit of time on the Chamber, but was not able to match the same level of pressure that Danby and Ivy were able to put across the map. Also, Harbor on the side of Nongshim, not in the side there for G2. So just compositionally a little different, but and then finally, as you said, Jog just not landing shots that we know that he can do, losing a lot of those duels in this matchup.
Like, if I'm looking at the rest of the players, like I'm seeing Lee from Viper.
Yeah.
Yes,
good.
We like that. You know, all of them would slot. But it's like, if you want to put, I don't know what you're trying to do with, who are you doing this for? It's definitely not for Jog.
Yeah.
Like,
but then does that mean it's for Baby Bay? Does that mean that is that why they think he's at his best?
Can we like call Josh RT and just ask him, just be like, Josh, you know, and just ask him directly, because I know and I understand that a lot of people are testing a lot of things. Well, now we know that is not the way.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Maybe we can set up that interview with Josh RT in between the rounds. You know, little production action. We'll see and find out here after the short break. You are watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Guess we're live. Welcome back to EWC 2026. D-God here alongside Kukuka and Big Time as, again, we're setting the stage for G2 versus Nongshim after Nongshim dismantled G2.
Yep.
Close in the first half, 7-5.
Dismantled
and then 8 rounds
G2
in a row in the second half. But now it's time for G2 on their map pick of Sunset.
I love that they are picking Sunset into this, though. I think if I was going to approach this tournament as a coach, having a strong Sunset really does set you up well. This is a map that a lot of teams won't have been able to put too much time into, so knowing you can pick it is an amazing advantage. But we have to ask the question, are they good enough to execute whatever they have prepared here? Because execution was definitely lacking in that map one.
I remember the long time ago, because Sunset has been gone for a very long time, when YouTube used to play this map, and they did it with the Sage and with the Chamber, like things that nowadays could be played. I want to think that they have decided to pick it because they have something very well prepared. Because if you think about the opponent that you have in front of you, if Nongshim, you know that Nongshim has put Dambi back on the Neon.
Yeah.
And that is scary. It doesn't matter if you think that, oh, he might have a bad day. And especially after you just seen it, you might be walking into the, what is it, the Devil's Den? Or the, how do you call that?
I think Devil's Den.
Okay.
I mean, I think for me, when I think about Nongshim, and I cast my mind all the way back, this is a team that could play this map as far back as 2024. The core is still pretty much the same. So they would play that breach with the Neon to support. It was Francis on the breach, Dambi on that Neon, and they had these just incredible lethal set pieces. This was their most played map in their first Ascension run where they really made a name for themselves. So they're not going to feel uncomfy here either.
Yeah, so hopefully G2 has come and prepared that. And if this game does go 1-1, we are going to split, something that we haven't seen yet here so far at EWC.
Yeah.
What a composition do you want to see out of G2 here, given the fact that we had the flex of the Neon onto Baby Bay, didn't quite work out as well.
I would like to see Leaf on Chamber. I think that Leaf is having a good day, so that is either him on Chamber and Viper I like. I want to see him something that gives him some kind of control, and I would love to see Jogomo maybe back on the duelist or back on something a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, I agree with Jorg on the duelist. For me, I want Baby Bay on that Chamber. Give
Okay,
me the Baby Bay Chamber. I think.
But he ain't shooting though. Leaf is shooting.
He will. He'll figure it out now, and then I think Leaf on that Viper. I think that's still my favorite role for Leaf there. But you know, you say this is a map that they've been so historically good on for G2.
Leaf on Sage.
Leave on Sage. See, now Sage, now we're talking. Now we're talking. I love Sage. I think more teams need to use it. And I think Sunset is a brilliant map. Remember when Paper Rex sort of defined Sage on this map for a long time? It gives you a lot of power in those retakes.
And now it's even better. I know that yesterday, I can't even remember for how long we've been here. We've been here 2 days. Yesterday we saw EDG play in it with Chicho. It wasn't very spectacular. It wasn't very well drilled, but that doesn't mean that the agent doesn't work or that the composition is foul. No. We need to see more testing out of that, and definitely this is what G2 is looking for here.
One of the great parts about getting a map back into the map pool is G2 now getting themselves on stage. A little bit of gamesmanship here by the America's champions, making Nongshim sit a little bit longer than usual. It's a small talking to by the admins to G2, but I think all things are fair here, stretching the boundaries of that competitive nature as G2 not trying to drop on out yet again in a first opening match international tournament game. These are the woes that bother this organization across Valorant, and trying to match here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story, is domestically, these guys are fantastic. They're so good at lifting the trophy over in Americas, but they can't do it anywhere else. London was diabolical for them. They couldn't find a footing. 0-2. That's the last thing they want here in Paris.
Yeah, and across the side, you see a Nongshim that has to bounce back for the bad decision that they made themselves.
Yes.
But still, they are looking to be fearless today, and everything that they have prepared seems to be working. That is still unstoppable, and they're about to play a map. You know, you left it open, and you know that it's going back in the pool. Even if this is like disastrous for them, it's going to be a learning experience. But G2 needs to bounce back, and look at Valiant. Look at all the instructions he's given already.
Here we go. We dive into
Baby, there's a chamber in there! Nice! I love this comp for G2. I think Baby Bay on that chamber is where he's been so fantastic in Americas. And I love the Sage on this map, on the side of Nongshim. It looks like Danby will be sticking with that Neon. We need to wait and see what XROS and RB select here, but this could be Sage versus Sage here.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be. It is locked. XROS also goes for the Sage, the battle there. And also for the side of the Initiators, G2 has chosen Sky for this map. We were speaking about the Breach. Of course, the Breach, we don't see it anymore. We have Francis playing on the Sova on the other side. Fade is also good. I want to see what the angle is and how that synergy Trent Jogamo is going to be working. And, you know, I'm very excited for these compositions.
Yeah, very unique here by the squads. It is Sky and Chamber for the Initiator and Sentinel. On the opposite side, it's going to be Sova and Cypher for Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force trying to put G2 to the sword and continue their international woes. G2 trying to force a full 6-game day and a potential reverse sweep here. Let's find out how it all shakes on out with our friends from the Pacific. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Digon. Here we go. Obviously, Desk having a lot of fun, getting very jazzed up for G2's comp. I don't know how much I like it.
No.
Here.
I was right there with Kukuka. When I saw this, my exact thought was, oh my god, yes! There you go.
Well, that's probably the last bit of energy that he's going to have for the rest of his life, so it's been fun.
She's done me in.
We will put him 6 feet under after this broadcast. But, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how this goes. I was fully expecting that XROS stays with the Phoenix coming into this map. So for him to be pivoting over to the Sage, obviously we've seen the applications of this time and time again.
Yeah.
Especially from the, the hands of Paper Rex. How does this look for XROS? We will now find out. He's going to be alone taking that early contact here on the A side of the map. Sets up the wall. Meanwhile, Francis, he's just stormed his way forward. And Baby on that chamber has been taken down. We're going to be hearing these rotations just tucked inside of the smoke for now. Recon obviously not going to be scouting him out from this position. A couple shots, able to find some damage with the smoke now going to fall. And he's able to find himself a second, looking for a little bit more, but it's going to be Francis coming away with that second elimination for himself. But the spike is planted.
That was a nice little tucked in position that he found. Make this retake much more difficult. Slowed it down a lot for Nongshim too. Space they have to clear. G2 going to double up on XROS.
Flash to the ready, and Jogamo quick to collect, finds that headshot. Really Bolt immediately going to be sent back over towards the side. Downbeat likely to be stunned up there, but it's going to be Valen around the back, catching them completely off guard, finds the first, and now Downbeat having to fight his way out of a corner, takes the first, looks for that second, can't quite connect on the trend. It would have been a one-tap, but the time is going to be gone. He's just playing for kills from here, and he won't be able to find anything more. 2 players surviving. G2 will find their first pistol of this series and start off Sunset 1-0.
Yeah, it's just so huge there that you're able to get that 2K, use that smoke against your opponents. But they're not going to anticipate that you're in there. There was a little bit of spam consideration that caught Leaf. He was down to like 75 HP, yeah. And then so fast there with the turn too. Exactly what the doctor ordered for G2. And yeah, I do have some current concerns here for Nongshim. I think, you know, without a hard flash in this composition, I mean, all you're sitting with is the paranoia.
Which is why I thought that Phoenix was going to be here for them, but it's not. And Baby Bay, well, gets some revenge, takes down Francis first and foremost. Quick shot out as they continue to try to scale forward and collapse in on this tiles position. And Trailblazer to check the corner, RB to clear that out. Swoops forward a bit closer here. Shortening that gap, but if he pushes back out in the mid, he will be absolutely screwed. Baby Bay just dialed in on this angle. Jump peek to try to get the spot. TP for a reposition. No, just a fake. Is Baby Bay now the one going to be falling into the trap here? You'd suspect, but no, I believe it's a no-scope to come away with that kill. RB now taken down. Downbeat flushed out, and this is looking to be a potential flawless, unless Xros can find anything, and he cannot. Flawless confirmed in the anti-eco. Valen gets 3.
Okay. Gonna really find out what this composition is made of for Nongshim going into this next one. G2 able to take first blood and able to have a flawless anti-eco, so they're going to be coming in quite well situated to maybe string together a bonus. Really start dominating on their map pick. So far, it's come down to some individual outplays here and there. Baby Bay this time looking a lot more comfortable on that chamber. He's had some...
Understandably.
Yeah, he's pretty good at chamber.
Fast lane forward, blind out on X-Ross, tucks around the corner of the relay bolt, going to be connected as well as Francis tries to peel back some of this pressure, but Trent is right there to continue to trade it out, and G2 trade it up. 3v2. Spike going to be planted to the wall. Downbeat not quite going to get caught by that, but he cannot catch Leaf either. Takes him down to 8 HP, but just cannot seal the deal. Had the heal, and he's right back up to full. Ivy now try to play this one out. G2 incredibly well slated to get this bonus conversion. It might just end up being back-to-back dominant maps, just flipping the teams around. The split might be nearer on the horizon than we anticipate. Ivy eating some damage, does manage to survive. Will quickly backpedal away, keeping his life intact, but this round no closer to going over to Nongshim. So G2 with a 3-0 start.
Well, and you're seeing already, I think, some of the layers that G2's composition is going to have over Nongshim on this attacker side. The deep flashes that you can set up with Trent to get your Neon into a position where they can bully up an agent like a Sage, where they're not really going to have much of a response if that wall has already been committed or isn't available in time to slow down the roll of Jogamo. And even though Francis gets the kill, G2, the rest of them are already starting to swing in, collect lives. So I think this is going to be a rocky road potentially for Nongshim unless they can start figuring some things out here pretty fast. They're going to add some extra layers towards the defense at A, but this time around G2 wants to let Baby Bay and that Outlaw lead the charge back down to an eco. Our Nongshim, nobody is going to have that full armor. Only 2 players even have half. Ivy carries the Vandal over, but can't afford to do much else. Wants to save up for the next round.
Quick break of the segment, just leading the way here for that Trailblazer that will get cleared out. Low Orb assisting in that, stopping this potential flood forward from G2. Now starting to potentially to explore elsewhere. We'll just go re-clear around mid. We end up with a full crunch attempt in towards market.
And they've got that trademark behind them, so they know that they can go up a little bit further through some of this space. Cam's going to see this, but Ivy in trouble.
On Ivy. Do they check him? The answer for now is going to be no. He swings it. He's able to find one as Leaf will get taken down. He swings around and has the blind up. Ivy is destroying them. 6 bullets and he gets the ace. One man is all they need. He kept it in the right hands.
Oh my word. I thought he was dead to rights there. But they just don't check the generator.
Absolutely absurd.
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but it's pivoting so fast. And then Valen kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. One in that 4. trying to create that extra angle, and didn't matter. There was no extra angle to create.
He just uses the fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that, Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side, and there's no way to check him from there. Zombie now, quick peek out, backs away. Jogamo, very quick for that punish, slides forward, finds that, plants his feet, and gets a second. Right back into this RG2, not wanting that momentum to get built up by Nongshim. Heal, of course, in effect. Francis now playing ring around the rosy here with the Trailblazer. Tries to get the drag across, but Jogamo now on for an ace of his own. He can find these players, both of them stuck here behind the Sage Walled back site. Even though they see that, this should just be a call to save in the end, you would suspect, for Nongshim. Waiting off the wall, which is buy too much time off of this clock and the spike plant, so we'll just try to slowly work their way out of this. As the guiding light confirms that street is clear. Question really becomes how much does G2 want to go on the hunt here to try to take these weapons out of hand.
Well, with the operator and credits, probably not too eager. Maybe they could send one out, Trent, maybe, but they're not going to do it. So I think you got to rip a timeout here as Nongshim, and you got to talk right here, right now, about how the protocols for slowing down G2 at the chokes, especially at A, are going to be dealt with, because you don't have answers to it right now. Frankly, part of that, again, is going to be the composition that you're running here. You don't have a hard flash to try to slow this down. If you don't have, your Neon able to react properly against theirs, then you're going to have real problems. If the Cypher util isn't there at the front of the site as well, there's no ability for Nongshim to really have a counterpunch. They have to rely a lot on their individual skill, and that's tough against a player of Jog's caliber on a Neon. He is very, very good, as we just saw in that previous round. And, why on Breeze, we were kind of scratching our heads a bit that he isn't on the Neon.
TP into the spawn now, Valen. Looking for a backstab, and we'll just be able to join in. But alongside Jogamo, who's trying to hound down Ivy, but Ivy's still managing to find himself a second kill. That is critical value being put up by the Cypher yet again. Give them a very advantageous position. The drone now to lead forward. X-Ross. It's going to be Francis, never mind, actually able to find him. Flash is connecting. Trent able to find just the one kill. Looking for that second, but will quickly be overwhelmed as Nongshim rallied back for another round win.
Well, I guess all that you really need to do now as G2 is just avoid Ivy. He's the only one that's been able to shut you down at all. Some individual brilliance. Oh, he even gets dinked there by Jog through the wall, but able to instantly reset. Find two. So Ivy locked in. We need a little bit of help from the rest of Nongshim. Some huge ults on both sides of the coin. Baby gonna have that tour de force. Seekers res for Leaf. Ivy has his neural theft, as well as Francis's Hunter's Fury. RB looking to try to tee up Francis here. Paranoia at the ready, so they're going to play off contact. Seems to be that this is one of their answers, just try to slow down the Neon on the other side. But it is just the Paranoia that connects here.
On to everyone, but not going to be too dissuaded by that. Continue to work their way forward. Spam shots out. Only going to be about 3 charges, I think, remaining in that tour de force as well for Baby Bay. Boost up over the top of this box. Street side. Down with the Paranoia. Ready to try to clear some angles. 2 players going to be spotted off the drone, the Trailblazer. Spotting out plenty as well. Hunter's Fury now going to be sent through. Just look at the try to gum things up here on this approach. Downby with the operator. Still going to be able to find one. But Jogamo gets the second Downby. Doubling up. Finds that kill, but doesn't know where the rest of the approach is going to be coming from. Sights in. He's going to try to go for a no-scope, but it's a big overcook here from Downby. Ivy now once again having to be the hero. His location is known and he cannot find Valen. Holds his own. And every time Nongshim tried to take a step forward, G2 pushed them back by 3.
Yeah, this is just really, really tough for Nongshim. This round has got to be kind of a gut punch because you actually read this decently well. You're able to use some of that util, find some answers to at least force G2 to take a pause. And you're going to get basically the whole team over here, but you just can't take them in the fight. You're just getting beat. Some of the 1v1s, Jogamo has the ultimate. He's able to rip a couple players away. So G2, love this comp. Love the way that they're piloting it. It creates so much pressure. This time, Nongshim looking again to maybe set up that paranoia trap outside of A, but G2 wary of it after what happened in the previous round where damn near all of them got hit by it. Just will get a bit of confirmation that there's players in mid, but doesn't want to mess around. Knows that Baby Bay is going to want to get that op going. How dangerous he is with it. Ross and Domby do have their ults, but right now it's a spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too aggressively anywhere, trying to bait that paranoia out, and they will.
Domby quickly reclears it. Will now back away, so all of this is going to be heard. Meanwhile, Baby Bang slotting just alongside that trip, will clear it. So op shot going to be registered. Nongshim trying to get pivoted into the right position, but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards A.
Yeah, I mean, now G2 is kind of realizing that they gave away the script a little bit in that previous round, and yes, they're able to fight their way through it, but they don't want to make it easy for Nongshim to get the reads with the rotations. Ivy again finds one.
Able to find it just before that flash connects. Quick peek in from RB, but there's a backstab leaf scaling forward up through mid. That will end up getting surrounded and overwhelmed, but same can be said for Ivy as Baby Bay going to be pinned into the corner to find that kill, but it's going to be Val into the rescue, keeping him protected. Spam not connecting, the Trailblazers spotting. Both players' positions widely known. The rest to come in. No counter spam going to be available from these positions, so Nongshim get back into a 3v3. Two very far fanned out. Allen could just be there undoing again, but no, X-Ross a little bit faster on the draws. Able to find that kill with Baby, catching RB in transit, mid-TP. Back into this 2v2, and Baby Bay still looking for a little bit more. Turns to the side, but the shot is just a hair off. Cannot connect with it, the defuse to come in. Nongshim Red Force try to get their way back into this map.
Nice one, nice one.
This one just gets a little bit scrappy. Kind of some of these weird situations where I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. A couple rounds ago, it was, I think, Nongshim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. In this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but they're able to find some big kills. On the way through, G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
RB, quick shot. He's able to find one, but Jogamo immediately has that trade, and he's out checking the corner. Rez is there. Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley. G2 immediately having to pivot now. Back across into mid, re-clear this space, and pull strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera here, though, with that early warning network already installed for Nongshim. But G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent, though. That immediately brings out the slow. A little bit of damage done to Leap. Again, you're buying a lot of time here as Nongshim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off, though, but now, at this point, you're going to be very committed into this site. 3 players here. The backstab ready to be enacted as Francis is on that flank. And the door is just being held, and at this point, I think the round is just going to be over because they're just peeking in the down B one by one. Trent eventually able to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. Francis frantically trying to flush him out, and the shorty's not going to be doing a damn thing. Nongshim will be able to find themselves 2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nongshim is starting to find answers where they're able to send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. RB just swings out with the Guardian, and then they're going to tuck a player in to the corner, and again, not checked. Causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then Nongshim can really plant their feet. They don't have to worry about that player running past them. That operator could be so much more effective. Look at this. 2 players up mid.
Again, going for this TP, but it's the same position overall. As Francis, it's a solo with an operator. Of course, Francis on the other side, gonna be good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find the one with the Stinger. Valen with that backstab off the TP, still gonna come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at Alley, but Trent still not gonna feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand, so he needs some assistance. As, oh my god, he almost has the collat, but no, Jogamo is a bit faster. Finds that kill, Valen survives. Dexros trying to wall them out, but Zold to try to play in Ivy. Heels going through, finds the first, can't quite find the second. Trent again with the operator, able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to Xross. Try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box, and Jogamo is ready for it. Has the 3K, and G2 have it thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh, man.
Nice.
I mean, just sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have. And that's exactly what G2 wants. Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there in this round. Getting those early kills, creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. It really threw Nongshim for a loop. This time around, Dog goes past that trip, so that's kind of curious. Where exactly, how high is that trip? There. They did get cleared or pulled back, one of the 2.
Swing in and Leaf is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from Nongshim. Really finding some value, getting out scot-free.
Yeah. There. Now you can slow down. Now that you've got RB so far forward as Nongshim, and none the wiser, I don't think, are G2. They're not really paying this consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
And Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RB, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out the enemy Neon, slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen. So too shall RB. Just not going to be dialed in for that headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay pull goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away, ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will be able to find him. Shot connecting, Francis only going to be good for the 1. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out, Xross eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy manages to hit all 3! He's walking on water this series! As Ivy bails them out and gets Nongshim a 5th round win.
This would be a 9-2 scoreboard right now if it wasn't for Ivy. That is absolutely disgusting. Good. I mean, I think this round swung kind of both teams' directions at one point or another.
Left
on the clock. Good.
Nice. Good God.
Oh. My God.
Just insane. It's one of those rounds that
insane.
For G2, I mean, you want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay, he's just him.
It's also going
to be so damn
back away, pushed into the open.
Another warning shot. Trying to scare them back over into the arms of Ivy. On the B site.
He's gonna give you the info as Nongshim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So let Dondi maybe control that mid, that top mid space. Xross. That would have been a good wall. There you go.
Sends it now. Still that gap in the back by the look of it. And yep, will just be the double push forward. That might even be
help.
Yeah, be able to play in front of this one. Ivy's going to be taken down. The sword
Yeah,
he's
Ivy,
able to find that kill. Dambi now isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall. Ends up coming away empty-handed as pop flash. The turn not going to be good. X-Raw still is able to find one kill as Valen will get taken down. G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall.
Last round, 7
RB in a 2v3 to try to clutch this one out. Rendezvous situated, the shot goes wide. RB taken down on the approach, and Dambi just can't quite make these op shots connect. Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in with that shotgun. Will be able to find the one, but Leap is there for the counter swing, and G2
carrying a bag of
will get themselves out into a lead. 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round decision by G2
translation
to swing up
carrying a bag
into the back of B
and
and put a lot of pressure onto X-Ross. That seemed to be a big point of this map for them on this attacker side. If they could find that Sage early, that was often where they were able to find a lot of success, where they were able to just make X-Ross really uncomfortable, really difficult for a Sage. You know, if the wall's already out to stop a Neon, even with the slow orbs, not going to make too big of a difference, or at least in this case, you know, just the overwhelming numbers of G2. Not really able to hold the line, then maybe they find that pick on the side. I mean, as fantastic of a half as Ivy just had. Not having him be able to hold the line. Baby Bay with that
classic
so good with the sniper rifles.
Save round.
Just a exciting first half again.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's just hope that this second half can deliver. I mean, if Nongshim are going to be able to find another pistol, very much we'll have a half for ourselves. And G2 not looking to see that. They want to go ahead and take this one down, get it nice and clean, nice and quick, send this over to a third and final map.
Oh,
this gets better every time you watch it.
It will never get old. That is some filth. Ivy, again, he has been just tremendous in the qualifiers for EWC 2026, and he hasn't
third
been
map
missing a beat
chance.
He was during stage one. This, you know, we saw the
G2 map pick ആണ്.
MVP candidate and Master Santiago.
Neon പിടിച്ചു നിർത്താൻ പറ്റിയ
performance in stage one. Wasn't able to find those same highs. Wasn't really
Dambi on
getting even regular impact in their matches, which was so shocking to see. But here, look, he's whatever slump he was in, he's got himself out of it.
It's very important pistol.
As Nongshim, will they pilot this Sage on the attacker side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about this attacker side. You almost feel like you have to rely too much on Dambi, which is hard to imagine.
Baby Bay out of mid will be able to get some damage. France is going to be tagged to 45.
But it's healed. So not the end of the world there.
CD out early. Trademark situated on B main. Baby Bay can quick pivot around. He's playing the 10 spot at the moment.
Yeah, they've created a lot of attention towards mid, so Ivy's in a world of trouble if he swings too wide here.
Oh, he's going to be completely overwhelmed. Unable to find even really any significant damage. Shield's still going to be burned, but Dambi sliding forward will be able to at least trade it back as Baby Bay does get taken out of the equation. But again, that heal burned early means that Dambi's going to be stuck at 45. And Leaf is able to find Francis to boot. So now player advantage in the hands of G2. Flash not going to be connecting here. Dambi able to find one. The heals quickly come in from Trent. Side forward space getting taken. Dambi now pushed back to 100. RB just on the other side of this smoke, but it's going to be Jogamo finding Dambi through it, cleaning him up. The push coming in. RB looking for a little bit more, but Trent's got the classic drawn out. The right click is there, and G2 will take both pistols on sunset to move up 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that Nongshim
you saw Ivy's
on this map, and
ace.
in particular, I'm thinking about two fights that happened. It's Ivy in mid, who's kind of swinging to get info.
The last round he
by the time he swung so wide, it's too late because there's 3 G2 players that have been hitting their presence up at top mid. And then the other problem is when they get onto the site, Francis kind of doesn't really process that there were 3 players up there earlier, goes for the swing
And
himself
Kumar is supporting.
around the backside of B, and then just gets cut down by the firing squad of G2. So just some kind of individual mistakes that cost you a lot in a pistol round.
Well, there's a bucket in hand for Dami, but there is a judge in hand for Jogamo. Baby again is able to find Francis here in main, as X-Ross will be able to come away with 2 quick kills. The bucket in hand for now. Brent slowly slipping back towards B. Try to join in alongside Baby Bay, but Nongshim Red Force is going to look to explore elsewhere, as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here are X-Ross and Ivy. Already decent damage. You see the investment here just in the cash from G2. And if they can find any more, this is going to be still a very good Thrifty attempt. It's not the Thrifty itself, but Leaf playing forward, potentially unexpected in this position. As at the wall, gonna have to be waited out. Will now break, swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone. So 2 casualties. They end up saving it quite a bit, so 3 players keep their weapons over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that relatively okay. Yeah, you lose a couple guns, but whatever. I don't think anybody else even took armor damage. So that's a pretty healthy bonus that you're going to be situated with. Leaf even going to go for the judge. Carry those 2 Spectres in the Outlaw over, and 2 players on Nongshim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's one of them's Dombi. So if Baby Bay can hit a banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Oh, well, Francis does hit the shot before he can rendezvous at the safety. Dogamo just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valorant dead atop of mid, and Dombi just quickly slides in, taking his life as well. Revenge for their fallen IGL. As Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, but quickly has to backpedal away. It's just that judge in hand will grab the orb. Guarantees that he'll have the res going into the next round. This would take some serious work, though. Try to get a clutch materialized from this position.
No. Given a chance. They're just trying to figure out where the hell he went, and I think Ivy's finally kind of pieced it together. Must be holding somewhere in the vicinity of spawn or something.
Giving him some weapon opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most part. Trent had died just around this corner. Regardless, looks like Leaf is just going to try to play this one for exits. Question is, does Ivy give it to him? The answer is no, but Francis will. Swings in. It's a very nice headshot from him, but got not to be carried over. It's just a judge, so nothing to really get stressed about here for G2. Nongshim Red Force still eating quite a bit of damage to try to get this anti-bonus over the line.
Yeah, exactly. Again, having those half armor is something that hurt them even in the previous half. Being that Outlaw, being able to be carried over into round 3, finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because Nongshim does like to invest just a little bit into those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
And this is why you see that Outlaw again in the hands of Baby Bay. Half armors across the board aside from Ivy.
This adds just more value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map. And Trent, well, not too bad. A little bit of armor damage, a little bit of health. Nothing to be too concerned about. Nongshim, again, really prioritizing mid control. I mean, you see the differences in these comps and how they have to be piloted. G2 can bully the extremities, and they know it because they have that Sky. Whereas Nongshim has to be a little bit more diligent with trying to create extra angles, extra opportunities to take those contact fights.
Cover going out.
Really slowed down the round, though.
RB's in a weird position.
He knows he can't scale. He's heard that trademark around the corner.
Exactly.
Not to mention the 2 players watching this angle. Will have to just be a 3-2-1 go, push into market. Try to shut this down, slide in. Somehow Fallon doesn't manage to find that shot. Downby sliding right at him. You would have thought he'd be able to connect with that, but the Neon comes out on top. Backpedal away as a sight. Gets taken. Flash over to the corner. RB not quite getting blinded up, but he's still able to find Jogamo. Continues with that player advantage. The res is going to be committed in. Leaf immediately drawing down. Is able to find X-Ross. Hunter's Fear going to be set from Francis, but everyone scatters to the wind. Avoids those bursts of damage. They'll have 4 players to try to go for the retake. Some shots exchanged. The flash not quite connecting. Ivy is tucked into the corner. The wall will fall, and Jogamo gets the better of him. Tap of the defuse. Jogamo now finding Francis. It's all down to Down B. And Baby Bay will be able to pick him to pieces. Double digits found for G2. As Nongshim struggling on this attack.
Yeah, this is really tough stuff. You know, you get this early kill, and then even you're able to get Jogamo taken down off the slide, but the res, and Leaf plays ahead of it, expecting a peek from a player of Nongshim, and he's able to get the res and protect it. That's so hard to do sometimes as a Sage. He knocks it out of the park, sets them up for that extra advantage, and finally a timeout.
Yeah, first one. We'll look to try to right this ship, but 4 rounds down. It feels like Nongshim not having a great grasp of how to try to pilot things. Just generally on this map. I mean, a lot of the rounds that you're able to find from the defender side is boiled down to Ivy going nuclear.
Right. No, I mean, again, honestly, outside of those rounds, this has been G2 all the way. They have been just a step ahead all throughout Sunset. You can see why they're very comfortable to pick this. I mean, you know, coming into this event, a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture, the ones that a lot of teams tend to avoid. I mean, throughout most of the day today, you're seeing Lotus, Ascent, Haven, Split. You know, we will see Split later. I'm happy about that. Don't get me wrong. The last time these two teams played on Split, it went to overtime, and it was map 3. We can only hope, but that being said, you know, having a pocket pick like a Sunset, like a Fracture, gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean into, you're able to at least force out that decider.
All sent at main here on a timing. 2 weapons into this one for Nongshim.
Nongshim's so keen to get a player tucked up in mid into that top left corner. Again, this time it's Ivy. And sure, it gives you a little bit of info. I mean, you're able to probably identify that that trademark is around the corner in market, but able to capitalize off of it, they really haven't been able to. I think it's something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of, I would suspect, but we'll see. Tag on the drone to the wall there, so Leaf doesn't stick around, but nobody really accelerating.
But with that Trailblazer leading out through B main, this is allowed for Jogamo to start scaling forward, so he's going to have a faster rotation around the back. Granted, yes, Tripwire for the moment still going to be there, but Ivy potentially going to be caught on the timing. No, it's going to be Leaf at the same time, though. Back over towards the site, just gunning down 2. Ivy tucked into this position as Leaf finds a 3rd. He's going to try to play this patiently, but if Trent just looks over to the side, which he now will, he will quickly shut down the enemy Cypher, and that leaves now Downbeat alone in a 1v4.
Altundu.
Went onto the corner, the wall now falling, the flash connecting, and Leaf is there to collect it. A 4K form, an 11th round for G2. Split is looking all but guaranteed.
This is another phenomenal round from Leaf. Saw it on the res where he's able to cover it and really set that retake up for success. But here, it's just shutting down the huge push. That's the 4-player push that he's facing there. Yes, he's got some help from Valen, but he gets the 2 kills. And that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into Link because he expected that should be able to be cleared by his teammates, or maybe somebody gets flushed into him when they're not ready. But there's discipline here from Leaf and Valen. They don't move a muscle. They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through top mid. Heroic efforts from tremendous player in Leaf. Really just thwarts Nongshim's plans all across the board. And at Nongshim, they're so nervous about some kind of trap play, some kind of reactive flash or neon stun could be waiting for them, or maybe just a tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that Outlaw.
Oh, Giacomo not going to be able to find that timing, but here's that jump from Francis. He is not going to be ready for this forward position. Even though the tripwires comparatively shallow. None the wiser, but same could be said about Leaf as Ivy this time. Being able to get that backstab through. Neural depth, the ping reveal, Valen's position now going to be known. Relay bolt going his way, and this is all to keep his eyes trained towards sight, so Ivy can slot in from behind. Comes away with that elimination. The repace forward, tries to take the fighting. Giacomo's going to go past him, but Giacomo plants his feet right up in front. Ivy's unable to clean up Trent fast enough, so now a 3v3. And a very much win round for Nongshim. Fast lane over to the side with Paranoia, going to be out in response from RB to try to slow them up. He finds the first, but Trent quickly trades that back. 2v2 now. A round where Nongshim need to win it and likely even need to commit the res off the back of this just to try to steady the economy. Swing in, Baby Bay has the shutdown onto the first. The defuse not held to half. X-Ross aware of this. Baby Bay will rip everything out of their grasp, but cannot take the round, cannot take G2 up to 12. He narrowly escapes. And Nongshim hold on by a thread, denying that map point.
But it's Ivy again. He just, this time, a little bit pacier with this lurk up through mid, catches Leaf off guard. That allows the neural theft to be invested. That he's trying to use the Seekers against G2 there. Knows that after he clears the first, the second two aren't locked into him. But
94.5.
regardless.
Call us and share your story for a chance to win.
Chance to win what?
Not sure.
Yeah, they didn't.
What did you want? What do you want to win?
A car would be good, I suppose.
Yeah? You already have a car. What are you're greedy.
Yeah,
wow.
What about second car?
I don't have a car. Can I have your car?
Sure.
Sweet.
Well, for now, similar scenes here from Nongshim, just keeping everybody stacked over onto the A side of the map. Ivy this time, however, exploration up into B main.
High-low could be really annoying.
Oh, they're going to go for the push now. The drone going to be coming out, and Giacomo wanted to try to get this punish here, but Dambi just slides across. Smooth Criminal with a stinger is able to find that kill. Baby Bay now making his exit right before he would have had contact on Ivy. Spots him out, and the second shot will be able to take down the enemy Cypher. Coming with the overdrive, push forward, but Trent is instantaneous with the punish. Shuts down 3. And G2 now, one more round to go to push us the distance and take this series over to split.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have so many tools in your back pocket here as G2. Even if you lose Giacomo on that initial attempt, the ability to fall back and just hold the line again, double up for G2, and they're able to find a huge multi-kill. That time it was Trent. Nongshim gonna try one more time out. This one better be a damn good one, because you need 5 in a row just to tie it.
And you're scraping the bottom of the barrel at the moment. You look at the cash here, there's not really much to speak of for Nongshim. Bankrupted by G2. They've only been able to find the 2 rounds in this half.
Well,
Why are they just going to be looking at, Stinger Sheriffs? That's about it.
Yeah, it is less than ideal, to say the least. Silkanon have to come up with something incredible. I don't know. There's some individual things they can do. I think maybe some more mid-explorations are good, but I think G2's been pretty able to well identify that Nongshim doesn't feel comfortable to hold B. None of their post plants over there have worked, so it kind of has to be A. And so, if that's the case, then you just throw that strong side player over there, try to hold the line, and it's worked pretty damn well. And again, all you have is the paranoia really to clear some of those angles in the relay bolt. You can wait those out or bait those out. Round's pretty much yours.
And Baby Bay's going to be so favored here.
Whoa.
Okay, shot not going to register, but Stinger at that range, also not going to be able to find too much damage. He's got 2 sources of healing to put it back up to full. And Giacomo, okay, that's not a timing. Going to be able to find RB. He wants to end this one as Leaf. Johnny on the spot is ready for the punish. Giacomo on the repeat takes down X-Ross. And the wheels have well and truly come off as Giacomo looking for an ace of his own, but Valen will say, let's speed it up. Let's get into map 3. 13-7 Sunset It's a dominant display at the hands of G2 Esports. And once again, they will square off against Nongshim. A final map, a third map in a series on Split.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be so thrilled here to see this from G2. Going back to some of their comfort agents. Really like the theory. You don't see a lot of Sky on Sunset. I felt like that had a ton of impact here. Suits the Neon really well on this map. Able to tee up Jogamo, who was really, really impactful. Everybody had their moments, it felt like, for G2. Kind of what you want from this team. Those well-coordinated, well-thought-out, well-executed efforts.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that Jogamo might just slightly be a better Neon compared to me. There's a lot to work on when it comes down to that breeze at Jogamo. Looking good alive and well, but let's go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down Sunset.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. I agree. Jogamo on the Neon might be a little bit better, as it was a great showing there by G2. They get the job done against the Noodle Boys here and tie up 1-1. Nongshim Red Force and G2, two of the great squads across the world going head-to-head here on a final map number 3 as we welcome back Kakuka in big time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it just shows the power of having a strong Sunset here in this tournament so far. It hasn't been in the pool. Now it's come back. I think they caught Nongshim underprepared on this map, and G2 clearly had it down. It looked very, very strong from them. I think even the scoreline is quite tight, quite kind to Nongshim. You know, you go 7-5, wow, oh, that was, you know, maybe it was good for G2. And then you go, oh, but they got pistol and bonus. And you go, oh, well, maybe Nongshim were good. And then you go, Ivy single-handedly won 3 of those rounds. And you go, okay, maybe
final
G2
map.
better than the scores.
Being realistic about Sunset, the first rounds are always going to be a surprise. If you have those set strats, like we were seeing Valley, like reading the papers, being like, oh, this, like this is what we can, how we can get the most out of them, and it absolutely worked. And especially when we turned into that second half, when we speak about that double sentinel and the way that they were playing it, you have Sage on one side, Chamber on the other, and they're going to be an absolute pain in the ass to deal with. And if on top of that, you add in a Jogamo that every single round is in a different part of the map, putting pressure onto you, and it's now on a duelist, so he will come and fight you. I'm sorry, but that means we're going to split.
Yep, it does indeed mean that one. And the good thing for G2, they were never in doubt in this one. Ahead in the first half and then kind of sped away in the second. Yeah. And that's still despite the fact that there were many big moments here for Nongshim, kind of like tournament highlight moments here for Ivy on the Cypher.
I mean, Ivy's an amazing player. He's so comfortable on these traditional Sentinel roles, especially this Cypher. Now, do I think Cypher is the best in slot here on Sunset? Probably not, but is it the best for Ivy? It very well might be. He was putting up, you know, a great show, that 1v3 as well. It's just, it's insane the stuff he's able to do, but the problem is it's too little too late. It's not enough. You can't only rely on these individual moments. It does feel like they need more time on this map. They need to get more drilled in the macro and get familiar with it again, because G2 just leaps and bounds ahead in my mind.
Something that I was talking about before we jumped into Sunset, and something that also a paper thing just highlighted, is how Trent was going to mix with Jogamo to make this situations so favor for themselves. And Trent had an amazing map. We've seen a Sky resurgence thanks to the later buffs that we've seen from the agents. So it is definitely something to take into account when you go into a map like that, and you're going to be pairing it with a Neon. It looks very, very good when you're thinking that if that is going to be your only information, considering that you have those 2 Sentinels, you have to go with him.
A brutal kind of run here on the opposite side for Nongshim Red Force. RB, 7-20. I know that's a little tough when you're playing Caboose there, but just being -13 is a little tough, given the fact that Ivy was popping off on, as you said, not best in slot, but a team that can go ahead and bounce back. The resilience of this Nongshim Red Force squad can't be understated big time.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like they can do it. Split is a map where they've been perfectly fine on. We saw it from them over in the qualifiers. Running that double duelist, Danby sticking with that Neon, and it was X-Ross on the Raze there to help back him up. And I think that is also a pretty solid map for them, but it's also not terrible for G2.
No, absolutely not. I think that I like the fact that we have each team wins their mapping. This is kind of like the ideal form that you will get to in a playoffs, where you have your map, which is super strong. You know that you're going to go to an opponent that will be in that form, so they will win their map. And this should be the biggest clash of them all, because all the worrying signs that we could have seen on that first map, and we were like, oh, Jog and oh, Dre, like, baby, what are you doing? This, and that. We're gone out the window thanks to the map too. Leaf also brilliant on that stage. It's absolutely everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I know. Again, everyone from G2 stepping up. That is what you want to see from a team that have stars all around. Really, everyone can play the role players, but then have the pop-off moments. Almost the ace that we saw at the end till Valen stole that one away. And on the opposite side, in terms of the groups, Gentlemates was the one that took out XLG. And so...
EMEA!
I mean, EMEA doing pretty well.
According to
so
Athena,
far.
we're the worst region. We'll have some words.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes up for the non-EMEA regions as G2 and Nongshim Red Force will battle it out on that map 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Paris for EWC 2026 Valorant, and we are going to map number 3 between the champions of Americas and the earlier kickoff champions of Pacific. It's G2 versus Nongshim Red Force 1-1. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And as we said to it, let's set the stakes here. We know that G2 is going to take a little bit of time to set up on stage. Nongshim are now just coming on out. What do you want to see out of these squads?
I mean, I want to see Nongshim get explosive again. That's what I feel like they got tampered here a little bit. They feel a lot slower. I mean, I feel like G2 were able to work the map around them far too easily. Nongshim are at their best when they're in your face. Dambi needs to go forward with the support of the team. I don't want to see any big, deep rotates round spawn. No, forward, boys. I want to see that double duelist that we saw from them in the qualifier. It was very effective there, so I just think they got to lean back into their strengths for me for Nongshim.
And if you are a G2 fan, you want quite the opposite, right? The same way that Nongshim runs that double duelist, we're going to full control for the side of G2. Astra, Viper, Vice, like literally everything to stop them. We always, when we talk about the meta, we talk about being one step ahead. And if you really think that it's tilted in that direction, if you can find a very strong counter to it, you should be, in theory, favored. It looked very good when they were playing with the double sentinel here on Sunset, and that is something that they have to find a way to translate onto Split. Watch out, because obviously the chokes are much smaller, and many things can go wrong.
Baby Bay on Neon. Yes, no?
No, that's one of the things that
Let's not.
No, I think I want to see Jogamo stick with that duelist. I think he can play the Neon. We also know he can play that Raze really well.
Raze, very much so here on Split, yeah.
But I think on the side of G2, I totally agree with you. I want to see control. I want to see Leaf take over that Viper. I want to see maybe a Vice with that. You know, there's... The whole objective for this is G2 need to slow down Nongshim. Nongshim need to not allow themselves to be slowed down.
The best thing that could happen for them is trying to isolate those kills, right? When we're speaking about slowing them down, it's more so of like, one by one, you know? One by one, get onto the side. And if you can shut down Dambi, probably one of the reasons why he swapped from the Neon in the first place, the fact that he was not the one being isolated. They also have Ivy playing absolutely brilliant, so it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of G2. The resurgence, though, of Jogamo. In the first match, Dambi diffed on him, like, made absolutely no sense. But if he's on a duelist, he does have a lot more freedom. And also with the compositions playing more around him instead of him helping the rest of the team, it just works better.
I think it's one of those selfless things, right? You've got such a star and he wants to try and lift the rest of the team on up, but really, the team needs you. You be the guy. It's okay that you're the guy. That's like a whole thing in Korea here and in the Pacific as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this is a meta that's centered around those duelists, right? They're probably the strongest that they've ever been right now. So it's all about enabling them. That's one thing Nongshim historically have been able to do brilliantly, and that's why they could lift that trophy over in Santiago. So I want to see both teams be able to emulate that.
And let's speak a little bit about the repetitions. Yes, you were saying that in the qualifier, they were playing with that double duelist with the Neon and the Race for the side of Nongshim. But when we talk about reps, G2 is on the lead by a lot, especially I think that they played it at least 3 weeks during the regular season, a couple of times in playoffs, and of course, they're in Masters London. There is a lot of showing, there is a lot of tape, and this is the only match that you know for sure your opponent before coming into the tournament. So if any preparation has been done, it has to be for this match.
Yeah, very much so. We got the Agent Select coming in now. Baby Bay back on that duelist. He's on the waylay. This is not what I expected to see from them, but I can see where they're coming from. On the side of Nongshim, it's not that Raze. They're going back to the Phoenix from X-Ross that we saw back on Breeze. We know that there's a 1-2 pairing that's effective.
So here's the thing, right? Bar the trend being on the sky would literally worked very well on Sunset, so why not? They played something similar like this before with Baby Bay on the waylay. But Jogamo was playing on the Neon. Maybe he feels more comfortable in the race, and after the nerf and everything, I think that Jogamo is a brilliant race. So I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, there isn't a ton of stopping power here. It's only really going to be that Viper, maybe a Paranoia. So I think it's going to get explosive here on Split.
Yeah, whether it goes slow or fast, it's going to be loud as we've got the two squads battling it out for that victory and the right to play gentle mates later on in the group stage. G2 and Nongshim Red Force 1-1 into our final map, number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
It all comes down to this, a split to decide it between these two teams yet again. Will this map be a repeat of Masters Santiago? Will it go to overtime? Will it go Nongshim's way? These are the questions that we are asking that can only be answered by these squads once they get into the lobby itself. Baby Bay back onto that duelist duty with the waylay coming through, a bit more comfortable for him. So I'm expecting to see some hefty impact from him.
Yeah, no, and you need him to kind of come alive. He was one of the ones, along with Jogamo, on those double duelists that struggled against Nongshim on split last time. -4 respectively in the KD column for both of them. Idmaster Santiago. Meanwhile, Dombi and Francis were getting the better of them overall. It is a very different setup for both squads in a lot of ways. I mean, you got Xross on the Duelist now, Francis over on the Fade. So they're going to swap roles. It'll be Ivy on that Viper again. RB maintains the Omen. Valen will not be piloting the Astro with this comp. He's going to move over to the Omen. Trent switches off of Fade, goes into Sky. Again, I'm comparing this to the last time these two teams faced off. So yes, it went to OT, but here feels like it just comes down to skill, firepower, one of those things, and there you go.
Jogamo with that Sheriff in hand, able to take off RB's head very swiftly as Baby Bay goes diving into the back of sight. No one home though. Nongshim were heavily stacking more towards the A side of the map. Curveball going to be set, but Dombi eating the full brunt of that one. Now we'll try to go for the peak, but Leaf has him dead. Just banged through the box. Xross gone as well, and that leaves just Ivy and Francis to try to peel back anything they can get in a 2v5, but it feels like G2 gonna have a third pistol win in a row from Sunset now in a split. America squad very much waking up after getting beat on Breeze. Swing in, Ivy. Good for the one, but nothing more. Not much of a dent put into G2 here as they take the opening pistol.
Yeah, again, a lot of sparse fights that, normally you're not even really trying to take fights in some of these positions necessarily, but because you get one tapped off the rip, and then you kind of screw up a Phoenix curveball that leaves Dombi not able to scale the space and maybe get in a little bit quicker and deeper like you'd hope. Things just aren't going so good. For Nongshim there, that one looked a little bit not so well rehearsed in some ways, whereas G2 looking very, very sharp again, finding themselves their third pistol in a row. And it's a couple Spectres, Bulldog, Baby Bay with just a Bandit, Leaf with just a Ghost. So this is a round where you're very content to lose 2 players, assuming you can get all 3 guns carried over. Now, so far, Nongshim had gamble stacked more or less on the other side of the map, or at least willingly gave up the long B space. Do have a late lurk here from Leaf to try to deny any attempt to just die to the spike or thwart this retake, and here they go.
Paranoia not going to be connecting on anyone there. Swing out over the Raptors, curveball forward into the smoke. Xross eventually going to be able to find that kill on a Valen. Trent going to be taken down as well as Nongshim already on for the defuse. Dombi just bouncing back into the throw, completely ignoring these players here in Garage. Baby Bay will be able to find one. Defuse going to be interrupted, but Ivy having to kill, Leaf having to reload. And Nongshim Red Force right back into it, tie it up 1-1.
Not the fan.
Okay, take it all back. That looked really well rehearsed. That was some crazy good thought going into that. That curveball from Xross, the big opener into the can that was G2's post plant.
Hello.
And then it's just Dombi doing what he does best, running at you. Just a classic, and he's getting the job done. Doesn't matter, seemingly, how much you nerf the agent, you nerf the shotguns, Dombi is still really, really good.
Oh, yeah. G2 now.
That
magic we just saw. They do have a Vandal and a Sheriff behind this. Saturate going to be connecting on the Dombi, but no real way to try to push off of that one, nor is there anyone behind it. It's an attempt at a bit of a fake here, if not just for a pick. Baby Bay comes away empty-handed. Meanwhile, push up into Mail. Xross going to be able to find the 2 kills here. The Paranoia just far too late from Valen to escort these players in safely. Leaf dead. Can be collected in IV. Okay, does register that, but still is going to be taken down. Valen, full HP now with a shout. Baby Bay with this Bandit.
Now you got to be real way through vents. Real careful as Nongshim. This is potentially scary, especially with so much time left on the clock. Baby Bay all the way in spawn.
There's a world where this can get away from them. Spot out. Xross is going to hold his own, and he shall. Kill found, and it looks like RB with the right read, staring exactly where he needs to, but not quite hitting the shots that he needs to. So this still ends up being very costly for Nongshim, but as the swing comes in, Downbeat will be able to find the kill, gets the weapon upgrade off the Spectre, and Nongshim will establish a one-round lead.
It gets a little too uncomfortable for Nongshim after just a really great hold from Xros. Just gonna stand there, gets the first cleanly, second to follow up, but that dropped gun in mid causes a whole bunch of problems because they really don't want to fork that over, don't want to give them any opportunities in a post plant to dig in. Even though it's a good read from RB, he's not really able to be sharp with the shots where Baby Bay was. Dive in. Nobody home from Nongshim.
Oh, counter spam though. Look at Baby Bay's health. Trent can get some healing through. Tag to 16, so frankly, he's going to be lucky to be alive. Boombot with no scout. This gives them some pause. Zombie, ooh, elbow showing. It's going to be Jogamo, the one to eat some damage, though.
I think Domby's a little lucky that he didn't take a lot more damage there. Jog a pretty good opportunity on that angle, but
oh
no.
Look at this. Speaking of opportunity, but no, it's absolutely squandered. Some damage found, yes, and Ivy will be able to find back again. The real fortunate part about that for Nongshim at the end is that Trent can't heal himself back up. He should have had him absolutely dead. Ramp now going to be taken. They haven't firm control here for G2. 40 seconds remaining, can still go for a pivot as well if they want.
Well, they've conceded some of this space over towards top A, and
oh, hello.
Leaf in trouble. Oh, gets around the corner, but getting spammed through.
Pushed out a little bit more into the open. Run it back now, going to be popped. Xros looking for that moment to strike, and he has been able to find it. Baby Bay going to be taking down Francis out from Alley. Intercepting Trent, putting the spike down on the floor. Trent's able to wide swing with the two players on the opposite side. As Valen will fall and is now down to Leaf. Blazewall does allow for him to recollect this spike. Reads the rewrap from Ivy. Has the headshot. But Leaf is running out of time. He has to commit to this, and it's going to be in the open. I think he's got it by about 0.05.
Ooh, just it.
He'll be able to get that one in play.
Pulls
back from that angle. I think he thought that the time was gone, but now he has to try to play this out in a 1v1.
This is not going to be easy. Still one curveball in the mix.
But it's going to be Xros able to find that third. Spare their blushes. Damn, how close was that? Leaf put him through the ringer, but it's still going to be Nongshim maintaining and now stretching that lead.
Well, we've been talking a lot today about Ivy, but here on Split, it's been Xros who's been instrumental for Nongshim. Able to hold the line in a couple different important moments after some mechanical whoopsies. Don't like that wide swing from Francis after he gets that first kill. Ivy just not even considering that Leaf could have peeled back there. I think they thought when they heard that tap that he's already on the other side of that box going for the default plant, but was not the case at all. Leaf almost works a miracle. Trent quick clear the haunt. The flash out just to make sure nobody's trying to scale through mid. Seen this a couple times from Nongshim, so have to be pretty cautious about that. Paranoia not going to be used just yet. Oh boy.
Again on Circle Street, and Baby Bay on the dive forward will be able to catch him. That's going to be a weapon likely able to be recovered, but Xros will be able to shut down Juggernaut. Leap now going to be found in mid. Xros with the reposition, but Fallon with the read. Spams out the Stinger, able to connect. As the smoke will fall, Baby Bay here out in front, but Francis hits the transfer.
Wow.
Barely scraping by with any help. Fallon at that range. The Stinger got in his own right, still not going to be able to find that kill, so will end up falling as Nongshim continuing to rack up these wins.
Still, again, some individual mistakes that are almost costing Nongshim big time, and G2 able to find some good timings to at least do damage, but they can't convert enough because somebody steps up in the back line of Nongshim. And again, it's what makes this team so fearsome. Is you have a lot of really, really talented players behind those duelists. Francis and Ivy, incredible when they're on. There's been a little bit of shakiness here and there, but right there, Francis able to bounce back after a rough previous round. Trent gets lit the heck up. Ivy dead. Look at Leaf. He's all the way over on A.
He's lit up. It's just a decay. So it sees grabbing him in position. And now right as rain. Like you said. Good kill from Leaf as Dami trying to isolate. Reads Fallon's reposition. Can't do anything about it. Even if he had, Leaf would have been right there. Get that trade back into their favor.
3v5.
Flash sent. Side plant now. Going for safety. Smoke on a main, but Valon still able to play in front of that one. X-Ross strafing forward. Leaf looking for the immediate challenge. Molly just going to be lobbed into the corner. That can be avoided. It's all a quick consideration on that pit, but it looks like Leaf just going to be opting to try to hold that one for now. As yes, they will be able to overwhelm them and whittle this down to just Francis remaining. Swing out. Francis good for one, but nothing more. G2 now able to rally back. Themselves a second round win.
Yeah, this is great work again by Leaf. Just has some great reads at times. I mean, I was so impressed with his Sage play on Sunset here on the Viper. Gets that opening kill and then immediately starts scaling forward and just goes, guys, it's open. They're not going to be able to get here in time. We have a huge advantage, and the best part about that, only have to invest one of the ults. Leaf held on to that pit, so he's going to have it available potentially for this round. They can get there. Just use those Seekers to really confirm. G2, oh, okay.
Break of that, the conversion path's going to be sent. Ivy to be caught, trying to tuck back behind this box, and Baby eventually will find him. Hyper dead, but fast on their heels is all of Nongshim. This is all 4 players. Corralled around into garage as the pit goes out towards Alley. Baby Bay going to be taking that first contact as RB will be able to take him down. X-Roth with the ult in play, wins the fight versus Valen. Nongshim now get ready to storm their way forward onto the site, and Trenton Alley is going to be caught. Leap now zoned a world away. Having to rescale, but the Seas will connect. The Spam able to find him. Dambi shuts it down, drops the pit. As X-Roth drop Jogamo. Nongshim now up 5-2. Similar scenes on both of these maps where it comes out swinging. They take that, they allow for their opponents to take that one step forward, and then they shove them back by 3.
This is just an unbelievably explosive retake. Ivy just in an awful position, but that's a huge win there off the rip of his ult from X-Ross. The fact that he's able to get that opening duel allows him to keep creating space, and all of a sudden, that pit that should be a safety net for you becomes a prison, and they just get absolutely bullied out of it. That was electric coordination.
Presence confirmed here in the mid. Valen able to backpedal. Dodging any punish. Now Nongshim quickly making the call to try to pivot across towards this A site. Watch confirms that no one's home. Paint shell up to heaven as well. G2 able to get themselves into fairly entrenched positions. And they hold it with the weaker buy. Jogamo going to be forced having to drop back, but Sun is out on both of these players. Jogamo comes out on top. Leaf is found 2. Baby May gets one as well. And now suddenly in the blink of an eye, it's just Ivy. Finds the first, but needs so much more. Abandon. The hope of a clutch will back away, and G2 will find a massive, monstrous round win to get up to 3.
Yeah, they're able to just punch right back. I mean, this time, Nongshim tries to go for a more spread retake, trying to clear some space over at the bottom of the ramp, and Leaf is tucked in, having none of it. He got 2 kills there, and it's just a great coordination with the utility. The flash was in there, the saturate, everything you needed from G2 was perfectly placed. It's absolutely lights out.
All 3 players carrying weapons in. That last little bit from the blast pack doing wonders for Jogamo to win out that fight, to stay alive.
You got to be, I think, a little bit more thoughtful on those retakes on A if you're Nongshim, but G2 just give them enough time. So quick. Get into those well-disciplined post plants where they know what they need to do. Their protocols, you know, are going to be very well drilled. Francis goes for the C's there. Does catch on to Baby Bay, but no punish available.
Hey, not running a raise. Molly's already been expended. Some pot shots attempted through this Viper wall in mid, but otherwise nothing to be found. No one taking a lick of damage on either side.
See how hungry Nongshim is to try to put the pressure onto G2, but G2 gonna match. Actually overstack here. Francis has to start backpedaling.
Baby Bay can push this issue because he has that refract available, but now we'll just let that one expire. G2 gets a very aggressive push up in towards this B heaven. Once again, so much util, so many bullets expended from both sides, and no one has taken any damage. Just painting pictures around each other, and finally we'll have our first little bit there as Francis. Let's just end up eating one bullet. Meanwhile, the spike's starting to get ushered up into A main.
His Jog's already down to his last clip.
DP check, but Jogamo with a backstab, just continuing to scale. Intercepts X-Ross, finds that elimination. Dambi here, though, to try to hold this line, has the overdrive, and the time has gone away from them. This has just been such a heavy investment. As maybe they up and over the top. Eventually, he's going to be able to find Dambi. The plant now going to be coming through as Jogamo finds Ivy, and they can stick this. Very much limit testing here, RG2, but they're getting away with it as RB finding Jogamo, able to win out that fight. But now he's got to do it all. Swing out of the smoke, and that is unbelievable! RB has had such a quiet performance this whole series through, but what a time to come alive!
I mean, there has been some of the nastiest spray transfers today from Nongshim. So from Ivy earlier this time, it's RB's turn. I thought this was curtains. I mean, you get the backstab, you get the sight, you get the clear, you get the pit out of Ivy, you take him down. This looked like it could be a backbreaker for Nongshim. A complete change of momentum, but RB, that is one of his best. And we've seen a lot of good ones from him over the years.
Absolutely insane. That's one of those ones that, if you're G2 again, you're going to be kicking yourself so much over. More so than Ivy's clutches on Sunset. Can they recover from here? Nongshim now up to 6. The entry again. Attempted from Baby Bay, has to take the refract out instantly. RB just ushered forward by the pain shell. Otherwise, no worse for wear.
I love here for RB that he's like, I'm going to make sure that I have the paranoia in hand on this B execute this time. Because last time I got caught trying to swap and Baby Bay did me in. This time he plays it much more disciplined. Again, you clear that dog, but G2 is just sending that more to keep attention to that side and to see if they can get an isolated fight. X-Ross is going to slide over. Ooh, that got dangerous.
Yeah, it really did, but RB still going to be good for one. Looks for a little bit more, cannot find it. It looks like, again, that buy from G2 might just be bearing fruit. Weapons now going to be recovered. The heels pushed out. Jogamo back up towards full, but now taken down. Ivy from on high, able to find that kill. The slide in, and Dambi will get it done. Barrel stuff for the transfer. Narrowly scrapes by, but Nongshim now securing the lead and looking to balloon it up.
Yeah, God, again, another frustrating one. It looked like G2 might have been able to shrug off that previous clutch from RB. A really well-coordinated execute. Good crossfires available, but this time it's Dambi. Slides in, gets the 2K. Tread's trying to figure out where the hell he went. Can't lock on in time.
Just back-to-back rounds like that. Sure, this one a little less egregious compared to the previous, but you absolutely need to call this timeout now.
Yeah, you need to settle it down.
This has been slipping. You have to stop it.
I mean, at the very least, you got to find a way to take that confidence away from Nongshim and get in there as Josh and reinvigorate your team. Because those are two heartbreakers in a row where you had real shots to win a round, put yourself in real good positions, made some nice adjustments there, you know, compared to previously for G2. They kind of outplayed RB again. I mean, they've been doing a great job on whoever it is, RB or Ivy or whoever's trying to hold that B main execute entrance. They have completely knocked it out of the park by smothering them out of rounds. You know, at least at the very worst, getting trades. But even thinking back all the way to the pistol where they just took RB out in the very first bullet. The haunt, not going to be cleared this time. G2 just opts to hide. Trying to obscure Numbers' presence.
Yeah, we'll be making a decent amount of noise as sees again, connecting here on to Baby Bay. Takes a refract back to Ramen.
Of course, you want to get that showstopper. Some value. Trent maybe could just lead with the Seekers.
There.
Then Jogamo's in a position where he can double blast pack up and punish right behind the cabbages. There we go.
There it is. 1-2. Prowler will be able to get the blind out though, and that showstopper not going to be finding a damn thing. France is going to have to just drop away on the rope, fully blinded up. Meanwhile, Extra scaling forward. It's going to be good for one. Shrimp will get taken down, but Baby Bay is there for the trade. Valen out from garage, able to find one. As Francis completely saturated up, and Baby Bay is dropping off the box to his demise. Francis, however, will fall as Jogamo looks to spare their blushes.
Yeah,
be left in a 1v3. G2 should have this one wrapped up.
Would think this would be even more heartbreaking.
If it could happen 3 times in a row, yeah, I think that you'd just be mentally checked out, but G2 will be able to stabilize. 3 players surviving, going to be key this last round to carry over these weapons. Going to make this a 7-5 half.
Did have to invest a lot of ults here, but I mean, I think that's exactly why Josh RT wanted to call that timeout, to make sure that this is a guaranteed round.
Yeah.
Knew how important it was, knew what they had in their investment, wanted to get the most out of the portfolio. But it's going to be a lot of stingers here for Nongshim. So on top of getting that round, you also find Nongshim with no economy to speak of. Xros, the only one with a rifle, does have his ult as well. So run it back in play. No, G2 very much worried that maybe there might be a set idea off the initial start of the round here to maybe try to get that run it back to find some value. But instead, Nongshim going to keep it close to the vest. They too, with just those stingers, want to tuck in and try to find those close quarters fights.
High-low setup at a ramp, but will be abandoned. Ivy just going to be left on his lonesome. Leaf scaling in that direction, but X-Ross with that Phantom. Able to find Jogamo. Does a big punish his Leaf as well. Just caught going on a walkabout. Valen now trying to TP in the back of sight, but here's RB, shuts that down. The up and over, the plant of the feet, the flash is going to be good. Baby Bay will be able to find it. Run it back immediately eliminated. Trent snapping X-Ross back. Is the Molly going to be invested, disrupting the plant for now. It's over behind the box. The spike now in play. A player advantage here for Nongshim. With another gun recovered, now passed over into the hands of Dambi.
Just need Francis to maintain heaven control here. And
it's out. Backpedal. Here from Valen, trying to get to a safer spot. It's going to be good for the one, but Ivy now with a third. The swarm out, Baby. He's looking for that transfer of his own, but X-Ross will deny.
Nice.
The diffuser come in and Nongshim set themselves
line of fire on that
round lead at the half.
Well, it was a wild half to say the least, and if not for the heroics of a couple players, once again I find myself saying and believing that G2 should have a few more rounds, just like on Sunset.
They took the pistol, but then they dropped that anti-eco.
Right.
And it really starts to unravel from there.
I mean, the fact that you get 4 almost feels good in some ways and bad in others as G2, because, yeah, like you're talking about, you lose that eco, you lose a couple of those clutches, but despite all that, you're still very much in this map. And you would think that, you know, G2 should be pretty damn solid on their defender's side, but you never know. Nongshim, that's a team that if their executes are on point, if their coordination is on point, sometimes if you don't have the perfect answers, it can be really tough. Now, I do like a few of the moments I saw with the Waylay and the Sky to really slow down some of those retakes. So you're going to need a lot more of that here on this defender side as G2.
This is one of those moments where a team that normally is so very unflappable that is able to recover starts to have those doubts. You've been in this position before. Granted, you know, a very tense moment, an opportunity to qualify into a grand final. The last time they played against Nongshim Red Force, but you got to this split, and it got away from you. Having those thoughts seep back in, it could absolutely be their undoing.
The what ifs, absolutely.
G2 Faithful going to be looking and hoping, praying that they can get this pistol to open up their attacker side.
Well, and considering how well it's gone for America's, yeah, I know what you mean. But how well so far EWC has gone for America's against Pacific. I mean, you don't want to be the one left out of the party.
No, for sure. All needs to start from here. See if they can get right back into this. Another pistol, not dropping the anti-eco. G2 will be off to the races. Exactly what the G2 fans want to be seeing. Shanks, if you haven't taken the jersey off yet, you better do so.
Yeah, just...
They need everything they can get.
Burn that thing, bro. In Nongshim, just gonna sneak underneath their noses here. I mean, they have a good read there, but the saturate.
Nambi still going to be going for the slide, but he that point-blank shot, but he'll get pushed over. Meanwhile, Jogamo able to find X-Raw, so 2 for 2. Zenus looks to settle, but Jogamo's looking for a little bit more, and he absolutely oversteps.
That's tough.
Oh, damage suffered as well as Valen. Down to 15.
With a bandit.
He's got to do everything, it feels like. Maybe if he causes enough of a distraction, kills a couple players, Valen could collect something, but Leaf, oh, gun barrel, maybe not being registered there by Francis, but he'll just peek in, finds Valen, and oh, it's instantaneous with the right click. The hopes start to fade even further as Nongshim themselves, their first pistol here on split, move up 9-4.
I'm already feeling a buy up here for G2. Sure. I think this is a great spot to grab some of those stingers and do what G2 does best. Put those to good use and catch your opponent maybe a little off guard. If they're not anticipating it, I guess they're not going to go for it. I would have loved to have seen it here.
From the defender side, it's always all the more risky. But I'm right there with you. I think that a curveball like that might just be enough to try to catch Nongshim off guard. Opt to go for the safer route.
Already Nongshim, it's a pretty good read on what's going on the map. And even though Ivy might drop this Marshall, but his whole plan here is to just look for a little contact.
Okay, well, Ivy not going to be able to steady that hip fire, so Jogamo, it's a weapon back. And with their teammate falling, all of Nongshim are going to look to cluster on this side of the map. G2, though, want to try to re-explore mid, so they will be backpedaling a bit, but they are still very clustered on A.
Timing of this. I thought for a second G2 was just going to hold the line on A, and Nongshim was going to walk into the beehive, but going to get stung just yet. Over towards A.
Empty side, the players now splitting, looking to re-clear through Garage and B. The bad news about to be registered. Meanwhile, RB setting up a smoke, keeping eyes trained towards the Sewers position. The swing out, they will be able to mow them both down. Ethan Baby Bay now eliminated. I believe one of the bandits as well going to be lost. Valen with a slow walk forward. Domby just jiggling on the corner, gets the spot. Takes the fight, wins it. Nogamo, how quick, how accurate can he be with this Marshall? Needs to be clean. Oh, the bandit instead. We'll be able to take him down, but both have suffered damage. The time is starting to get away from them. This is really just a matter of can they find anything else. Jogamo needing to try to find something, but it's going to be RB with a 4K. This map is his. 10-4. Double digits now hit. Nongshim 3 rounds away from winning their opening series here at EWC.
I get a bit worried in the middle of this round for Nongshim, where off of losing Ivy, they might make the wrong read, but they actually take just long enough to pivot over to the A side that G2 instead thinks that they're going B for sure. Turns out to not be the case, but RB, they're lucky to not take more damage, only down to 86 health in that 2K, even though it looked a little unsturdy. And it's Dombi maybe off to the races. Valen trying to deny. Thought about the paranoia. They're just going to use the Prowler, and Nongshim didn't get the look that they liked. Ivy going to be identified. Baby Bay.
Able to get out of there. The Saturate is in. Ivy will still be able to find one. But meanwhile, Leaf back over in the mid, able to get rid of Dombi.
Oh, Dombi.
One of the big thorns in their side eliminated. RB still alive and well, though.
I even think Nongshim heard that.
Yeah, maybe not.
They weren't looking on their flanks, so convinced that they can just keep their eyes forward. And Xros, my goodness.
Swooping forward, doesn't have any util to try to go for the heal here. Well, RB just tucked in alongside the smoke. If he goes pushing, Valen should absolutely have him dead. Gonna start to scale up, but hasn't quite gotten that spot out yet. Now will do so. Paranoia gonna be sent, but only connects onto the enemy Omen. Meanwhile, Jogamo looking to try to fast swing around this flank, but RB is already giving it some credence. He situates another smoke, but now turns off the angle. Valen gonna be able to find the one. Jogamo now backstabbing, cleans up the enemy Omen.
RB there tried to sell a fake rotate. Little did he know.
It's all down to Francis here. Swing in.
Ooh.
Francis just locks on. He's managed to isolate this down. A haunt available again here in a second. Swing out. Trent from the Raptor will be able to win this round, but good Lord. What a conversion attempt here from Nongshim. Again, it's so very close, but it will be G2 persevering for another round.
This is a very tricky round to navigate for G2, and they do a pretty good job of it overall. Nongshim's trying to throw a lot of unusual ideas, and you have some, I guess I'll call them unfortunate moments where Ivy's able to get the kill onto the Baby Bay after being saturated.
Oh.
That right there, freaking nasty. But Trent's there with a steady pair of hands to make sure that no more damage is done. And the other thing I was going to point out earlier is the good news is a lot of those early kills for Nongshim went into RB's hands. So you don't have that run it back yet. You don't have one of those bigger ults that could be a real problem where you have a showstopper with a weaker buy. So you've got a real chance as G2 to all of a sudden start gaining some momentum. Start turning the tables onto Nongshim. See if they can get it to go. We'll get some confirmation on that Prowler, and that means Nongshim, especially with that Boombot there, no way you're going into mid now.
Yeah, Saturate can be held as well. No contact off the Boombot, so Baby Bay can retain that for the future.
Honestly, I'd love to see him run at A here.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exec and RB likely to TP into the back of sight.
Exactly.
Okay, but no, a bit of a pump fake as they're going to rescale into mid.
And they didn't like the reaction. The delay there from the Viper felt a little too quick.
Paranoia going to be baited out for that Prowler.
Oh.
Francis jumping all of the kit, but Baby Bay going to be dead. Francis able to find him. Leap now with the peek. Gets the bad news. Everyone from Nongshim is right here at home on this site, and Leaf forcibly evacuated as Ivy gets the headshot. Jogamo now all the more pressure on that showstopper to be able to deliver. As Trent comes away with a second, gets it back into a 3v3, and suddenly G2 stocks looking a hell of a lot healthier.
I mean, this showstopper, you would think is good for at least one.
Needs to find him. Back of map. The spot out. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, but no. Xros barely taking any damage. Francis is lingering in the back. Drives the knife into Valen. As Nongshim now up to 11. G2 trailing by 6.
Ooh. It took a while to get there, but eventually Nongshim's able to find that A execute that they were fishing for towards the beginning part of the round. Ivy again, really clean, but then Trent answers back, and you think there's hope. But there's that extra layer on the backside. The showstopper from Jog can't find success, even though he's got an opportunity. Xros gives him the chance. Xros challenges him. Still can't quite get it done. Now, another timeout has to be taken. G2 on the ropes. Bloodied and bruised. The KO punch seemingly in the windup for Nongshim. I don't know. It just seems like there's some good ideas from G2, but when it comes down to some of these late round micro executions, that's where they're getting beat. Like the individual kind of step up moments lean Nongshim's way more often than not.
Some people call them hero plays, but hero plays have to be allowed. You're not getting that shutdown if you're not denying it away from them. Nongshim, they're going to make those moments happen for themselves. Able to just have them materialize. That's exactly what G2 needs to do for themselves. A Thrifty here. Deny Nongshim from getting up to match point.
It's such a scary round. As G2 obviously winning the Thrifty be amazing, but if you could get the Nightfall out here, or if you could get the run it back out from Xros, that's kind of a win too, because if they could keep both of those ults going into the decider, into the match point round, that sucks, just to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So that's...
Sometimes blunt is better.
That's exactly it. I mean, I'm not the type to beat around the bush. Tell it to you straight. That's the paper-thin guarantee.
Things very quiet. Playing this very close to the vest are Nongshim, not wanting to get caught off guard. They've already been thriftied a couple times, I believe, so far in this series. We don't want to allow for it again. But what a punish from Dambi. Practice with those snipers paying dividends as Valen will get taken down. Jogamo going to be tagged. The Cade down around the corner. Swings out, is able to find the one, but nothing more. The reface for Dambi. Overstepping a bit, but the team is there to back him up. As the dust will settle, and it's just Baby Bay allowed to recover some weapons here in mid. He has to be the one to get this over the line, to clutch up, to bail them out and deny this match point from going into Nongshim's hands.
That's fun.
The full kit to work with.
1 week
there's an opportunity.
Baby.
They are just scattered to the winds. Easy to isolate, but hard to read where they're going to be coming from. First fight, first challenge will be RB. Now noting them saturate. Going to be chucked in. It's a quick exit, backpedaling over towards the sewer. Baby Bay able to find the one, but that costs him life. That costs him time. He just doesn't have enough of it. Tries to find the exits. Refract around the corner. Nothing more to be done. Has the money for the buy, so will just go down. Could have just held on to it. But that is now the 12th round found for Nongshim.
And it's scary. Nice shot from Dambi. Jog able to at least get some value here. He hit. Nice little shot with that Sheriff. Baby Bay going to be one away from the convergent paths. Yeah, Trent does have his ult. Xros does have his. I mean, Nongshim didn't even consider saving their Nightfall. They just went for it. Baby Bay. Oh, that's a seize.
It is, but it's going to be Valen with covering fire. Able to find it. Tommy in the back, but Baby Bay rather is still going to fall as Francis. Instead of 1-for-1, that convergent pass now out of the equation.
Oh, but that's kind of a weird angle to have that flash hit you. They're not going to be ready for him to be underneath.
Exos now storming his way forward with that ult. Paint Shell will be able to snap him back. The exec denied. Meanwhile, Ivy marked all the way forward. Trent will be able to win out the fight. Tagged down to 5, but still alive, still fighting here for G2.
Unbelievable awareness from Trent. That is heads up play.
Meanwhile, Leaf ready to intercept these footsteps, going to be heard Not sure if there's going to be a second layer on the approach from Sewers, but he's going to play this patiently. He is going to look to single-handedly bring this round to an end. Strikes out as Xtros will fall. RB to just tuck into the corner. The spike, however, in his hands, needs to be rerouted. Goes for the elbow side plant. Seekers now. The play spoiler to reveal their locations. The tuck back, the paranoia to fly. Jogamo fully blinded up. Leaf, however, has his vision. And has RB in his sights. G2 able to win out another round, getting up to 6. But 6 is how many more they will need if they want to push this into overtime, like they did at Master Santiago.
For sure. Going all the way over to get the op. Gonna make sure that they have enough time to scoop that back up for Baby Bay, the only gun that was even dropped in this round. Okay, I mean, I think you can get a couple more here as G2. The ult cycle gonna be in your favor. You're getting close to another showstopper. You've already got a convergent pass. There's a chance here. You can set Nongshim back onto an eco. Get a few more. And then get a reset and give yourself a hope at those next 4. Just this time, Nongshim kind of getting lost in the sauce. A lot of big contact fights won. A good trade at least when Baby Bay went down by Valen. They're able to hold the line and take Dombi down. Then this time you have the pit available. Oh my god.
They also have an overdrive and a very fast attempt at this hit from Nongshim, but they're going to be rerouted. Opting to not overstep here, but that overdrive will be expiring.
It's actually pretty painful for Nongshim. I think, again, a little bit too eager to use these powerful ults early in the rounds that don't really find enough value.
Nambi again continuing to try to sprint forward. The paranoia to try to hold them at bay, but no. Valen going to be caught, but Jogamo and Leaf one apiece. Get them back into an advantageous position as Leaf finds a second, but Ivy will be able to take him down. Jogamo, it ends up being rough, but Ivy able to find him with that molly on the floor. Immediately brings this now into a 1v1. Drop down, the drift across, the spike is still the opposite side of the pillar.
So uncomfortable for Ivy. No idea. He has no idea where Baby Bay is. But he has the pit.
Sends this one immediately. Drifts out of it. Hit by that saturate. The classic shots not connecting the tap of the plant. Baby Bay. Wrapping back through. Trying to commit for it. Ivy snaps on for another clutch.
Well played.
Another victory over G2.
Well played.
I mean, I guess it's fitting in
Pacific's മാനം കാത്ത് നോങ്ഷിം അടുത്ത റൗണ്ടിലേക്ക് അപ്പർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റിൽ.
Just some incredible individual efforts to win some of those big rounds, those very important swing rounds. Somehow, some way, they've done it. And this time, split for Nongshim is very clean.
Nongshim looking to be the guiding light for Pacific here at the event where the rest of the teams have been on struggle street. They once again managed to come out on top this time in significantly cleaner fashion.
Thank you all for
top this time. Significantly cleaner with that split as a finisher. What a series from Ivy. MVP absolutely in my eyes. But everyone had their moments.
Bye bye.
The
See you later
transfers
soon.
From RB, from Dombi, from Xtros. The op shots from Francis when he took it in hand. A group effort at the end of the day. As Nongshim Red Force